The Bills improved to 3-0, and they send the Miami Dolphins to 0-3 with a 31-21 win last night at Highmark Stadium, the Dolphins' final trip to Highmark Stadium. It was a one-possession game for the entire game until a very late field goal by Matt Prater that put the Bills up 10. A big interception by Terrell Bernard in the game. The Bills with a ground attack, Dalton Kincaid leading the way with 66 yards receiving. Coming out pretty clean in the injury department. Before the game, there was ruling out was Ed Oliver and Matt Milano for the game. That's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Next up for the Bills is next Sunday, 1 o'clock against the New Orleans Saints. Elsewhere around the NFL, a limited practice for Brock Purdy on Thursday. It seems like he is trending towards playing for the 49ers after missing just one game. Adam Schefter reports that Packers tight end Tucker Kraft is believed to be okay. He underwent tests yesterday, had a little bit of a scare at practice, but the Green Bay tight end is supposedly going to be fine. Also, in Denver, Broncos tight end Evan Ingram sustained a back injury. He did not practice on Thursday. His status for this coming Sunday is in doubt. Brock Bowers for the Raiders, who didn't practice on Wednesday, was limited on Thursday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Football Friday. Happy Victory Friday. A Thursday night game. The Bills win. 31-21 beat the Dolphins. And we are here with you, Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Owen Parker, and Joe Kelly, all four of us here on a Friday morning. It is Friday. I'm not going to forget that the whole day. It's going to be a Friday. And we have a full weekend off. Tune in on the YouTube stream to see how tired we are. It was not that late of a game, but it was a late game, whatever.
It moved quick. For a late game, I said this to my wife at the first half. It was 2-minute warning of the first half. Like it's 9:25.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Like the first half took an hour, and then the 2 minutes took like another probably 15 minutes.
Right. It was on pace to go pretty quickly. Bills win and move to 3-0. They now own the NFL's longest home win streak. No team has won more games at home in a row than the Buffalo Bills. And they do it with, some big plays from different people. We'll break it all down with you. 31-21. Bills beat the Dolphins. Next time the Dolphins come to town, I don't know if any one of these apps will let me bet this, but where can I bet close game where the Dolphins take a stupid penalty and the Bills win because of it? Because that's 2 in a row. Zach Sealer roughing the punter. I mean, man, that's tough. I've said before, Joe, if a team is punting to you, let them. They're giving you've stopped Josh Allen with the ball. Now the Bills feel they must give it to you.
Yeah.
Get out of the way, Zach Sealer. What are you doing? Anyway, hey, no problem there for Bills fans. Just if I'm a Miami fan, I go nuts.
That's a player that Mike McDaniel had called out publicly in the media like earlier in the season. Like that's all the hey, they're stepping in it in the press conferences started. I think it was right after week 1 where he called them out by name. Like, hey, we need more from guys. We need more from our cap. We need more from Zach. We need more from Sealer.
Yeah.
He said that, and then that's the guy that kind of loses it for him, right? Like they had it. They didn't have the game, but they had momentum. They were getting the ball with a tie football game in the fourth quarter. I mean, had they had a chance to go up at any point during the game with the ball?
The opening drive, they went up 7-0.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So after that, maybe a
But,
little bit.
Right, in the second drive. But, yeah, the point is, I think that the Dolphins' defense was doing a fine job. What were they doing? Asking the Bills to make 12-play drives, and the Bills would not make them. They were punting a lot. The Bills' offense kind of got a little stuck in the mud, and Miami's making those stops. Now, maybe if the punt gets down at the 2, Miami doesn't go anywhere, and they still lose the game. But, man,
right.
Just an incredible – it's not quite an own goal. The phrase own goal, kind of jumps to the front of my mind. But anyway, the Bills win 31-21, and James Cook, another great performance. Like, highlighting the guys that made great plays in this game. Cook, Kincaid, Elijah Moore, Terrell Bernard, Deion Walker.
Deion Walker
Walker
on that last play.
Deion Walker is their best draft pick so far. He really might be. Jackson Hawes, honorable mention.
Jackson Hawes might be their best draft pick
It's one of those
far.
two. They've got nothing from their first 3 in part because of injuries and guys being inactive. But, yeah, their best picks are the 4th and 5th round, which actually tracks. That's how it normally goes.
And the 6th round pick, if you want to throw Dorian Strong a little bit. I mean, they're the 4th, 5th, 6th guys.
He is fast, Dorian Strong.
Yes,
he is noticeably fast, and he can track down anybody to make a tackle.
Right.
So, anyway, our phone number is 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. What do you think? What do you think about the Bills' win there? I predict today might be one of those days where people call to talk about how the football team played, and other people can't believe that people talk about how they played because they won. What's the problem? I saw on Twitter last night, instant reaction of the game, a lot of, you people have been spoiled and ruined, as you're talking about how they won or what they looked like. Whatever. It wasn't their best performance. It wasn't some sort of perfect game. Although early on it looked like it might be. They're up 14-0. They're doing whatever they want with the ball, throwing to Jackson Hawes, throwing to Tyrell Shavers, whatever they want. And then they just kind of, grind down into what they were.
Well, I mean, how much of that was Miami said, all right, I wondered this yesterday if the league would do this in like in a more larger scope. Okay, you don't want to throw the ball down the field on us. We're going to move up. We're going to move up, and we're not going to let you do things short, and we're going to dare you to go over the top, and we're going to try to stop your run game. How much of that was what Miami did, and then the Bills couldn't beat them over the top when that's what they were giving them?
I don't know if that's really what happened. I mean, Josh Allen did not attempt to pass beyond 10 yards.
He looked, though. He looked. There were plays where he stood back there, and he was ready to throw it.
Well, why did he throw it? If they dared him,
no one was open.
Well, sure. If they dared him to throw it, he'd throw it. I mean, I got one play where Dalton Kincaid, I think it's Kincaid, draws 3 defenders on a clear-out route. So they're taking away the deep route, and the deep route on that play is Kincaid, and they throw it underneath. And, of course, we saw their favorite play, the orbit motion from Khalil Shakir, right? Get a big play, run orbit motion. That works well. I thought their scheme on Thursday night, last night, was pretty good. We saw the best Dalton Kincaid screen we've ever seen. Yeah. Execution, thrown to a spot. Maybe it's the look that they got. He didn't score on the play, but I shouldn't say easily could have. He was darn close. The touchdown catch he makes, that might be the best Kincaid game we have seen.
Yeah.
The best one, where you really do see, on the broadcast, who is it? Help me. Herbstreit, of course. Herbstreit. Yeah. Herbstreit says he's got wide receiver skills. I'm brought back to think of him like a wide receiver.
He said that, by the way, after he had a drop.
He
by
did.
The way.
That's right. He did say that right after a drop.
Drop, it might be a little aggressive. The safety's hand was in there.
That's right.
Yeah,
but he almost gets that one as well. I mean, Kincaid was a hair away from 2 to 3 touchdowns in this game, and I think it's by far the best he's ever looked as a pass catcher. The whole think of him like a wide receiver conversation. if that were his normal game, you would think of him like that. Because he was good after the catch. He was good. The catch he makes on the touchdown is great hands. The Miami defender falls down because the Miami defender thinks he's going to get a crack at that ball.
Right.
And here come the big mitts of Kincaid to go shoot right out of the air, steal it from him. Because as the ball's in the air in slow-mo on that play, on the broadcast at least, if you're at the stadium, maybe you didn't see this, it started to look like a hospital ball, as they call it for me.
Yeah.
Like, Kincaid's going to catch this. He's going to get lit up. But instead, the defender looked like they're going for the pick, and Kincaid snags it out of the air and just kind of walks in. So I thought Kincaid looked great. James Cook is very, very good. Mm-hmm. I'm going to steal something from your heart here. James Cook is now Max Afinogenov. He gets the ball, and on a toss sweep, he gets to one guy, two guys, and I'm out of my seat. You can hear it in the stadium. He gets 4 yards downfield, and it builds. Tripped up by the safety.
Right, there were a couple plays yesterday where he was like real
almost
close to
out
breaking
the gate.
it.
Yeah, like almost out the gate 4 or 5 times. So he's a Afinogenov because that's what it was like watching him, how fast he was. And when he started his own blue line, did he score every time? No, but you knew there was a chance, and he was going to go fast. So Cook is amazing. I'm just couldn't be happier about Cook, and whatever. They've got a lot of things going right for them. They didn't play their best game, and they beat the Dolphins, and here we are. It's a bright and early Friday, Football Friday, and you can give us a ring at 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
Did you watch the Prime Vision Next Gen Stats cast at all?
A lot of it, yes.
A lot of it?
There's one thing they need to fix.
What's that?
You can't see the ball. When Allen throws, you have to wait for the dot guy that's lit up to have you can't really see the ball as clearly as you'd want.
That seems like a major thing that would be hard to not notice, but I can't say that I noticed that.
Yeah, can't see the ball.
You can't see the ball.
Nope.
They did show a couple of times on Cook. There was one stat they put, actually I think they put this on the main broadcast too, the stat of that they have like one of the highest yards before contact in the league for Cook, but he also is like near the top of the league in yards after contact.
Yep.
It's like they kind of have both things working right now, right? Is they are giving him holes to run through, and then also he is creating beyond that. Although, again, that did kind of get stifled in the third and fourth quarter, right? Like that's part of why they were punting for the third time in a row.
Yeah.
Part of it was couple of runs that you couldn't really get off the ground. I don't think that's Cook's fault. Just, again, Miami did something coming out of the half that the Bills didn't like offensively.
How many carries for Cook in this game? I'm just pulling up the box score right now.
He ended up with 19 carries for 108 yards.
And Ray Davis and Ty Johnson did what?
3 for Ty Johnson and none for Ray Davis.
How many games in before we talk bell cow? He's getting bell cow numbers.
Yeah, these are high percentages.
19 to 3 and 0?
Yeah.
Ray Davis.
Right.
Did Ray Davis retire?
I saw him on the field a couple times only because Ian Hartitz pointed out that he does the same Ashton Genty stand up.
Yeah.
But did he play 3 plays in this game? I couldn't tell you. He didn't do anything on the field once I saw him.
They are definitely leaning into Cook. Oh, it's only 3 games. But any sort of idea about load management, make sure you protect this player. I mean, I'm now nervous when he goes to the ground. He gets tackled around the ankles. I get nervous, but
he took a hit to the back of the knees yesterday.
Yes,
where
he did.
I thought, like, ooh.
Yes, he did.
He got up. He
did
go to the medical tent.
Miami is Achane 12, Ali Gordon 9. Like that's committee.
Yep,
that's a pretty even split. 19 for Cook, 3 for Ty Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this is a shift. We thought when he signed that extension, he would not see an uptick in carries. We thought they love the mix they've got right now. They're just going to keep that rolling. And Ty Johnson and Ray Davis are not a part of this offense right now. Not really. I mean, Johnson got a couple of catches, I guess, or a couple of targets. He had 1 catch for 8 yards. Ray Davis, no catches, no yards, 1 target. So your production at running back outside of Cook, for Ty Johnson, he had 21 yards, and James Cook ends up with 108 plus 118.
Yep.
118 for Cook and 21 for Ty Johnson. Like you have a clear bell cow 3 games in.
The uptick has been real, for sure.
Yeah.
Third downs, I guess, is really the only place he's not playing. Like, they're not rotating him off the field in any other situation. right? Third and long, I should even say. Like, that's it. Like, Ty Johnson, I'm watching a 3rd and 7 from last night where they took Cook off and put Ty Johnson on, but that was not many of those plays. Like, Cook is playing, and they need him right now. Right? Like
he's their explosive play.
They need him because they do look like they're searching for it in the pass game. Those explosive plays. I don't think they're wanting Allen to run very much. You're not seeing, like last night, man, against Miami especially, how often he scrambles or tries to run linemen over. And last night just was a very protective game around the quarterback. Like, not running a lot, not really standing back in the pocket very often. He threw the ball quick in this game. There were plays where you might have had something developing down the field and, like, balls out to James Cook for 5 yards, like quick dump-offs. It very much was I think it was a very intentional offensive game plan to get the ball out quick, run the ball, and not have Josh Allen take any unnecessary risk at all. It was not a game where you were ever going to see Allen, I think, throw for 350 yards.
No, and I saw a couple people pointing out that it might have been the most unexplosive game in NFL history. And
statistically, I think it was.
Yes,
right?
There were stats on exactly that. That Tua and Josh combined for the lowest average depth of target between two passers in the Next Gen Stats era.
Yep, they combined to average, according to Next Gen Stats, 1.5 air yards per completion.
It's like we watched Navy play.
Right.
Due respect to Navy, they might air it out these days.
Allen only attempted one pass beyond 10 yards. That was the one that Kincaid almost had in the end zone.
That's technically not correct. He did attempt one to Coleman on the interference, which makes me wonder if that throw to Coleman will get as many interference calls as it gets catches, because he's drawing penalties on those downfield throws. He got held the whole way,
right?
So you can't really judge separation because they get a flag there. They might be more likely to get a flag than they are to get a catch.
Right.
Coleman had a drop. Happens,
Even then, though, it would be 2, right? Like, it still wouldn't be, out of 29 attempts at that point,
2.
You'd have 2 that went beyond 10 yards, and a lot of them around the line of scrimmage. I mean, it looks like Tua, right?
Yeah.
Like, his game kind of looked like Tua's yesterday, but a cleaner version of Tua's, because Tua will make mistakes that Allen did not make yesterday.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550.
I mean, the Bills, the clean part of that game, I mean, the key is just mistakes.
Yeah,
right?
They don't make big mistakes.
They don't make that Zach Sealer penalty. Like, I don't know that it's fair to say, like, the Bills will never make mistakes like that, but when do you see them make a game-changing mistake like that on a punt? Especially from a team captain. And then the pick by Tua at the end of the game in a critical spot. You've got your division rival that you cannot beat on the ropes. Like, you've got the ball. You're moving, right? They're moving the ball. Third downs look like nothing for them. And you just got by Terrell Bernard. It looked like the easiest interception ever, but that's because Bernard read him, right? Yep. The whole way he was 2 steps ahead of Tua. Allen, I mean, the Bills haven't turned the ball over, I saw last night, in 8 games, tying an NFL record. Like, they don't make that mistake. They don't make the mistake at any point during the game, let alone the end of the game. Their last interception was against New England last season.
Isn't that a head coach's dream? Is Joe Brady not Sean McDermott's dream come true because 8 games in a row without a turnover?
8 games in a row without a turnover. Yeah, it was week 16 against New England, and then you also can throw in the 3 games before that. So since last year's bye week in week 12, 1 turnover. I mean, but last night to me is a little bit of evidence of this. Look at the passing chart. Look at how they run the ball. Look at the types of throws that they're playing.
They don't put it at harm's way.
Last night was. Didn't Sal say it with us? Like, the only way that Miami could win this game is you get turnovers, right? You get mistakes like that. And the Bills played a game to say, we're not going to give you any opportunity for that.
Yeah, they did give them an opportunity, though.
What, once, twice?
No, just the idea but playing that way means we're not giving you an opportunity. The Dolphins, a 12.5-point underdog, had the ball deep in your territory with a chance to tie the game and maybe go for 2. Like, you could say that playing mistake-free doesn't give the other team a chance, but playing an inferior team and playing a bit conservative, or we've used the phrase low event, that is a way that the inferior teams usually want to play. They want to keep the other quarterback off the field. So if you tell them, all right, Bills, Dolphins, hey, how many drives would you like Josh Allen to have? 10 or 6? They'll be like, how about 6?
Right.
That's what they want. Now, that's part of the Bills' formula for success. They are so, and they have been with Brady, so efficient that they get by with it. But low-event games, running the clock, kind of playing the way they play, that is a way to keep teams closer to you. Maybe you feel like you're more in control and you're less likely to make mistakes in those closer games, but you're definitely keeping teams closer.
To where it takes a mistake at the end of the game like that. That's the thing. It's funny because that is why last night is close to me. Like, that's why last night's game is close.
It's because the way they played it.
But, like, I really do believe if they wanted to hammer Miami, who was playing corner for that team last night? And then they got injuries early on in the game. Like, I know they don't have world-beating receivers, but I watched Daniel Jones shred that defense like no quarter. He was setting records against that defense in week 1.
Miami was down 25 defensive backs.
Right.
Like, they are guys off the street.
So I think the Bills, like, if they really wanted to, and they didn't, but if they really wanted to, I think they could have shredded that defense last night. But that's how they play. And to their credit, they bet on the other team making more mistakes than them, and they've done it more consistently than any team in NFL history.
Yeah, I don't know if they could just do it if they wanted to.
Why couldn't they? Every other team will.
If they wanted to, they would do it.
I don't.
This is the meme. If he wanted to, he would. If Josh Allen wanted to throw for 350 and dump the Dolphins with a couple of laser beams down the field, he would do that, would he not?
He didn't attempt any of the passes last night, and I saw the previous two teams do it. With lesser offenses, lesser quarterbacks, less even receivers weren't. Keyshawn Boutte is not Jamar Chase. Like, I think he could have. But he didn't need to.
He could have tried.
He could have tried.
He could have tried.
And if he tried, he probably would have succeeded. They had nobody back there.
Well, what did it look like? It looked like the first 3 quarters against Baltimore, where down the field, nobody really gets open. They don't get guys available down the field. Against the Jets, they had a little bit more success, a little bit, but it's definitely a conversation. Like, there's not much of a vertical passing game from this team, and that doesn't mean 40-yard throws. We're talking 12.
Yeah, last night it was just 12.
Last year there's a throw that goes 12 yards, and that's the only one that goes over 10. So vertical passing game has not been there. We wondered if Elijah Moore would give them that, if Keon Coleman could give them that, if Josh Palmer could give them that, and it's just right now it's not a part of their offense. Palmer ends up with 1 catch for 5 yards. Curtis Samuel, a healthy scratch again.
Yeah.
So, but here's the thing, they're winning with tight ends, and they're winning with orbit motion. They're winning with tight ends. They're winning with screens.
The tight end thing Jackson Hawes is moving people, right? Like, watching that was my favorite part of the Prime Vision cast last night.
Was watching him?
Was watching when they were in, 13 personnel, when they have 3 tight ends, and just how those tight ends are moving. Hawes is moving linemen. Like, he's keeping Bradley Chubb on the outside on run plays. So I love what I'm seeing from that part of it. I think you're just going to see a lot of games like that this year, right? Because I could sit here and say, I don't think you could play that way against the best teams in the league and get away with it, but they don't play the best teams in the league. So guess what? They could play like that all season long, and they're probably going to win almost every game doing it.
That's right. That's one of my big points I'll make probably every time they win a game like this. If they win the Saints game the same way, or the Patriots, or the Falcons,
right.
It's like if you're looking for them to convince you that they can beat Baltimore in the playoffs, they can't do that until they play Baltimore in the playoffs. If you're looking for them to convince you that they can defensively shut down a team and win a playoff game only giving up 10 points, they can't actually convince you of that until the playoffs. So, we constantly live in this spot where you want to watch them, have fun, have a great time, let's all party, but also, are you showing me that it's different this time around? And that's just really hard to prove in September, because ultimately, if they do, it doesn't really matter until you get to January. Mm-hmm. Mike in Connecticut before the break here on Football Friday. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well today.
Doing great. Victory Friday,
Absolutely. I have 2 things for you, one on each side of the ball. The first one, a little bit quicker. I just feel like we haven't heard Greg Russo's name at all this year. I was at the game last week, so obviously you see it a little bit different than you're watching it on TV, but also I don't know. I just pay him the big money, and he looked like he was continuing to ascend, but just haven't really seen that yet. Trey White's not his best game, but hopefully Max is getting healthy. And the last thing I'll say is never going to ever complain about a win. I think we're doing a great job not turning the ball over, but it just seems like our offense sometimes is so conservative. Like we have a 1-score or a 2-score lead, and it's just like we're so prone to just run first and second down and just, obviously you don't want to see Allen turn the ball over, but it's almost like it's so bland. But I'm not going to complain because obviously we're winning football games. But just one thing about the offense, too, is the maturation of Allen to me is tremendous. I was talking with my dad last night watching the game, and I'm like, you remember years ago we used to go crazy. What is he doing? Putting the ball in harm's way and lateraling and just throwing crazy passes. And, I would have to say he takes care of the ball. I don't have stats or anything, but
sure.
He's got to take care of the ball better than 85-90% of the quarterbacks in the league right now, and it's great to see that development.
This is where I want to say, Mike.
I think it's 100, by the way.
Mike, don't we miss it a little bit? Can we say we miss it a little bit?
What's that?
The lateral and doing crazy stuff. Like, come on,
I think I miss it just because it's like the thrill. Like now it's, run up the middle, pitch. It's like I want to see Josh air it out a little bit.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike, for the phone call.
The flip touchdown to Hawes is kind of this.
Yeah, and it's also
that was a play that
I also think it's a no-look flip.
Yeah,
he's not really looking at it. And this is a very small thing. I almost tweeted it out, but I didn't want to do. Watch that play again. And Jackson Hawes, I think he's not quite expecting that to happen. He also said that's the first time they ran the play full speed. That play. You put in plays during the week, and hey, now that's a Thursday. You don't have as much time. First time they run the pass full speed. When Allen kind of like shovel passes that to Hawes, he catches it in the form of when you're knocking a Frisbee into a can jam bucket. He bats it down into his body because he's just standing like this. It's kind of funny. I appreciated it. Now, I don't know if it's textbook tight end hands, but whatever. He's been very good for them.
I mean, he was in the wrong place originally, right? And they must have loved the look enough where they called timeout and then came right out and ran the same thing, and it worked. He also slipped on the play and it still worked. So they were gonna run it. He wasn't in the right spot, and they're like, we gotta call timeout here because we know this play's gonna work. That's how it looked. Right. And then he slipped on the play and it still worked. So. Yeah, that was a great play call. And Allen drawing that corner in was definitely necessary to get it.
803-0550, our phone number. Bills win. There's going to be concern about the defense. You mentioning Rousseau, you're not the first to do it. If I want to bring up a Pro Football Focus grade, should I do that? They grade him pretty well among defensive ends.
Okay.
But not for pass rush, more for run defense, and he gets a good grade for coverage.
How are they grading Tre'Davious White after that game?
I'll take a look at it. Tre'Davious White, listen, I think Terrell Bernard was starting to get in the crosshairs until he makes that big play.
Yep.
Like you signed Bernard, you signed Rousseau. Where's this defense coming together? Whatever. They're missing some pieces. We know that. 803-0550. It is Victory Friday. Khalil Shakir returns to the end zone. Good to see him there. And off we go. The Bills win. The Dolphins lose. They're 0-3. They probably had the kind of performance that does not get a coach fired.
Yeah.
We'll see when that happens. Jeremy and Joe, it's Football Friday. You can give us a ring. Please do. Love to have your thoughts on this. It's okay to evaluate the team after wins. We're not going to yell at anybody for getting too upset. Either way. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. would think of him like that. That might be the best Kincaid game we have seen.
Yeah.
The best one, where you really do see, on the broadcast, who is it? Help me. Herbstreit, of course. Herbstreit.
Yeah.
Herbstreit says he's got wide receiver skills. I'm brought back to think of him like a wide receiver.
He said that, by the way, after he had a drop.
He
by
did.
The way.
That's right. He did say that right after a drop.
Drop, it might be a little aggressive. The safety's hand was in there.
That's right.
Yeah,
but he almost gets that one as well. I mean, Kincaid was a hair away from 2 to 3 touchdowns in this game, and I think it's by far the best he's ever looked as a pass catcher. The whole think of him like a wide receiver conversation. If that were his normal game, you would think of him like that because he was good after the catch. He was good. The catch he makes on the touchdown is great hands. The Miami defender falls down because the Miami defender thinks he's going to get a crack at that ball.
Right.
And here come the big mitts of Kincaid to go shoot right out of the air, steal it from him. Because as the ball's in the air in slow-mo on that play, on the broadcast at least, if you're at the stadium, maybe you didn't see this, it started to look like a hospital ball, as they call it for me.
Yeah.
Like, Kincaid's going to catch this. He's going to get lit up. But instead, the defender looked like they're going for the pick, and Kincaid snags it out of the air and just kind of walks in. So I thought Kincaid looked great. Like, highlighting the guys that made great plays in this game, Cook, Kincaid, Elijah Moore, Terrell Bernard, Deion Walker.
Deion
Walker
on that last play.
Deion Walker is their best draft pick so far. He really might be. Jackson Hawes, honorable mention.
Jackson Hawes might be their best draft pick so far.
It's one of those two. They've got nothing from their first 3 in part because of injuries and guys being inactive. But, yeah, their best picks are the 4th and 5th round, which actually tracks. That's how it normally goes.
And the 6th round pick, if you want to throw Dorian Strong a little bit. I mean, they're the 4th, 5th, 6th guys.
He is fast, Dorian Strong.
Yes,
he is noticeably fast, and he can track down anybody to make a tackle.
Brought to you by Paula's Donuts, made with love. Paula's Donuts Game Day Donuts are back.
The Bills go to 3-0, beating the Miami Dolphins 31-21. Miami drops to 0-3. Josh Allen 213 and 3 touchdowns in the game. It was a big day for James Cook. He goes over 100 yards again, adds a touchdown himself. Dalton Kincaid leads the Bills in receiving for the first time since his rookie year. He had 5 for 66 and a score. Ian Rappaport reported before the game about Miami head coach Mike McDaniel that owner Stephen Ross does not want to fire McDaniel, and it'll have to include fans not showing up to games and players quitting on McDaniel, which did not seem to happen last night, so his job appears to be secure going into at least this week. Big interception by Tua, though, at the end of that game, and the Dolphins fall. Next up for the Bills, the Saints, 1 week from Sunday against New Orleans. That'll be a 1 o'clock game at Highmark Stadium. No real injury updates. Christian Benford left for a time, but he just had the wind knocked out of him, and he did return. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-million. Brock Purdy practicing in a limited capacity again on Thursday for the 49ers. It appears he might be trending towards playing this Sunday. Broncos tight end Evan Ingram could miss Sunday. He has a back injury and did not practice on Thursday. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Allen going to roll left, looking for someone in the end zone, and now Shovel passes it, complete to Jackson Hawes for his first career touchdown from 5 yards out. Josh Allen looking like Magic Johnson on the fast break.
Highlights of the game. One of the highlights of the game, the Jackson Hawes touchdown pass, are brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Jackson Hawes touchdown. Our fantastic four-way parlay. I just want to say that everybody else lose their leg, and I didn't win my leg because I had the Jackson Hawes last touchdown.
Right.
But I'm taking a victory lap because Jackson Hawes touchdown, jackpot, baby. The number of people that listen to us place our fantastic four-way parlay and point out, hey, listen, Hawes is on the field a lot, and he gets at least one throw every game. And this value on a Jackson Hawes touchdown is too good. A lot of people won on a Jackson Hawes anytime touchdown, and I'm just saying I have not received any tips. Hey, you know,
because technically they had to do something different than what you said.
You win your fantasy league. I'm told sometimes people tip the commissioner. Sometimes you tip your dealer at the table. Come on.
Yeah, but what you did is
I'm a soothsayer. I'm a seer of the future.
That's not like fantasy advice, though. That's like you saying, I think the Bills are going to run the ball a lot today, and you should play James Cook, and then Ray Davis goes for 200 yards.
It's like saying Ray Davis is going to go for 200 yards, and Ray Davis goes for 170.
No, it's not. No, because you get
the third tight end, and he caught a touchdown.
Because if you did exactly what you said, you would have ended up with 0.
Also worth pointing out, if the Dolphins had scored there and Terrell Bernard does not make that interception, I think they're going back to Hawes. You know?
With a tie game.
Go to the hot hand. Go back to Hawes.
Yeah. He is on the field a ton.
Yes, he is.
He's on the field a lot. And I did also hear from a lot of people, some that just made the anytime bet, but also because, I couldn't find the last touchdown prop.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to go searching for it, or they did by mistake. So we did have people that would have bet Hawes anytime touchdown.
803-0550. You're talking about the Bills win over the Dolphins, 31-21. It is a victory Friday. Jeremy and Joe, hopefully you went to the game. If you went to the game, you hopefully had a good time. It was a beautiful night. The Amazon broadcast there. A lot of Ryan Fitzpatrick all over the place.
Yep.
He came up in the booth with Al and Kirk Herbstreit.
Mm-hmm.
I watched a lot of the Amazon the Prime Vision cast, which showed some cool stuff, including, which this was a bit odd, they came on and said, remember they're going to do the end of the game stuff? They have the guy, I forget his name, he comes on and says, hey guys,
yeah.
And he gives you some advance. They said, in this scenario, the best case the Dolphins have is to get the ball back with 16 seconds left. He kind of did the math of, here was how much time's left in the game. If you're ever watching football in the last 50 years, you probably do that math in your head, like minus 40, minus 40, minus. They came on and they did that as part of, Also, the Prime Vision broadcast identifies blitzers, and I don't know that I've ever seen it be wrong as consistently as it was with the Bills. The Bills mixing their coverage, the Bills showing at the line and then backing out, and also the Bills blitzing an awful lot. They were blitz happy in this game, and they have been for the year. Against quarterbacks, I think they can get away with it. 803-0550. Greg in Staten Island. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Let's start off with always Good Friday, especially if the Bills win. Just want to talk about this D-line. At what point do we start questioning the rotation that McDermott loves? I mean, these guys, I feel like they don't get into a rhythm. I mean, Greg Rousseau is absent, Espinosa absent, Solomon absent. We're getting no pressure. I mean, the one bright spot last night I felt was Walker. He flashed a few times, especially on the play with the interception. He's right into his face. But the rest of these guys on the line is like zero performance, any besides Bosa. But, I mean, at what point do we say these guys can't even get into a rhythm? They're on the field 1 or 2 plays, and now they're off. I mean, McDermott, for years, that's been McDermott's, bread and butter is rotating these guys. And then it leads to the cornerback. I mean, Trey White had a rough game. But if he's so big into the rotation, I mean, why aren't we putting Strong in and let him give a shot against Cover and Waddle? It's just like just leave him out there to get shredded. And, you're big on the rotation and keeping guys healthy. Give Strong a shot.
It's more than
Ravens to look good.
It's more than keeping guys healthy. It's keeping guys rested and having more energy to do their job. I don't know, Greg. I've never thought the rotation is part of the reason that they're failing. If they're not getting to the quarterback, I don't think it's the rotation. Personally, I don't think it's the rotation. Maybe you do, Joe. Maybe you guys do out there. I think it's that they don't have the horses. And Bosa is supposed to bring some of that, and Michael Hoyt's supposed to add to that, and they've got some younger players. And, I mean, Rousseau, we'll see about Rousseau. He just got paid, and what is he? He's a guy that has 8 sacks a year. Mm-hmm. He's never been a game wrecker defensive end. He's a piece of the defense that occasionally makes big plays and, can work well in the run game and was picked off Patrick Mahomes, in a nice play 4 years ago.
It's not even 8, by the way. His average over 4 seasons is 6.
Right.
And he's never missed a game.
Right.
So he missed a couple in the second year. But.
So with Rousseau, I want to keep your expectations where they should be. Do you expect him to just sign a deal and jump to double-digit sacks? Like, if he's going to get 8 sacks in a year, there are 14 games remaining to do it.
Yeah. He's been a little bit invisible, but is there run play stuff that he's helping a lot on? Are there other plays where he's making an impact or he's just not getting to the quarterback? I mean, Bosa's noticeable.
Yes.
Bosa is noticeable a lot. But yeah, last night, I was a little surprised they didn't get. I guess my surprise from last night is on both sides of the ball. It's the 2 weakest position groups that Miami have.
Line.
Their offensive line and their secondary.
And the Bills were not able to really exploit either one.
Didn't really feel like that. They won the game anyway, but it didn't feel like that on that front. I mean, that could just be, though, Tua was getting rid of the ball so quickly, right? Passes behind the line of scrimmage. He's averaging 1 yard for air yards for an attempt, and he does that a lot. So that could have been it, too. He's getting rid of the ball so quick, you can't get there. I am noticing them use Bosa a lot, though. So I don't think the rotation's a problem.
Aren't they using Bosa because he's doing well?
Well, he's doing well, and who's behind him?
Right.
At one point, on a 3rd and 7, the Bills are getting torched on 3rd downs, why is Javon Solomon in the game? But then I thought, he's the next guy in, isn't he?
Yeah.
Your 3rd-round rookie's doesn't have a game day jersey.
Your 3rd-round rookie is not active.
And Hoyt's not available, so, you're at Javon Solomon. So I guess if you want a different rotation, that's the guy you'd be wanting, and I don't know, he's a 5th-round pick from last year. I think I'm good with Bosa and Rousseau playing the way they do. Or as much as they do.
It's interesting. I feel like it comes down to your priors when it comes to the defensive line. In the chat, someone wrote in, keep making excuses for McDermott. Hey, I mean, is the belief here that if he just played Rousseau more, then Rousseau would have more sacks? That I guess in theory that would be right.
Over his career it would.
Yeah,
but he played a lot last year. That went up. And he got 8.
8.
Right? He's not going to get 15.
No.
But it went up a little bit.
And if the Bills had if the Bills had TJ Watt or Myles Garrett, they would not sub him off the field. He'd play all the time.
That's right.
He'd play an awful lot. And I don't know. I've never thought the rotation is the thing that keeps the defensive line from getting double-digit sacks. It might be a factor, but if they have somebody that works, that guy plays.
Yeah, my problem with the defense today wouldn't be about really the line. It would be questions about the secondary. And specifically the number 2 corner spot. Because Waddle abused Trey White on 3rd downs yesterday. And maybe they put him in a tough spot, isoing him up. There was a 3rd and short where the Bills came with pressure, and Waddle ran just a mesh, short, cross the field route. And, I mean, that's impossible route to cover as a corner, but Trey White wasn't anywhere near him.
Sure.
It was the easiest pitch and catch ever. That's what I tweeted out last night. That's a play where you could use Max Hairston.
You would hope.
Because that's the guy that might give you a fighting chance on a play like that versus an easy catch.
He might. Before he got hurt, he was not winning the job.
No, I know. But that play, Trey White will never win that play.
So
Max Hairston might.
Ryan Talbot had a good note on this last night during the game. Ryan Talbot of the Shout Buffalo Football Podcast in New York Upstate. Someone kind of took exception to the idea that Waddle was killing the Bills because he had 5 catches for 39 yards.
But they were all on 3rd downs, weren't they?
Here's the rundown. A 3-yard touchdown, a loss of 3 on reception number 2. Then the next 3 receptions were 15 yards on 4th and 4, 11 yards on 3rd and 8, and 13 yards on 3rd and 4.
Right.
So you have 3 3rd and 4th down conversions and a touchdown.
He was keeping drives alive, and then he finished a drive.
Right. So you might say, come on, 5 for 39. How bad was it? 4 of the 5 were really important plays. And if you want to make a point about Tre'Davious White and his readiness, ability to be a part of this defense regularly, there's a divisional opponent looking at him and saying, the second reception doesn't say down in distance where it's a -3, but 4 times they thought, important play, throw it there.
Right.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Waddle is also good. He's really good.
He is very good.
He's very good. Hey, Tyreek Hill got off a little bit in this game as well. 5 for 49 and a touchdown. He had 10 targets.
Yeah. That wasn't though as much as he's good as it was just speed on those plays.
Yep.
Like any speed receiver, I think in those spots is going. Like Trey White did not look when he's following him across the field. Sorry, just he looks like a 30-year-old corner that's had 2 major injuries.
Also, one of Hill's catches should not have counted. The Bills did not challenge it, and the Sky Judge did not come back in time, and the Dolphins scored on that drive.
That's a play I think Sky Judge is supposed to get.
Yeah, he didn't get it. He did not have control of the ball when he went out of bounds.
Right.
He didn't have it. 803-0550. It's Victory Friday. Jeremy and Joe, jump in. Give us a call. Pop on the YouTube stream. We're taking your calls. We're taking your comments via the chat. Tweet at us as well. Send us tips for the Jackson Hawes touchdown. You don't have to do that. It's fine. 803-0550 on WGR. How many carries for Cook in this game? I'm just pulling up the box score right now.
He ended up with 19 carries for 108 yards.
And Ray Davis and Ty Johnson did what?
3 for Ty Johnson and none for Ray Davis.
How many games in before we talk bell cow? He's getting bell cow numbers.
Yeah, these are high
19 to
percentages.
3 and 0?
Yeah.
Ray Davis.
Right.
Did Ray Davis retire?
I saw him on the field a couple times only because Ian Hartitz pointed out that he does the same Ashton Genty standing up.
Yeah.
But did he play 3 plays in this game? I couldn't tell you. He didn't do anything on the field once I saw him.
They are definitely leaning into Cook. Oh, it's only 3 games. But any sort of idea about load management, make sure you protect this player. I mean, I'm now nervous when he goes to the ground. He gets tackled around the ankles. I get nervous, but
he took a hit to the back of the knees yesterday.
Yes,
where
he did.
I thought, like, ooh.
Yes,
but
he did.
He got up.
He
did go to the medical tent.
Miami is Achan 12, Ali Gordon 9. Like that's committee.
Yep,
that's a pretty even split. 19 for Cook, 3 for Ty Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this is a shift. We thought when he signed that extension he would not see an uptick in carries. We thought they love the mix they've got right now. They're just going to keep that rolling. And Ty Johnson and Ray Davis are not a part of this offense right now. Not really. I mean, Johnson got a couple of catches, I guess, or a couple of targets. He had 1 catch for 8 yards. Ray Davis, no catches, no yards, 1 target. So your production at running back outside of Cook, for Ty Johnson, he had 21 yards, and James Cook ends up with 108 plus 118.
Yep.
118 for Cook and 21 for Ty Johnson. Like you have a clear bell cow 3 games in.
The uptick has been real, for sure.
Yeah.
Third downs, I guess, is really the only place he's not.
Jeremy White
playing.
here
Like,
for
they're not
FanDuel
rotating him off the field in any other situation. All right, third and long, I should even say. Like, that's it. Like, Ty Johnson, I'm watching a 3rd and 7 from last night where they took Cook off and put Ty Johnson on, but that was not many of those plays. Like, Cook is playing, and they need him right now. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
he's their explosive play. Like, highlighting the guys that made great plays in this game: Cook, Kincaid, Elijah Moore, Terrell Bernard, Deion Walker.
Deion Walker was
Deion Walker
on that last play.
Deion Walker is their best draft pick so far. He really might be. Jackson Hawes, honorable mention.
Jackson Hawes might be their best draft pick so far.
It's one of those two. They've got nothing from their first 3 in part because of injuries and guys being inactive. But yeah, their best picks are the 4th and 5th round, which actually tracks. That's how it normally goes.
And the 6th round pick, if you want to throw Dorian Strong a little bit. I mean, they're the 4th, 5th, 6th guys.
He is fast, Dorian Strong.
Yes,
he is noticeably fast, and he can track down anybody to make a tackle.
Sports Radio 550.
Too many third down conversions where he was extending the play more than I would have liked to have seen, and so we got to look at that a little bit more, and same with the red zone.
Sean McDermott, Joe just found something, which we probably would have gotten to on snap counts, to the previous caller about, hey, it's the rotation. The defensive linemen are never able to get into a rhythm. Well,
they did last night. Sal just tweeted out the offensive and defensive snap counts, and Joey Bosa last night played 87% of the snaps, which is, for a Sean McDermott defense, extremely high for that position.
Yeah.
And Greg Rousseau played 66%. So those two played a lot. Like the guys that would come in and replace them, Epinesa 34%, Solomon 15%. So it was largely Bosa and Rousseau on the field at all times.
By comparison, against the Jets, Bosa had 55% and Rousseau 53%.
That's closer to what they normally do.
So they both played a lot more. And Bosa appears to still be like their best chance to get to the quarterback.
Meanwhile, while looking at snap counts, it is fun. Like the Bills, all three tight ends play, and they play. I mean, Kincaid, you might not think plays a lot. I'm sure at some point, like the fantasy community will go, it's a great game from Dalton Kincaid. I wonder how much better it could be if he was on the field for half of their offensive snaps. Because it's Kincaid 55%, Knox 53%, Hawes 43%. Like, the Kincaid part is separate. Like, they use all three tight ends, and Hawes is on the field a ton. I think when you asked earlier, like, who's the most impactful rookie so far, I think it's Jackson Hawes.
Could be. I mean, Walker gives them something they don't have. Hawes just kind of adds to a tight end room that they like and has stuff already going on.
Yep.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Sal on the other side, and your phone calls as well. We'll get your phone calls in. Chris, Rob, Louie, John, Mo, stick with us. We'll roll through calls with Sal. He's got arrow up, arrow down. His view of Miami's likely final visit to Highmark Stadium. 0-3 now. I feel like that's not likely to make the playoffs, so they're not coming back to Highmark. So the Bills close it out in style with a 31-21 win. Matt Prater missed a kick.
It also was like the worst missed kick I've ever seen in my entire life. I made a noise when it like, oh, what was that?
It was like a shank?
That was like a drive off the tee where
a hosel rocket.
It doesn't even hit the face of your club. Like you somehow hit it with the shaft of your club.
Never had that happen before, Joe. Don't know what you're talking about. Never had something like that before. Nope, don't know. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. Your phone calls and Sal as we return here on a Buffalo Bills Football Friday on WGR. How many carries for Cook in this game? I'm just pulling up the box score right now.
He ended up with 19 carries for 108 yards.
And Ray Davis and Ty Johnson did what?
3 for Ty Johnson and none for Ray Davis.
How many games in before we talk bell cow? He's getting bell cow numbers.
Yeah, these are high percentages.
19 to 3 and 0?
Yeah.
Ray Davis.
Right.
Did Ray Davis retire?
I saw him on the field a couple times only because Ian Hartitz pointed out that he does the same Ashton Genty stand up.
Yeah.
But did he play 3 plays in this game? I couldn't tell you. He didn't do anything on the field once I saw him.
They are definitely leaning into Cook. Oh, it's only 3 games. But any sort of idea about load management, make sure you protect this player. I mean, I'm now nervous when he goes to the ground. He gets tackled around the ankles. I get nervous, but
he took a hit to the back of the knees yesterday.
Yes,
where
he did.
I thought, like, ooh,
yes,
but
he did.
He got up.
He
did go to the medical tent.
Miami is Achan 12, Ali Gordon 9. Like that's committee.
Yep,
that's a pretty even split. 19 for Cook, 3 for Ty Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this is a shift. We thought when he signed that extension he would not see an uptick in carries. We thought they love the mix they've got right now. They're just going to keep that rolling. And Ty Johnson and Ray Davis are not a part of this offense right now. Not really. I mean, Johnson got a couple of catches, I guess, or a couple of targets. He had 1 catch for 8 yards. Ray Davis, no catches, no yards, 1 target. So your production at running back outside of Cook, for Ty Johnson, he had 21 yards, and James Cook ends up with 108 plus 118.
Yep.
118 for Cook and 21 for Ty Johnson. Like, you have a clear bell cow 3 games in.
The uptick has been real, for sure.
Yeah.
Third downs, I guess, is really the only place he's not playing. Like, they're not rotating him off the field in any other situation. All right, third and long, I should even say. Like, that's it. Like, Ty Johnson, I'm watching a 3rd and 7 from last night where they took Cook off and put Ty Johnson on, but that was not many of those plays. Like, Cook is playing, and they need him right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
he's their explosive play. That might be the best Kincaid game we have seen.
Yeah.
The best one, where you really do see, on the broadcast, who is it? Help me. Herbstreit, of course. Herbstreit.
Yeah.
Herbstreit says he's got wide receiver skills. I'm brought back to think of him like a wide receiver.
He said that, by the way, after he had a drop.
He
by
did.
The way.
That's right. He did say that right after a drop.
Drop, it might be a little aggressive. The safety's hand was in there.
That's right.
Yeah,
but he almost gets that one as well. I mean, Kincaid was a hair away from 2 to 3 touchdowns in this game, and I think it's by far the best he's ever looked as a pass catcher. The whole think of him like a wide receiver conversation. If that were his normal game, you would think of him like that, because he was good after the catch. He was good. The catch he makes on the touchdown is great hands. The Miami defender falls down because the Miami defender thinks he's going to get a crack at that ball.
Right.
And here come the big mitts of Kincaid to go shoot right out of the air, steal it from him. Because as the ball's in the air in slow-mo on that play, on the broadcast at least, if you're at the stadium, maybe you didn't see this, it started to look like a hospital ball, as they call it for me.
Yeah.
Like, Kincaid's going to catch this. He's going to get lit up. But instead, the defender looked like they're going for the pick, and Kincaid snags it out of the air and just kind of walks in. So I thought Kincaid looked great.
The Bills win over the Dolphins in their final trip to Highmark Stadium, 31-21. It was a one-score game throughout the entirety of the game until the end. Matt Prater hit a 48-yard field goal to put the Bills up by 2 scores, and they closed it out from there. Josh Allen didn't do a ton in this game yardage-wise. He did have 3 passing touchdowns, though. 1 to Dalton Kincaid, 1 to Khalil Shakir, and also 1 to Jackson Hawes on a little shuffle pass near the goal line. James Cook with a big day, over 100 yards and a touchdown for him. His great season continues. The Bills win over Miami. Injury-wise, they came out okay. Christian Benford left for a minute took a hit from Taylor Rapp, but he just had the wind knocked out of him, and he did return. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Next up, the New Orleans Saints, 1 o'clock next Sunday in week number 4. Again, at Highmark Stadium. The Bills 3-0, Miami 0-3. There was a report from Ian Rappaport before the game that Dolphins owner Stephen Ross does not want to fire Mike McDaniel, that he would only get to that point if fans stop showing up to the stadium or if the team quit on McDaniel, and last night didn't appear that Miami did that totally. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy looking to play this Sunday after missing a game. He got a limited practice in with the 49ers yesterday, so it looks to be tracking towards he will play for San Francisco over Brock Purdy. A couple of other injuries around the league. Tucker Kraft, tight end of the Green Bay Packers, has a back injury. He had some tests yesterday and is believed to be all good, but they'll be tracking how he practices today. Ladd McConkey back at practice for the Chargers after missing on Wednesday, so he appears to be okay. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, Sal Capaccio joining us here. It's a Football Friday, a Buffalo Bills Victory Friday. You know what? When we come back on Monday, we're calling that Victory Monday, too. You know, Fridays, Mondays, days of the week, it's tough. Football Friday brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
It's kind of like when NBC has the Thursday night opener, but they still have all the graphics that say Sunday Night Football.
Right.
Because it's the Sunday Night Football show,
right, on
even
Thursday.
Though it's on a Thursday.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sal Capaccio joins us here. Sal, I've got a tough ask for you here, but I want to... Joe said something in the update that it reminds me of something, and I don't remember what it's from. But Stephen Ross, the owner, saying they're not going to fire Mike McDaniel unless... What was it?
Rappaport said that Stephen Ross doesn't want to fire McDaniel. He would only get to that point if fans either stop showing up to the stadium or the players quit on him.
Right. So, to me, I hear that and I think it's one of those moments where, why would he say that? Why are you saying? Is he telling you this is how it's? And there's a movie or a famous movie event where there's some announcement, and whether it's the cops or the criminal or the good guy or the bad guy, somebody says something, and everyone says, why would he say that? The idea is Stephen Ross just said to his fans, just don't show up. Don't show up, and you give me the green light.
Wow.
You let me know what you want me to do here. If the fans don't show up, I feel like the fans weren't showing up already.
That's the joke I was waiting for someone to make.
Alan Poupar,
about Miami fans don't showing up anyway.
We talked with Alan Poupar of SI.com, and he had already said the fans have checked out.
Right.
So by Stephen Ross saying that, why would he say that? It's the giveaway. He's saying, like, I'll do it. Just stop showing up, guys. Anyway, if anybody can remember that movie, that's a call out to some...
I don't know.
Caper.
Sal, I don't know if you know it. I don't know it.
Put me an arrow down.
I don't know. I don't know the movie, but it reminds me of, I think, even with our own kids, like, well, really, I can't do that unless this happens.
Right.
Oh, you know what I mean?
Right. If only we could.
Little bribe there, right? You want to make it happen. So I don't. Yeah, that's kind of a weird one, right there. I thought the Dolphins were very fightful last night.
Yes.
They had a lot of fight, and I just think going into this game, the talk of. It's crazy. Even after the game now, look, I would first tell you, we could talk about it. I don't think the Bills played their best football game. There's no doubt. So, yeah, certainly a lot of things that you could say they should have done this better, that better. But, man, I think the over-expectation of the way this team should have just blown them out. This is the NFL, man. Holy cow, they just won a division game by 10 points. 31, they scored 30 points again. But because it wasn't the 40-point blowout of a team that was 0-2, I think that it seems like a lot of people are upset this morning about a lot of things. And I think you have to put in perspective, this is about the Dolphins now, what they were trying to accomplish. This is a team trying to salvage their season. They did have a lot of fight. It's a division game, and they gave everything they had. No doubt the Bills did not play their best game, and there's things that they have to do differently. But I thought the Dolphins were a very competitive team last night and did everything they could to try and salvage their season after 2 weeks.
I do too. I thought that it was a game with plenty of fight, and the rivalry was ticking up there. Sal, it got physical, right?
Yeah.
Allen gets hit from behind, and they're
Allen got in a guy's face.
yeah. Like you saw a good amount of fire from the Dolphins. So if you're trying to make the case they're quitting on their coach, I think it's a tough case to make today.
Agreed. I don't think they were quitting on their coach at all, and they now have another nationally televised game for their next game. It's a Monday night against the Jets.
All right.
They'll have 11 days for that one. So, maybe things, again, you evaluate that. I felt that if they were competitive and it was close in any regard, that there was going to be no firing of Mike McDaniel. The only way would be if it really, truly got super bad and they laid down. They did not lay down. So I don't think that's the case. But at the end of the day, the Bills beat them by 10 points still. As much as we could say, like, the Bills did do this or that, they still scored 30 points. They won a division game. And, now they themselves have 10 days to kind of reset themselves and get ready for another one.
We should be thanking them for when they make it a little interesting, Sal. Come on, a little drama.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Do you want the answer to my query
On what the movie's from?
Yes, I've got it.
I can't wait till this to be a movie from 1986.
No, 90s. This is an MVP for performance from Adam, who remembered this. So Stephen Ross saying, I can't fire him unless you stop showing up to the games. It's Dustin Hoffman in the movie Outbreak, when he tells the guy, like, hey, that bomber can't complete its run if you get in its way. Like, why would he say that? He tells him how to. Yes,
that's right, yes.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if Joe's ever seen Outbreak.
I haven't, and I just looked it up, and the movie poster is like a what is it, a lemur, a monkey, spider monkey on it.
You should see Outbreak.
This looks crazy.
It's great. Yeah. Anyway, Sal. All right, arrow up, arrow down. We'll get to that in a moment, but I want to take a moment just to talk about the final Dolphins game, the scene, Thursday Night Football. Bills fans, we are living a life where we get all these spotlights, right? Where Western New York ends up in the spotlight, and now it's about the new stadium, and I feel like Amazon did a lot with that, talking about Fitz going over there, and Fitz on the broadcast, and Fitz on the field, and I know you're at the game. It's always these glow-up moments for the Bills. They really have so many of these days, and here comes another one. Primetime, Dolphins win, ho-hum. The Bills end up looking like a top-class organization, like they often do in these spots.
I didn't know that Fitz took off his shirt until Yana showed me this morning when I got up, and she's like, did you see Fitz last night? I said, yes, I saw him. I actually did see Fitz. After the game, the Amazon crew was hanging out, so I talked to him for a minute, and she goes, no, did you see he took off his shirt? No, I didn't see that part. So she showed me the video, and Josh was on there, and he was chanting, take it off with the fans. And he took off his shirt, and, Fitz is loved by Buffalo. And afterwards, I don't know if you guys saw, but when I was actually standing on the field watching them, and they're trying some really hot wings, him and Andrew Whitworth and a few of the other people on crew. And as far as your point about, Buffalo and the way that they look, listen, the NFL loves Buffalo right now. They do. They love Buffalo. They love the Buffalo Bills. They love Josh Allen. They love everything about what's going on here. Every year I interview Mike North, as you guys know, who's one of the head schedule makers of the league. And every year he not only says that the Bills are still must-watch TV, it gets bigger and better every year for them. They want as much of the Bills as possible. CBS, NBC, Amazon, ESPN, it doesn't matter. Everybody wants a piece of the Buffalo Bills. They want a piece of Josh Allen. This city, this stadium, the fan base resonates around the league. Yep. And it was another really good showing last night, and it does not hurt. Hey, there's one thing to say. Snow globes and the aesthetics of a December game are great, but it also doesn't hurt when you have absolutely gorgeous September weather, and everybody I talk to is like, man, this is great weather out here, and we love coming here like this. So all of that really matters.
Sal Capaccio. All right, Sal. To the game itself, we saw, I don't say like breakout performances, but this is how the Bills kind of want to do things as a team, whether it's Jackson Hawes or Dalton Kincaid. Is that Kincaid's best game with the Bills, right? He kind of showcases a lot of what he's able to do. The touchdown, he nearly had a second one. Allen looks for him on another play as well. Like we really got a good full boat of Kincaid and the tight ends as a group and where they function as a function of this offense.
This was everybody eats. That's what it was. 10 people had targets. 9 guys had receptions. 5, 6 players had 2 or more receptions. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players had double-digit yardage or higher. The highest being Dalton Kincaid at 66. He was really good. Both Chris Brown this week, I'll give him credit, and I said on the pregame show that the tight ends should probably factor into this game because the Dolphins just didn't have good coverage from their linebackers. They're not great at the second level at covering, and the Bills took advantage of that early on. They attacked it, and Dalton Kincaid was targeted early and often. I would agree this could be considered maybe his best game in a Bills uniform. And what's really great to see about Dalton Kincaid is he is blocking really well. And there are plays every game, including this game, where he is making a block. I think there was one on Shakir's.
The touchdown.
Yeah. Was it Shakir?
Yep.
Yeah, because I know Tyrell Shavers might have had one on that one too. I'm not sure, but he's making blocks too. He's doing his job in the run game. And then when you add Jackson Hawes in there, I talked to the tight ends, not Dalton. I talked to Dawson and Jackson Hawes in the locker room about this, about what it does to a defense when you could put 13 personnel on the field and you're not just pounding the ball at them, because that's what you think about 13 personnel. And they just both lit up and said that's the dream, right? Where you put 3 tight ends on the field and teams just still don't know what you're going to do. And the Bills have really leaned into that and they've used that. So this was everybody eats. This is exactly the way that the Bills envision it with how they want to operate their offense.
And that personnel, Sal, you tweeted out the snap counts. It is kind of wild to see how much 3 tight ends can play. Like when your third string tight end is on the field for almost half the snaps. And it's a big day for James Cook. And a lot of those big runs that he had, especially in the first half, he had a sequence where I feel like he had 5 runs in a row that were all gaining 6 or more yards. And a lot of those big runs he was getting, Sal, were when all 3 of the tight ends were on the field.
No doubt. And again, you're going to put a defense in a bind because traditionally when you see that package, you can just kind of load up the box and say, okay, they're coming at us. I don't think you could do that when the Bills put their 13 on the field. Now, you still might want to, given the down and distance situation, but the fact is the Bills can throw out of that. They can still run with their quarterback out of that. They can do what they did with Jackson Hawes, which is leak them out. By the way, Jackson Hawes has a block and Matthew Judon. He puts Matthew Judon to the ground before he catches a touchdown pass.
A defensive end.
I mean, yeah, you think about that's what these guys can do. So you're right, Joe. I mean, the Bills just want to use that type of personnel, and every game is going to be different. You're not going to see that every game. You're going to see maybe another game where you don't have as much 13 personnel. They didn't want to use it as much against the Ravens as they did until later in the game when they saw that there was a few things they could do with that type of personnel, and that's how they got Jackson Hawes down the field. So there's going to be some games where you're not going to use it as much. But this was, I think, the typical kind of philosophical game the Bills want to play. It. They didn't execute a lot of times the way they wanted to. They had how many straight a series with a punt, and that's not good. So it wasn't always the best or flawless execution, no doubt about it. But I think overall the philosophy of how they want to win kind of played into this game.
Sal Capaccio joining us. Sal, let's get to the defense and how they performed. Third down defense, it was great against the Jets. I think a big part of that was how they got them into third and very long in that game. But the third down defense kind of rears its ugly head or whatever. Gets back to the problem it was last year. They could not get off the field consistently to finding Jalen Waddle, to finding scrambles. What do you make of the defensive performance overall, and specifically as we dig into third down, which we know has been a focal point for McDermott and for Brandon Beane this offseason?
Third down defense wasn't good, and what's troubling about what you just said is right, because they also had third and longs here, and they couldn't get them off the field. Miami converted several third and longs. But overall, 10 for 15, when you hold the team 0 for 11, that's amazing. But 10 for 15 is just unacceptable. You can't have that. That being said, I think the reasons for that were mostly the fact that the Bills did not finish their pass rush. They did not finish sacks. They got around Tua, but they didn't get to Tua. And uncharacteristically, we don't see this a lot from Tua, he was able to get out of the pocket, and he was able to scramble, and then he was able to make some throws down the field. So I think, to me, that was a reason why. They blitzed, too. And when you blitz and you don't get home, you guys know what happens. You leave holes, right? And I think that was part of an issue. So third down defense was an issue. But I think the biggest issue on third down was they just didn't get to the quarterback. You have to get to the quarterback. When it's third and long and you're going to send pressure, you got to get home. Because if not, you're going to have too many opportunities for spaces down the field to make a play. And what's a double-edged sword? You say, well, they don't blitz. That's fine, but then you're going to give him more time in the pocket. Uncharacteristically, though, I say, because he's just not known to be a scrambler. He scrambled. He got out of the pocket. He threw the ball on target a couple of those times, and he even ran for one himself. So the Bills will have to clean that up. They'll go back and figure out and see. But more of the biggest issue to me wasn't the overall numbers on third down. Yes, that looks bad. It was the fact that they just could not. They only had 5 total quarterback hurries, by the way, in this game, credited with. 5 quarterback hurries, 0 sacks, 5 quarterback hurries. They needed more out of the defensive ends. Joey Bosa, to me, was fine. But he got close. He didn't finish the play. Like, you got to finish. But you didn't get anything from Rousseau. You didn't get anything from Epinesa. It's just you didn't really get anybody getting enough of Tua, getting to him and getting him on the ground, because typically you get that when you play him.
Yeah, that's where, like, so you said, like, earlier, you know, like, some people are upset that they didn't win by more. I wouldn't qualify myself as upset for sure. Like, disappointment in a couple of areas would be more accurate, and one of them is that. Like, really, it's the Dolphins' 2 weakest units are their secondary and their offensive line, and it didn't really feel like the Bills took crazy advantage of either of those. And on that offensive line point, like, I think that's going to be tough for a guy like Tre'Davious White if you're not going to get home and you're going to supply pressure, because then you're putting him in a bind where he's got to cover Jalen Waddle one-on-one at this stage in his career, Sal, and maybe the hope would be later in the year that Max Hairston could be a guy that could give you that, but Trey White's not going to be able to cover a receiver like that one-on-one.
Yeah, I gave downs to both White and Benford for that very reason, Joe. I just thought there was too much space. But again, you got to get home too. And when it's third and long, you're going to give them a little bit of space and say, okay, we're going to try and keep things in front of us. But when you got to cover for that extra second and a half, it makes it a lot tougher. So there's no doubt. I mean, you'd love to see a better performance and closer coverage and knocking some balls away. Trey had a real nice bat away of a ball intended for Achane. But overall, I thought there was too much space for Waddle and Tyreek to operate. They had a total of 10 catches. They both scored. Now, neither of them went truly off, right? I think 60-something and 50-something yards or something like that, whatever it was, 60 and 30. So, you know, the numbers were okay, but they both scored. But there were critical times of the game, third downs, where those guys found themselves open. And a lot of times it was on third and long because you're giving them a little bit more space, and then all of a sudden, pass rush doesn't get home. Tua's out of the pocket. He extends the play a little bit. Sean McDermott talked about it after the game. Extending the play was a few times was what Tua did. And on the other side, Joe, I agree. The weakest part of the Dolphins, the secondary and the second level, where the Bills were great at attacking the second level early on. I don't know what adjustment the Dolphins made, or the Bills just didn't go back to it, because I thought they should have gone back to it in the second half. They didn't. The Bills attempted one pass over 10 yards the whole game in the air. That's it. I don't know if you guys saw that stat that was tweeted this morning.
We did.
The Bills and Dolphins tied for the lowest amount of total air yards attempted in a game, or whatever, because the Dolphins threw behind the line of scrimmage a lot. But I'm going to say this before I make a sweeping judgment about that. I want to see what the Dolphins did to maybe keep everything underneath, right? You have Josh Allen, and it's, why can't Joe Brady throw deep? Why can't he call these plays? There were definitely times Josh Allen looked at downfield and then he checked it down. No, you can see it on the field. He's looking downfield and then he checks it down. And why is that? Probably because it's either one of two things, really, or maybe both. Maybe the receivers aren't separating downfield, or maybe the Dolphins are just playing a shell, and you can't throw it there because they're not giving you anything there.
Yeah, I wonder too, as those start to creep out. I saw we'll see some of those film clips on social media, and people watch it themselves. There's a play where I just saw Coleman is coming open down the sideline 25 yards away, and Allen no, quick pop 5 yards to James Cook. That's a throw where maybe he could have made it. In fact, he's probably going to be able to make it, but he's taken the I'm not going to put the ball in harm's way here play.
That's right. And I think what we've learned is that Josh has learned that it's better to survive another play than to take an unnecessary risk, especially when you have a defense that takes the ball away generally, and you're probably going to the more risk that you minimize, you'll have a better chance to win. It didn't hurt them in this game on the final score, but this was a tie game late in the game, right? And maybe if you take a shot down the field, maybe you have the ability to break something open, no doubt about it. But at the same time, Josh Allen, guys, he completed almost 80% of his passes for 3 touchdown passes, right? So as much as it wasn't, that's the funny thing about it. We're talking, and again, I'll be the first to tell you, like, man, there were struggles from the offense. And then you look up at the end of the day, 31 points and 3 touchdown passes thrown, right? Like, well, how did that happen?
Well, was that the problem for you when they were stifled? Like 3 punts in a row, it ends up being 2 because of the penalty. Was it that? Was it also that the run game kind of hit a little bit of a rough patch there too, or was it everything?
I think at the time that it happened, that was for me like, this is not. It felt like the Bills should have ran away with this game, and they didn't, because they did not get any points in that sequence where they had the ball down to the Miami 16-yard line. They didn't score because they go incomplete. No gain. I think it was incomplete, and then the sack by Allen, and then the missed field goal. That was a huge sequence, to be honest with you guys. Like after that missed field goal, the Dolphins come down the field and score, and now you're in a tie game, and now the game gets a little bit tighter. Now you can't play as free and loose. I think if the Bills score a touchdown on that drive, they go up 2 scores. I mean, maybe Miami has to start being a little bit more one-dimensional early in the game. Miami could keep you off balance now because of that. To me, that was a huge sequence. So it was really when it happened, Joe. And, thankfully, the Bills did score a touchdown on their first drive of the second half. But then they go 3 plays, 7 yards, 6 plays, 15 yards. Like, it just wasn't good enough at that point. You would love to see them put them away earlier. They didn't put them away. That was, I think, what happened of why the Dolphins were able to stay in the game. You needed to get one more score to put a little distance and say, okay, Miami, you got to play catch up now.
803-0550. Mike in Pennsylvania with Sal. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Hey, yeah, I'm impressed with the personnel that they're running on the offense, but I'm really super intrigued on how this defense is going to evolve. And what I mean that is there's a couple people injured. There's a couple rookies that need to come in. I think there's moves that we can get better if we stay healthy down the stretch. So that's really got me excited because I don't want to play the best ball at the beginning of the year. I'd like to play it going into the playoffs, and I really have hope for the 2 rookies in the front, especially Deion Walker, who played when he was in there, he played excellent. And maybe Hancock at safety, maybe they make a move. I love Trey White, but he didn't have his best game yesterday. Maybe Dorian Strong starts to play a role on the team. So there is moves the Bills can make to get this defense where it needs to be heading into the playoffs.
Sal, to this point, I want to ask you, I was going to get to this, Hairston's timeline. Talk to us about Hairston's timeline. I mean, when he got hurt, he'd flashed, but he was not at that point winning the job. And, we expect that to come in time. What do you think is a realistic timeline for Hairston to be full speed, up and running? And are the Bills obviously aware of the possibility of a Cole Bishop scenario where you missed a lot of time? And that's going to be tough for him to kind of make up the mental reps while also getting healthy and being game ready.
Well, I think the Bills are very aware of it. I don't know if fans are ready for it, to be honest with you. I mean, I think fans might see the game from Tre'Davious White last night, and then if Max Hairston, is eligible to start, if they start practicing him, let's say in another week and a half, 2 weeks after Game 4, because that's when he's eligible, just to go operational here for the timeline, he needs to miss one more game. So does Tyler Bass. But once he misses one more game, if the team feels he's healthy enough to be able to play again, they'll put him on the practice field. Once he's on the practice field, he has 21 days to practice before they have to activate him. So it could be another 3 weeks after that. It could be after the bye week before they even activate him because they'd have 21 days to do that. That being said, guys, I mean, he got this, how long? It's been over a month now, right? I mean, it was before the first preseason game. Hard Knocks had just showed up, I think. It was not too long into training camp. So what's that look like as far as a ramp up and getting back and how much time missed? And when I say, are fans ready for it? I think there's going to be to me, they're going to be too many people that will have an unreasonable expectation that he's just going to walk back in and be able to take a job and play. It's not going to work like that because, the mental reps, the physical, everything. And, I mean, at the same time, he's got to actually practice to get on the field and make sure he is healthy. You can't just activate him after 4 weeks and say he's ready to go after not playing football on a sprained knee for 2 months, right? So I think people have to at least understand that. The caller says, help could come. Look, I think help comes in the form of Michael Hoyt. I'm really excited for what he could do to add to this defense. I think Michael Hoyt is going to be a really big key to this defense and a piece when he is healthy. And I think the Bills have plans for how to use him. I loved what I saw from him. And now is he the end-all, fix-all? Of course not. Third downs or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't suddenly come in and, make your defense, the 85 Bears. Is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, though, I just think he is a guy that's really going to help as far as what you want to do personnel-wise, schematically against teams. So that's the timeline of Max Harrison, by the way. We're 3 games in. So anybody who was placed on IR, including Tyler Bass, they have 1 more game. And then Hoyt and Ogunjobi, they have to still sit for 3 more games. However, they can start practicing after the next game with the team. They just can't be activated, and they can't be out on the field until after 6 weeks.
And Ogunjobi, Sal, we should maybe consider him. The Bills are getting, I think, a nice surprise from Deion Walker early, but TJ Sanders not as much on the interior. So I think Ogunjobi would be dressing for these games unless Sanders makes a big jump.
Yeah, that's a good point, because this past last week, Matt Bove and I had a really good debate about Landon Jackson and about him getting a jersey or not getting a jersey. And Matt's basic point was, look, your 3rd-round pick's got to be getting a jersey. If he's not, something's going wrong. My point is, well, I think that's a sign of a strong roster. It's a 3rd-round pick. Like, I don't know what to expect from him year 1. Like, there's guys ahead of him. That's fine. You could fill wherever you want. But look, guys, I mean, when Ogunjobi comes back, isn't there a possibility that TJ Sanders doesn't get a jersey?
Yeah, very possible.
And, I mean, he's your 2nd-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, that won't look good.
Well,
right?
Listen.
I don't know. See, that's the debate. I mean, you're right. It won't look good for him, but who does it not look good for?
Well,
I think
because who's he supposed to play over?
I think it doesn't look good for Landon Jackson that he can't get over last year's 5th-round pick that plays 10 snaps.
Right, and
that's what
I think that, again, it all comes down to how they look in January, and that's what really matters.
That's right, yeah.
So if, you tell me Landon Jackson and TJ Sanders aren't dressing now, and Max Harrison is rehabbing and going to take a little time, but by the time we get to December, the Bills are their finished form of defense and ready to, do the best they can, then I'll take that. But the answer to the question of who does that look bad for is Bean. If like your 2nd and 3rd and round picks are not contributing, he does have the 4th and 5th, which they actually tend to hit quite a bit. But if you draft a lot of linemen and they don't dress your young guys, I mean, in the short term, it looks bad for the GM. But again, like they could certainly pan out and be just fine.
Right, and that's my contention, which is I actually think it just is a sign of a healthy, strong roster. Because if you're not the Carolina Panthers, right? I mean, 2nd and 3rd round picks better play right away. I mean, the Buffalo Bills, you would love, in a dream scenario, all your young guys play. But that also means that you have spots where they can play, right? I mean, like, I think the whole point is to build a roster where when you draft a guy in the 3rd round, if he's not getting a jersey, and you could say, well, I can't believe he can't beat out Javon Solomon, but do you think he should? I don't know. Maybe, next year, A.J. Epenesa's not on this team probably. He's a free agent. I don't know about Joey Bosa. Like, this is why you develop talent. This is the debate, though, and it's fine. I had no issue either way. I'm saying, though, I think it's a healthy debate, and it's a good discussion. I don't think it's as clear-cut. There's a lot of nuance here, right? I mean, like, if Landon Jackson or TJ Sanders, when Ogunjobi comes back, no doubt you could say they never should have signed Larry Ogunjobi, and that could be on the GM or whoever, and they signed him and all of that. But at the same time, you could also say, man, like, they got guys, they're drafting guys, they're developing, and this is what it's supposed to look like on the back end.
803-0550, our phone number. Thanks, Sal. Extra point show coming up today, 10 o'clock. All right. Sal Capaccio is arrow up, arrow down. We can get to all of it, but you can find that at our website, WGR550.com. Bills go to 3-0, 31-21, beating the Dolphins. It is Buffalo Bills Football Friday, and Football Friday is brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Sal Capaccio joining us. Sal, let's get to the defense and how they performed. 3rd down defense, it was great against the Jets. I think a big part of that was how they got them into 3rd and very long in that game. But the 3rd down defense kind of rears its ugly head or whatever. Gets back to the problem it was last year. They could not get off the field consistently to finding Jalen Waddle, to finding scrambles. What do you make of the defensive performance overall, and specifically as we dig into 3rd down, which we know has been a focal point for McDermott and for Brandon Beane this offseason?
3rd down defense wasn't good, and what's troubling about what you just said is right, because they also had 3rd and longs here, and they couldn't get them off the field. Miami converted several 3rd and longs. But overall, 10 for 15. When you hold the team 0 for 11, that's amazing. But 10 for 15 is just unacceptable. You can't have that. That being said, I think the reasons for that were mostly the fact that the Bills did not finish their pass rush. They did not finish sacks. They got around Tua, but they didn't get to Tua. And uncharacteristically, we don't see this a lot from Tua, he was able to get out of the pocket, and he was able to scramble, and then he was able to make some throws down the field. So I think, to me, that was a reason why. They blitz, too. And when you blitz and you don't get home, you guys know what happens. You leave holes, right? And I think that was part of an issue. So third down defense was an issue. But I think the biggest issue on third down was they just didn't get to the quarterback. You have to get to the quarterback. When it's third and long and you're going to send pressure, like, you got to get home. Because if not, you're going to have too many opportunities for spaces down the field to make a play. And what's a double-edged sword? You say, well, they don't blitz. That's fine, but then you're going to give him more time in the pocket. Uncharacteristically, though, I say, because he's just not known to be a scrambler. He scrambled. He got out of the pocket. He threw the ball on target a couple of those times. And he even ran for one himself. So the Bills will have to clean that up. They'll go back and figure out and see. But more of the biggest issue to me wasn't the overall numbers on third down. Yes, that looks bad. It was the fact that they just could not. They only had 5 total quarterback hurries, by the way, in this game, credited with. 5 quarterback hurries, 0 sacks, 5 quarterback hurries. They needed more out of the defensive ends. Joey Bosa, to me, was fine. But he got close. He didn't finish the play. Like, you got to finish.
That might be the best Kincaid game we have seen.
Yeah.
The best one, where you really do see, on the broadcast, who is it? Help me. Herbstreit, of course. Herbstreit.
Yeah.
Herbstreit says he's got wide receiver skills. I'm brought back to think of him like a wide receiver.
He said that, by the way, after he had a drop.
He
by
did.
The way.
That's right. He did say that right after a drop.
It might be a little aggressive. The safety's hand was in
that's
there.
Right. That's right.
Yeah,
but he almost gets that one as well. I mean, Kincaid was a hair away from 2 to 3 touchdowns in this game, and I think it's by far the best he's ever looked as a pass catcher. The whole think of him like a wide receiver conversation. If that were his normal game, you would think of him like that, because he was good after the catch. He was good. The catch he makes on the touchdown is great hands. The Miami defender falls down because the Miami defender thinks he's going to get a crack at that ball.
Right.
And here come the big mitts of Kincaid to go shoot right out of the air, steal it from him. Because as the ball's in the air in slow-mo on that play, on the broadcast at least, if you're at the stadium, maybe you didn't see this, it started to look like a hospital ball, as they call it for me.
Yeah.
Like, uh-oh, Kincaid's going to catch this. He's going to get lit up. But instead, the defender looked like they're going for the pick, and Kincaid snags it out of the air and just kind of walks in. So I thought Kincaid looked great.
Bills 31, Dolphins 21. 3-0 for the Bills, 0-3 for Miami. As James Cook goes over 100 yards again, Josh Allen over 200 through 3 touchdowns in the game. 1 to Dalton Kincaid, 1 to Khalil Shakir, and 1 to Jackson Hawes on the night. His first career touchdown. The Bills next up will play the New Orleans Saints next Sunday at Highmark Stadium. That will be a 1 o'clock game. Miami, meanwhile, played it close. It was a one-score game for almost the entirety of it, and Ian Rappaport reported before the game that Stephen Ross does not want to fire Mike McDaniel and that he would only get to that point if fans either stop showing up to games or if the team clearly quits on McDaniel, which didn't appear to happen last night. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy limited practice on Thursday. He is tracking towards being able to play on Sunday, missing only 1 week. Quick hockey note, Anze Kopitar announces his retirement. This will be his final season in the NHL, his 20th year. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Back to pass, looking left, and stretching and reaching for it is Kincaid, and he stumbles into the end zone for the touchdown. A 20-yard touchdown hookup. Allen to Kincaid, and the Bills are an extra point away from tying it up early.
One of the highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It is a Football Friday. Brought to you by Selena Law. Car crash, call Selena. Call the 8s by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Usually on Football Friday, one of the things we do is improving the game plan. That's brought to you by Bath Fitter. Improve your bath in one day with Bath Fitter. It just fits. And you can still kind of do it on a Friday because, after a game like that, plenty of people think they could improve the game plan. The Bills win 31-21. It was a very Bills game. Most games end like this. They have won. They've scored 31 points. They've given up a little bit more than people want them to on defense. And at one point, the offense was not the best you've ever seen.
Yep.
So because of that, we think, how could it have been? Myself included. That is how this goes every week. Next week they'll beat the Saints 35-13, and we'll talk about, I didn't like the sequence where they did this.
I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with being happy that they won and also wishing that it didn't come down to the other team making a stupid mistake to put yourself in position to win it.
I tend to agree.
Right? Because they might have won the game if Zach Sealer doesn't blast Cameron Johnson trying to block a punt. The Bills actually, I wonder what their win probability would have been. Miami with the ball.
At their own 2.
At their own 2. Like, the Bills might have still been favored to win the game.
Yeah.
Betting odds, they definitely would have been favored.
I thought they'd win the whole time. Like, there's never a moment I don't think they win that game.
But they should, their standard, like Sal got to this a little bit too, like, they've set this standard that they can win games, and if it doesn't look great the whole time, then it's going to be pointed out because everybody knows what they're capable of, and they're too good a team to ever punt the ball 3 times in a row. That's what it is for me. They were punting the ball for a 3rd time in a row, and with that quarterback, with that ground game, with that offensive line,
with that secondary over there,
that's definitely true. That defense stinks. They had nobodies playing at corner. Jack Jones isn't that good in the first place. He has to play through an injury because they've got a practice squad guy playing through an injury too who had to come in. That was you called it on Wednesday. That's a wounded animal over there on defense, and you should never punt 3 times in a row to them. So you can be happy and also, I think, at the same time say, yeah, it should have looked better than that.
That tends to be how, from our experience in talking to Joe Brady, how he sounds about it. Like, yeah.
Right, they're going to do that in the film room today.
Right. Yep. Chris in Buffalo is up next. Hey, Chris, good morning. Chris, are you there?
Hey, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking about this a little bit earlier, but I'm curious why the Bills don't seem to want to throw it downfield or push the ball downfield more often. Seems like we're just checking it down, and I don't want to jump around the line and compare to Russell Wilson, but Russell Wilson at least throws some fun moon balls to watch every now and then.
Every clip that I am seeing, like, it's stacking on top of each other from last night's game. It's there might have been something down the field, and Allen took the running back. So I wonder if yesterday it was Allen was very intentional to not push the ball down the field.
Maybe. I mean, I think there's still a case that ball winners down the field, they are light on.
He's got tied.
They have maximum of 2.
Right. Like in one play I just watched, like it's not a receiver going down the field. It's Ty Johnson on like a
wheel route.
Kind of, but he's going to the middle of the field, and he's going to be open for like 15, 20 yards, and he takes Palmer for 5.
Yeah.
So, right, it kind of works both ways.
Which is Palmer's only catch.
That was his only catch.
1 catch for 5 yards.
Right, and there was a better option on the play. But, like, again, it's Allen just like I'm going to... Yesterday, it seemed like he thought, I'm going to just dink and dime my way to winning this football game and not make mistakes. And
it's possible the Bills think we can do that when we really need to, but otherwise, we are good at a lot of things. We have a quarterback who has thrown 30 touchdowns to 1 interception.
In his last 11 games.
Right, and the 1 interception was a 3rd and 16 bomb punt.
Yeah, to New England last year. And by the way, I tweeted the clip out. This is only interception in the last 11 games. 3rd and 16, he just threw it to the end zone because there was nothing there. The New England player
returned it to the 1.
Yeah. So it was actually like the best punt of the season.
It was a perfect interception.
Yeah, it was a great interception.
So if you have that, and you have this level of efficiency, that's probably how you want to win in the regular season against inferior opponents. Like, again, you can't convince people you're going to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs until you beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. We've even seen this in games against the Chiefs in the regular season. They beat the Chiefs by 2 scores last year and still lost in the playoffs. So we kind of live that life. But the down the field stuff, maybe it's there in perfectly schemed opportunities. I don't think they have guys that are just going to win that. Like, Coleman, they've not thrown as many go balls for him this year as last year. Last year, they threw him a lot. And
no, he's running comeback routes now.
Yes, he is, because those he can win. I don't think he can win down the field regularly the way that they might have wanted him to last year. He did catch and have a nice play on it's a short yardage play in the red zone, and Allen snap throws, and it's Coleman doing what he does best. And what I'm getting at is here, like the throw comes, and it's on him fast, hands, he protects the ball, he makes the catch. One thing the Bills do really well is use players to their strengths. And if you're going to use Coleman, that's a way he's going to win. Mm-hmm. He's going to win where there's no time to react for the defensive back, and his frame is big, short yardage, bang. This should be easy pitch and catch. You can get this guy.
It was a slant on 3rd and 2. They did that to him.
Yep.
They threw him a screen yesterday that I liked too.
I like him on screens as well, yards after catching. Finding a way to get the ball to him in space is part of it. And down the field, their best down the field guy might be Palmer, and
yes,
that's not happening unless it's Baltimore very late and you're driving for a score to win the game. Otherwise, they haven't really tried it. Like you said, Josh looked that way against the Jets, and his arm got hit as he tried to make a throw. Maybe who's picking somebody else, we kind of don't know. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. We'll get more calls in. We're wide open all the way till Chris Brown at 8:30. So if you're on hold, we will get right to your calls, as many as we can, as quick as we can. Jeremy and Joe, it is Football Friday, Victory Friday here on WGR. Sal Capaccio. All right, Sal, to the game itself, we saw, I don't say like breakout performances, but this is how the Bills kind of want to do things as a team, whether it's Jackson Hawes or Dalton Kincaid. Is that Kincaid's best game with the Bills, right? He kind of showcases a lot of what he's able to do. The touchdown, he nearly had a second one. Allen looks for him on another play as well. Like we really got a good full boat of Kincaid and the tight ends as a group and where they function as a function of this offense.
This was everybody eats. That's what it was. 10 people had targets. 9 guys had receptions. 5, 6 players had 2 or more receptions. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players had double-digit yardage or higher. The highest being Dalton Kincaid at 66. He was really good. Both Chris Brown this week, I'll give him credit, and I said on the pregame show that the tight ends should probably factor into this game because the Dolphins just didn't have good coverage from their linebackers. They're not great at the second level at covering, and the Bills took advantage of that early on. They attacked it, and Dalton Kincaid was targeted early and often. I would agree this could be considered maybe his best game in a Bills uniform. And what's really great to see about Dalton Kincaid is he is blocking really well. And there are plays every game, including this game, where he is making a block. I think there was one on Shakir's.
The touchdown.
Yeah. Was it Shakir?
Yep.
Yeah, because I know Tyrell Shavers might have had one on that one too. I'm not sure. But he's making blocks too. He's doing his job in the run game. And then when you add Jackson Hawes in there, I talked to the tight ends not Dalton. I talked to Dawson and Jackson Hawes in the locker room about this, about what it does to a defense when you could put 13 personnel on the field and you're not just pounding the ball at them, because that's what you think about 13 personnel. And they just both like lit up and said that's the dream, right? Where you put 3 tight ends on the field and teams just still don't know what you're going to do. And the Bills have really leaned into that, and they've used that. So this was everybody eats. This is exactly the way that the Bills envision it with how they want to operate their offense.
Like, highlighting the guys that made great plays in this game: Cook, Kincaid, Elijah Moore, Terrell Bernard, Deion Walker.
Deion Walker
Walker
on that last play.
Deion Walker is their best draft pick so far. He really might be. Jackson Hawes, honorable mention.
Jackson Hawes might be their best draft pick.
It's one
so
of those
far.
two. They've got nothing from their first 3 in part because of injuries and guys being inactive. But yeah, their best picks are the 4th and 5th round, which actually tracks. That's how it normally goes.
And the 6th round pick, if you want to throw Dorian Strong a little bit. I mean, they're the 4th, 5th, 6th guys.
He is fast, Dorian Strong.
Yes,
he is noticeably fast, and he can track down anybody to make a tackle. Chris Brown on the call. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Elijah Moore, big play there. Bills looking to ice the game. And that did a lot of work.
Can't imagine Curtis Samuels finding his way in without an injury because Moore made a couple plays. Shavers made a couple of plays. You're not taking Palmer out, so those guys are staying in, I think.
Jeremy and Joe will get some calls in here on the Bills win over Miami. 31-21, 3-0. Next up, the Saints. You got a look-ahead line on that game?
Ooh.
Right.
I bet it didn't move much from...
Sure, right.
It was like 15.5.
Rob in North Carolina. Hey, Rob.
Hey guys, I wanted to bring up what I saw with the third down, obviously defense. You know, seems like the past two seasons we're struggling against like teams that have two very good receivers. Like, look at how many third downs we gave up against the Rams last season, and now you have like Waddle and Hill, and we struggle to get them off the field. At the end of the first half, where it was like 3rd and 12, we should have gotten them off the field. 3rd and 10, we should have done. Tyreek was wide open on a couple of them plays. It's like I'm kind of getting worried about our third, like especially our safeties and our corners. I'm kind of getting worried about that.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing differently. They blitzed more, it looked like a little bit yesterday, so I don't think it was that they were being passive. I mean, it was different things. Waddle would make a play, or Hill got a third down where Bernard just went too far to the outside and he left the cutback open. Like, it was different things, I think, on different plays, but they could not get off the field. I'm hoping, I don't know if he'll get on the field till like very late in the year, but if they're going to blitz, Hairston would be the key to me to getting off the field because he should be able to speed-wise keep up with some of those receivers when he's ISO'd like that.
Yeah, I mean, Hairston, what you need out of Hairston and what really the whole thing adds up to is, could I just say third down pass defense?
Yes.
Like, why you say two receivers? I think pass defense. Because last year they had the worst pass defense they've had by their standard in a long time. And this year, against Miami, they had some trouble. Mm-hmm. Against Baltimore, they had a lot of trouble. Mm-hmm. And against the Jets, they did not because the Jets' quarterback is not good. So I think you might see a trend. You might call it two receivers. I would call it wait till they play good quarterbacks, and I bet they have some trouble in pass coverage and in pass defense. Their safeties, their corners, like they're just it's a step down. In fact, Benford, whatever, you want to use PFF, Benford is the lowest graded cover corner the Bills have right now.
On the season or yesterday?
Season. Benford. Below Dorian Strong in coverage. Now, at the beginning of the year, he had a groin, right? So I don't know, maybe he's working through that. It was scary moments yesterday when he went down.
And is he following guys around? He was on Hill most of the time yesterday.
Hill,
like whenever they were throwing to Waddle, it was Trey White, and whenever they were throwing to Hill, it was Benford.
And it's 5 for 10 for him.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like we'll see. I think it's pass defense, and that's the number one thing the Bills have to prove. That's why they drafted 3 defensive linemen, right? That's why they drafted Hairston. It's about their pass defense. That's why they signed Michael Hoyt. That's why they signed Joey Bosa. Like, they need to fix their pass defense. And that's in large part because the way they're built. They always invite the run. You want to run, that's fine. Baltimore put them over here. Anybody else? You want to run? Go for it. Go for it. We'd love to get you to throw it on us on third down. The problem the Bills have kind of run into, I think, is that their pass defense has just consistently drifted off a little bit, and we see that against these teams that are able to convert third downs, which are often passing situations. Now, their third down run defense and short yardage might be bad too, but third and longs, like Sal pointed out, like it's third and long, and pass defense against a good team that can pass the ball, you have some problems. 803-0550, wide open segment. We'll get to all your calls here and your comments in the chat as well. It is a Victory Friday, Football Friday. Beautiful day. Beautiful weekend on the way. What are you going to do with all your extra time?
I know.
You going to watch the Chiefs lose to the Giants?
Oh, that's not until Sunday night, though.
All right. What else are we watching?
Is it apple picking season or is it strawberry? What are we picking these days?
It might be a little early for apple picking. Maybe not.
It's too early for pumpkin patches and what, right?
We're getting close. The games we get, you get Pittsburgh, New England on Sunday.
Okay.
If you want that one.
Fine.
What else is interesting? Denver and the Chargers is a late game. That's one to watch. That's a very good one to watch. Rams, Eagles.
Who the Ravens play?
The Ravens.
They're Monday night.
Detroit. They play Detroit.
Can't wait for that, too.
Yeah. So, all right, 803-0550, your calls on the other side here on WGR on Football Friday. How many carries for Cook in this game? I'm just pulling up the box score right now.
He ended up with 19 carries for 108 yards.
And Ray Davis and Ty Johnson did what?
3 for Ty Johnson and none for Ray Davis.
How many games in before we talk bell cow? He's getting bell cow numbers.
Yeah, these are high
19 to
percentages.
3 and 0?
Yeah.
Ray Davis.
Right.
Did Ray Davis retire?
I saw him on the field a couple times only because Ian Hartitz pointed out that he does the same Ashton Genty standing up.
Stand up, yeah.
But did he play 3 plays in this game? I couldn't tell you. He didn't do anything on the field once I saw him.
They are definitely leaning into Cook. Oh, it's only 3 games. But any sort of idea about load management, make sure you protect this player. I mean, I'm now nervous when he goes to the ground. He gets tackled around the ankles. I get nervous, but
he took a hit to the back of the knees yesterday.
Yes, he did.
I thought like, ooh,
yes,
but
he did.
He got up.
He
did go to the medical tent.
Miami is Achan 12, Ali Gordon 9. Like that's committee.
Yep,
that's a pretty even split. 19 for Cook, 3 for Ty Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this is a shift. We thought when he signed that extension he would not see an uptick in carries. We thought. They love the mix they've got right now. They're just going to keep that rolling. And Ty Johnson and Ray Davis are not a part of this offense right now. Not really. I mean, Johnson got a couple of catches, I guess, or a couple of targets. He had 1 catch for 8 yards. Ray Davis, no catches, no yards, 1 target. So your production at running back outside of Cook, for Ty Johnson, he had 21 yards, and James Cook ends up with 108 plus 118.
Yep.
118 for Cook. And 21 for Ty Johnson. Like you have a clear bell cow 3 games in.
The uptick has been real for sure.
Yeah.
Third downs, I guess, is really the only place he's not playing. Like they're not rotating him off the field in any other situation. All right, third and long, I should even say. Like that's it. Like Ty Johnson, I'm watching a 3rd and 7 from last night where they took Cook off and put Ty Johnson on, but that was not many of those plays. Like Cook is playing, and they need him right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like
he's their explosive play. Sal Capaccio. All right, Sal. To the game itself, we saw, I don't say like breakout performances, but this is how the Bills kind of want to do things as a team, whether it's Jackson Hawes or Dalton Kincaid. Is that Kincaid's best game with the Bills, right? He kind of showcases a lot of what he's able to do. The touchdown, he nearly had a second one. Allen looks for him on another play as well. Like we really got a good full boat of Kincaid and the tight ends as a group and where they function as a function of this offense.
This was everybody eats. That's what it was. 10 people had targets. 9 guys had receptions. 5, 6 players had 2 or more receptions. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players had double-digit yardage or higher. The highest being Dalton Kincaid at 66. He was really good. Both Chris Brown this week, I'll give him credit, and I said on the pregame show that the tight ends should probably factor into this game because the Dolphins just didn't have good coverage from their linebackers. They're not great at the second level at covering. And the Bills took advantage of that early on. They attacked it. And Dalton Kincaid was targeted early and often. I would agree this could be considered maybe his best game in a Bills uniform. And what's really great to see about Dalton Kincaid is he is blocking really well. And there are plays every game, including this game, where he is making a block. I think there was one on Shakir's.
The touchdown.
Yeah. Was it Shakir?
Yep.
Yeah, because I know Tyrell Shavers might have had one on that one too. I'm not sure, but he's making blocks too. He's doing his job in the run game. And then when you add Jackson Hawes in there, I talked to the tight ends, not Dalton. I talked to Dawson and Jackson Hawes in the locker room about this, about what it does to a defense when you could put 13 personnel on the field and you're not just pounding the ball at them, because that's what you think about 13 personnel. And they just both like lit up and said that's the dream, right? Where you put 3 tight ends on the field and teams just still don't know what you're going to do. And the Bills have really leaned into that and they've used that. So this was everybody eats. This is exactly the way that the Bills envision it with how they want to operate their offense.
The Bills win over Miami, 31-21. It was a one-score game for the majority of the game. Right at the end, Matt Prater hit a field goal to make it a two-score lead to send the Bills to 3-0. Big day for James Cook, over 100 yards and a touchdown. Josh Allen threw for 3 touchdowns, one to Dalton Kincaid, one to Jackson Hawes, and one to Khalil Shakir. The Bills send Miami to 0-3 on the season. The report from Ian Rappaport before the game was that owner Stephen Ross of the Dolphins does not want to fire Mike McDaniel unless fans stop showing up or the team quits on McDaniel, so it appears his job is safe for now. But his team is 0-3, and the Bills get another win. Next up is Sunday against the New Orleans Saints next Sunday at Highmark Stadium. That'll be a 1 o'clock game. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy got a limited practice in with the 49ers on Thursday, and he is tracking towards being able to play on Sunday. Buccaneers rookie receiver Emeka Egbuka did not practice Thursday. He has a hip and a groin injury, so we'll see about his status going into the weekend. Tucker Kraft, tight end in Green Bay, also had a bit of a scare with a back injury, but it is reportedly not a long-term issue. Sabres back on the ice for practice yesterday. Actually, their first practice of the season. Paul's got the details on our website, WGR550.com. Kings captain Anze Kopitar announces his retirement after 20 years in the NHL. He'll play this year and then be done. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your long hometown dealership.
Handoff to Cook, who goes into the end zone almost untouched for a 2-yard touchdown run. The Cook is in the kitchen. Back to pass, fires, it's intercepted! Picked off by Terrell Bernard, coming the other way and out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Terrell Bernard, Mr. Fourth Quarter, comes up huge. He read Tua like a book. A screen pass to Shakir, has a blocker in front, racing to the end zone, and he's in. It's a 15-yard screen pass for a touchdown, as Shakir got great blocking downfield, got up the sideline and into the end zone, and the Bills have the lead back again.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Highlights from Chris Brown on the call. The Bills win on Thursday Night Football, beating the Dolphins 31-21. This is Football Friday, brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase, Joe Kelly producing, Owen Parker running our stream on YouTube. Jump on the stream, say hi to us, look at us, see if we look as tired as you. It was a late night. That's how it goes.
It wasn't as bad, though, as some late games. Like
the Baltimore game was later.
Baltimore game was later. I remember when the opener a couple years ago, the Jet game that went to overtime. That game didn't end until after midnight.
Listen, the Bears preseason game went really late. It was a long game.
Yeah,
it went forever.
This game, like the first half was really quick.
It was. Anyway, we'll talk about whatever you like. The Bills' performance, the Dolphins' performance. I'm kind of inclined to say, before we get to calls, let's say one nice thing about Miami. You know, say one nice thing about Miami?
They did just good enough so that all the TV shows aren't going to be just dunking on them all day.
Yeah.
Right?
That's probably right.
That might be where my disappointment also is a little bit, that the Bills didn't just run them over. Because if they had, today would be all about how much of a disaster Miami is, and fire the coach, and the GM has been there for 30 years and they haven't won. And they probably won't get any of that today.
No, the Bills are playing 4D chess. Oh, look, these guys are close.
Because they want them to stick around?
Keep at it, guys. You're close. No.
Here's your moral victory. They could hand them the moral victory on a platter.
We are watching these teams take moral victories. I mean, the Jets took one in week 1 against the Steelers.
I mean, the Dolphins will do it. I mean, I could see a Dolphins fan or the Dolphins themselves talking themselves into this morning. Like, all right, we're 0-3, but that looked a little bit better. And, hey, look at the schedule coming up.
Right.
We got the Jets. Then we got the Panthers. Now the Chargers are tough, but then we get the Browns.
Yep.
Like, they could talk themselves into, all right, maybe we get back to being competitive here.
Right in time to get absolutely roasted by the Falcons, Ravens, Bills, Commanders.
By the way, they'll play next Monday night against the Jets, so it's a primetime game, and they'll be wearing their rivalry series uniforms. So the next time you see them, they'll be
Dolphins?
wearing those. Yeah, those all
black.
black.
I thought the Bills were the first to wear theirs. It's the Dolphins that are first?
I saw Miami's wearing them next Monday night.
Very good. 803-0550. The thing I'll say nice about the Dolphins, I think Ollie Gordon looks pretty good. They're the other running back, not Achane.
He's a good running back.
Is he 7'7", 500 pounds, and runs a 4.1? Like, he's huge and fast.
Big and fast, yeah.
Anyway.
He was a monster in college until his senior year, where he had the DUI and he had a down year. But I remember he was a Heisman candidate 2 years ago. He had 1,700 yards and 21 touchdowns at Oklahoma State. Was like a Heisman candidate. Probably would have been a high draft pick, but then he did nothing his senior year, and he fell to the in the 5th round? He was a day 3 pick.
He looks pretty good. I also thought Malik Washington for the Dolphins looked pretty good.
And they had a tight end finally do something.
Yes. 803-0550. All right. Takeaways from the game, takeaways from the season. I've got one small takeaway from you. Maybe it's big. The Bills are turning James Cook into a feature back through 3 games. While everyone's talking about everybody eats, not a running back. Not right now. James Cook had 22 touches last night. Todd Johnson had 4. Ray Davis had 0.
He had 1 target, that was it. Didn't catch it.
Ray Davis has disappeared from the offense. Everybody eats except that running back. And further to that point, we've got carry percentages if you want some context on last season versus this season. Last season, James Cook carried the ball on 57%, Davis 31%, Ty Johnson 11%. That's carries. This year, Cook 76%, up from 57 to 76% of the carries. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just 2 games. Maybe that drifts off a little bit later in the year. Maybe there's more load, man. I don't know. But they paid James Cook, and now they've turned him into 3 games in a feature back. He's getting carries near the goal line. He is a thrilling player to watch. He is, add him to the list of I'm excited when he gets the ball players. For a long time, maybe, Joe, I might have been unimpressed by handoffs to your Devin Singletary, Zach Moss, even Ray Davis. Cook is great, and the Bills' scheme gives him – he turns those wide run plays into punt returns. Get to the next level. 1 man to beat. Oh, got his foot. He almost broke 3 50-yard touchdowns in that game and didn't ultimately get one, but, man, I love watching Cook, and I will admit to – maybe I want that 76 number to come down a little bit. 76%. I don't want him to take a lot of hits. I want him to be ready for the postseason. Add him to the list of players to wrap in bubble wrap, because when the time comes and I need my best players, I think about Cook on that short list.
Yeah. Davis, by the way, not only is it that percentage would be even higher if they hadn't played a blowout game against the Jets. Ray Davis so far this year, he has 10 carries, 7 of them when they were up by 3 scores against the Jets. So
not a part of their offense.
Non-division, non-being up 3 score category, he has 3 carries through 3 games.
Yeah.
So he is not involved at all. I mean, Cook is doing that to him, though, right? Cook it looks so good when he's out there. Why would you ever take him off the field if you're going to run the football?
Does he really look that much better than he did last year? He did this last year. He had 16 touchdowns. He led the league in touchdowns.
Yeah.
And he led the league in long touchdowns over the last 3 years as well. He's no different. They're just giving him more looks.
I guess that's true. Right, because last year looked really good also.
I'll get you some prorated numbers in a moment, but first let's get to Mo in New Jersey. Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Really glad the Bills won the game. I think we're in a place where we've become spoiled as Bills fans because they put up 31 points last night, and it felt like the offense struggled. It just felt like they were stuck in the mud at points throughout the game, and it was really frustrating. But when you look up at the end of the day, they scored 31 points, which give them all the credit for that. The one thing that really bothered me, and I'm not the biggest McDermott fan. I realize what we had before McDermott, so I'm not, one to say, just get rid of him. But his use of the timeouts at the end of the first half really irritated me to no end. And then McDaniel, he was no better at the end of the game with his use of the timeouts. He should have used his timeouts on the other side of the 2-minute warning, not
so
after the 2-minute warning.
At the end of the first half, the Bills are using timeouts to try and get the ball back, right? I mean, that's
but the Dolphins converted 2 third and longs on that drive. Like, I've watched this script.
Sure, but
to know
how is the problem the timeouts and not the problem the third and long? Like you're trying to save time for your offense.
But that's the thing is, like, I feel like when McDermott uses defensive timeout to try and get the ball back, more times than not, it ends up falling. Like, it fails.
You're talking about like a timeout to take a look at what they're going to do?
No, well, he was using his timeouts, like you said, to try to
stop
get
the
ball
clock.
back.
Yeah, which I think is what he should be doing.
Let me ask you this: if they hadn't used the timeouts, what would have happened differently?
Listen, at the end of the day, I don't know, right? Who knows? But the defense, our third down defense, like you said, that is the problem, right? That's at the crux of my. They converted a 3rd and 12 and a 3rd and 10 on that drive, and it just felt like they're going to score regardless. So maybe they score sooner. I don't know, and then we can have our timeouts with the ball back. I couldn't tell you, but like it feels like every time he uses the timeouts on defense, when the other team has the ball, they just. More times than not, does not work out for us.
See, that's where, like, I think I do know what would have happened if they hadn't used those timeouts. Miami would have bled the clock. They were not going to give you they were going to just run clock down,
right, and
try to not give the Bills any time left. So I don't really think anything would have been.
And this is end of half versus end of game is different. End of half, there's no benefit to letting them score to get the ball back. You're giving up 7. At best, you get 7 back. What you want to do at the end of a half is keep as many points off the board as possible. And if you can get the ball back, you do. The end of a game, this happened in the Texans and the Bucs. By the way, nobody wants to admit this. Have you seen this story about out of Tampa?
Oh, yeah, that they let Nick Chubb score?
They did. They probably let Nick Chubb score because they're down 1 point, and they get the ball back, and they go and they win.
Yeah.
At the end of a half, you wouldn't do that. At the end of a half, it's just keep them out of the end zone. We don't want. Best case scenario is if after we give a touchdown is we get 1 back, and you'd much rather just work the clock. So I don't have any trouble with what McDermott did at the end of the first half when it comes to the clock.
Right. And on the 31 points, like I think everybody's spoiled by it. Why shouldn't everybody be spoiled? Be spoiled. He set the record yesterday for the quickest of 300 touchdowns in NFL history.
I constantly think this is totally normal for anybody to do, for any athlete to do. Just, if you're going to be mad at fans for evaluating a top team like a top team, then don't post Kobe Bryant at 2-0 saying I'm not happy because the job's not finished.
Yes.
Greats do that.
I'm
not saying the fans are greats, but it's just I think it's totally normal. You're a great team. You're evaluating yourself off being a great team and a high standard. McDermott put the signs up in the building, playoff caliber, and then championship caliber. Like they're trying to play championship caliber football every week, and when something doesn't go right, it's fine to talk about it. I think it's just normal. I don't even think it's Bills fans being spoiled. I think it's every sports fan. I think the conversation about being spoiled is recognizing that we haven't done this in the 20 years. There was too long of a time of doing this. I feel like every team does this all the time.
Yeah, I mean, what are they talking about in Kansas City?
Well, they're 0-2.
Okay, that's different, I guess. Right.
Different. The Chargers, are they talking about how they're not running the ball well enough? Maybe. Are the 2
I would be saying like,
all right. There you go. Here's a great example. What are the Eagles talking about today? They won the Super Bowl.
Oh, you know what they're talking about.
And they're 2-0.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're in there like, hey, this doesn't look too good.
They are lucky they're 2-0, by the way.
Because their passing game is a mess?
Not just that. Their wide receiver said at the end of last season that he got over the Super Bowl win 2 days later because what drives him is like burning a corner and just ripping that dude apart.
Winning.
And now guess what's happening? He ain't getting the football.
No.
They're lucky they're winning because I think that would be a story there. The quarterback is very much, I don't care that I didn't get to 100 yards. We won the game. And the receivers over there like, yeah, I got over the Super Bowl in 2 days because all I live for is just destroying the guy across from me.
Right. He wants to win his matchup. He wants to win every day. That's
what I'm talking about if I'm in Philadelphia.
Sure.
I'm wondering if there's a spat coming between the quarterback and the receiver.
803-0550. Andrew in Rochester. Good morning, Andrew.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Excellent.
Good. So I like Bobby Babich. He's a young guy. I think he has a lot of energy, and players probably resonate really well with him. I'm wondering if he's in a little bit over his head, and the communication on the defensive part is kind of where I'm seeing it. three instances. The Trey White, the touchdown that he gave to Waddle, it looked like he kind of zoned off. I was expecting somebody who was looking like they were blitzing to drop off into that window, and that never happened, so he looked confused. Then they had Waddle and Hill on the same side, stacked up, and it's just Benford sitting over there. And I think Bishop was either supposed to get down into the flat or get up over the top, and the rotation never happened. Or, those are two of the fastest guys in the league, and we got to rotate maybe a lot sooner than that. And then the third play is the Trey White. Waddle beats him across the formation on third down. They're in a condensed set, and offensively there's checks. Josh Allen has checks. A condensed set, that's a man beater formation, and we stay in man and don't check out into like a zone, knowing that we're probably getting crossing routes or mesh, and just those little things. So I'm wondering, do you see McDermott did it a few years ago with Leslie Frazier taking over the play calling? Do you see him maybe somewhere down the road looking to do that again?
I would be really surprised if he did that with Bobby Babich, personally. I think wouldn't it have to be really bad for it to get to that point?
Yeah, can I give you one major difference?
Sure.
Leslie Frazier had already been a head coach before, and Bobby Babich is not. And if you do that to Bobby Babich, I think you personally sink his chances of being a head coach if he wants to do that someday. It would be a straight shot at, I'm unhappy with my guy. I don't know if those politics play into it. Like, Frazier did want to coach again, and he took over play calling. Then Frazier got it back, and then Frazier left, and the circumstances were a little bit, he's stepping away. Then he jumped on. I don't know. I don't know if those politics are at work where you think, I can't do that to Babich. Babich, didn't he get another offer somewhere else in the Bills? Sal knows this. Sal text this in.
He was a positional coach?
When he was a positional coach. The Bills kept him on as defensive coordinator because he had offers elsewhere to be a defensive coordinator. And they elevated him and gave him the job because that's back when...
Didn't Miami wanted him, didn't they?
Miami wanted him. This was back when it was, who calls plays? Is it Sean or is it Bobby Babich? And they said, we're working through that.
Right.
That went on for months where they didn't tell us who called plays. So, who knows? I mean, McDermott... I don't know how much he is going to be involved in that. Your specific examples, I mean, a lot of stuff, like that stuff is over my head. And, trying to remember all these plays specifically is kind of tough.
He also could very well just, call a third down play on, a one-off, and, nobody would ever find out about it. Right?
I think it's been easy to say what the problem for the Bills' defense has been for a couple years, a year and a half. Talent. It's why they drafted a bunch of these guys. Like Sal's point about the debate, why the rookies might not get in, like Landon Jackson. Is it because it's a hard roster to make, or is it because he's not up to it? And I would land on the side of he's not up to it. This is not some defensive roster especially that is loaded with talent. It's loaded with depth. Depth is guys that can play. But your game breakers. Last week we spent celebrating Joey Bosa because Bosa looked like, all right, I think we got one blue chip potential guy over there. He can take over a game, and I still think there are games that's going to happen. Week 1, it was Ed Oliver took over a game, was a force, was a weapon. Past that, where am I? I'm at Milano, hurt. Bernard, splash play occasionally. If he didn't have the splash play, you might have bigger problems.
Yep.
I'm hoping Deion Walker. I'm hoping Max Hairston. I'm hoping Bishop's ascendance happens. I'm still looking at a defensive roster that I need guys to kind of grow up into what they're going to be. And I think, as we're talking about being spoiled, we were pretty spoiled by McDermott's regular season defenses, if you want to go that far. 5-6 years, Poyer, Hyde, and Trey White at their peak. They didn't give up third downs. They didn't give up explosive plays. They didn't give up long plays almost ever. And they don't have that back there right now. It's different. So I think it's got to come together, and I think they need more talent. I'd be more about the talent they have on the defense than I would about McDermott and Bobby Babich's schemes, personally. Zoe in Buffalo. Hey, Zoe.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Thanks for having me. A little real quick about the last caller. He was, pointing out defense, play calling and stuff like that. When I think a lot of fans is unaware of how this game is worked. They think it's ran off like Madden. Like, we winning, we score, and we making this look easy, so we should be doing this every single week. It don't work like that. This is chess, not checkers. It's about play calling. It's 90% mental. It's all about what you think I'm going to call at this moment. So let me give you something real quick. It's 3rd and 13 right now, and I have the ball. What play calling you going to call? What do you think I'm going to do right now? So most likely, you go, okay, go 3rd and 13, you're going to pass the ball. Okay, I might drop back my safeties a little bit because I want to keep underneath. Now I know what players I got, and I called the screenplay because you're backed off. You think it's going to be a pass play. Now I'm about to put 3 linemen in front to push your guys back, and now I then got the first down. Now, is that bad? No, because what you thought I was going to do. These players on the other side get paid millions of dollars just like our players do.
Well, I mean, that's all well and good, Zoe, but like there's a team that's the best on third down defense. There's a team that's the worst on third down defense, and it's not just them's the breaks. Like, you got to get the job done. And last year the Bills were horrendous on third down defense, and that's last season. We'll see what happens this season. It's not randomness. It's not randomness. That would tell you that they're the worst chess players on third down last year.
You told you last year, but at the same time, that's the reason why they grabbed Maxwell Harrison, the talent that you're talking about, to follow these speedy guys around, because they don't have the talent to play man-to-man. When they have Maxwell Harrison, they have the talent to play man-to-man for 4 hours a while.
Maybe they do. He was not beating Trey White for the job yet. Mm-hmm. Maybe. He's got to show them he can do that. There's going to be growth that they need from him. He's a little bit of a boom-bust player in that he's going to gamble and take some shots, when to take a shot, like when to try to jump a route. So, there's athleticism there, there's ball skills there, there's things to like. But, I mean, you don't get to just say, oh, they have this guy, he'll do that. They thought Elam was going to do that. That didn't work out.
They clearly want a guy that can do that, though.
Yes.
That was what they wanted out of Elam, and it is what they want out of Hairston. And they should know Trey White's not doing that for them at this stage in his career. Like, those isolated situations like you saw yesterday. I don't know if Hairston can beat Trey White on to do all but the things for him to do are be in the right positions, mentally be on board with the playbook, the mental reps and all of that. Like, his ability to cover a receiver in space, he's better than Trey White right now. There's no doubt about that. It's the rest of it that he's got to do to get on the field to execute those situations. So they wanted him. They clearly have an intention to have a player like that, and I do think it's only a matter of time before he would get on the field, but I just wonder how long that might take. Like, would you take him being on the field in, like, week? And how late do you go? Week 13. But
honestly,
but you might get to the final month of the year and go, well, we've come this far. We're going to put him in for his first game this late in the go. Like,
if he's ready, yes.
Because that's what I would do. Because I think it's the only option you have to have a corner on the roster that could cover a guy in those situations like we saw Waddle in last night where he was beating Trey White.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, we'll get to Chris Brown on the other side. Bills defense makes a big play. That's how they win the game. Terrell Bernard, an interception of Tua Tagovailoa, and the Bills win 31-21, holding off the Miami Dolphins. By the way, gutsy kick there, Prater. If he doesn't make that kick,
48 yards, they get the ball
38-yard line.
They didn't have much time.
No, that's right. There's not a lot of time, but still, it did matter. That's
right.
End the game here. Let's do that. End the game here. Gutsy kick from Prater. So good for him to bounce back from the miss earlier in the game as well. Again, with that miss, that might be the only reason the Dolphins are also in the game, because it's a one-score game. They should have been down 10. Maybe Miami is moving faster if they're down 10.
Yeah,
the Bills can force them into a more negative game script.
If Prater did miss the kick, it's still a big kick, but if they had missed the kick, they would have had 70 yards to go with 22 seconds and no timeouts.
All right, it's tough.
Yeah.
803-0550. Could have been blocked. Could have been blocked.
Yep.
Chris Brown on the other side here as it's Football Friday, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. How many carries for Cook in this game? I'm just pulling up the box score right now.
He ended up with 19 carries for 108 yards.
And Ray Davis and Ty Johnson did what?
3 for Ty Johnson and none for Ray Davis.
How many games in before we talk bell cow? He's getting bell cow numbers.
Yeah, these are high
19 to 3 and 0.
Yeah,
Ray Davis.
Right.
Did Ray Davis retire?
I saw him on the field a couple times, only because Ian Hartitz pointed out that he does the same Ashton Genty standing up.
Yeah.
But did he play 3 plays in this game? I couldn't tell you. He didn't do anything on the field once I saw him.
They are definitely leaning into Cook. Oh, it's only 3 games. But any sort of idea about load management, make sure you protect this player. I mean, I'm now nervous when he goes to the ground. He gets tackled around the ankles. I get nervous, but
he took a hit to the back of the knees yesterday.
Yes,
where
he did.
I thought, like, ooh,
yes,
but
he did.
He got up.
He
did go to the medical tent.
Miami is Achan 12, Ollie Gordon 9. Like that's committee.
Yep,
that's a pretty even split. 19 for Cook, 3 for Ty Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this is a shift. We thought when he signed that extension he would not see an uptick in carries. We thought they love the mix they've got right now. They're just going to keep that rolling. And Ty Johnson and Ray Davis are not a part of this offense right now. Not really. I mean, Johnson got a couple of catches, I guess, or a couple of targets. He had 1 catch for 8 yards. Ray Davis, no catches, no yards, 1 target. So your production at running back outside of Cook, for Ty Johnson, he had 21 yards, and James Cook ends up with 108 plus 118.
Yep.
118 for Cook and 21 for Ty Johnson. Like you have a clear bell cow 3 games in.
The uptick has been real, for sure.
Yeah.
Third downs, I guess, is really the only place he's not playing. Like, they're not rotating him off the field in any other situation. All right, third and long, I should even say. Like, that's it. Like, Ty Johnson, I'm watching a 3rd and 7 from last night where they took Cook off and put Ty Johnson on, but that was not many of those plays. Like, Cook is playing, and they need him right now. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
he's their explosive play.
Bills win over the Dolphins, 31-21, sending Miami to 0-3. The Bills improving to 3-0. We'll talk more about it with Chris Brown coming up next on the West Her Hotline. The Bills got a great game from James Cook, over 100 yards and a touchdown. Josh Allen throwing for 3 touchdowns. He became the fastest player to 300 offensive touchdowns in NFL history last night, beating out Patrick Mahomes by 1 game. So he has that record added to a bunch of others. Also, elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy looking to play on Sunday. Got a limited practice in on Thursday. He may only end up missing just the 1 game. And in hockey, the Sabres were on the ice for practice yesterday. Paul's got all the details at WGR550.com. Kings captain Anze Kopitar announced this will be his last season, year number 20. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Looking downfield, now goes back to the flat, and buried at the 38-yard line is Devon Achane. Shaq Thompson lowered the boom.
Watching that game on the broadcast, that was a uh-oh as the ball's in the air. Shaq Thompson ready for that one. Level Devon Achane, Chris Brown there on the call, and he joins us here on the Western Hotline to recap Bills and Dolphins, a 31-21 win for the Bills. Chris, as we've talked about this game now for 2.5 hours this morning, I'm struck by how in character nearly everything that happened in the game was for the Bills, right? Where everybody eats, they run the ball effectively, they don't necessarily need a downfield passing game, they don't make many mistakes. The third down defense might be a problem, but Terrell Bernard makes a splash play. Like, so much of what happened last night was very much in character for what the Bills have been for more than a year now.
Yeah, kind of how the script has gone for them. You know, they might not be a perfect team, but they're a highly efficient team. And when they have a situation where a play has to be made, you know, there's Terrell Bernard, who, when I saw him make the pick, I was just like, oh, my God, he's done it in the fourth quarter again. And that's why I called him Mr. Fourth Quarter on the call. Because, you know, whether it's the Ravens game where he punches the ball out from Mark Andrews, whether it's the interception on the last-ditch heave by Patrick Mahomes in Week 9 last year, you know, he did it again last night. I actually asked him after the game in the press conference, I said, what is it about you in the fourth quarter? I said, do you use the game to react quicker later in the game, almost like use the test to take the test kind of thing? And he said, yeah. He said, by the time we get to the fourth quarter, we have a pretty good feel for what concepts are working for the opponent, what they might come back to, and we talk about it on the sidelines a lot. And he said, yeah, sometimes I feel like it puts me in position a half second quicker to make a play like that, and we saw him do it again last night.
They lost this game, but last year Bernard picked off Stroud, I think, to keep that game alive too in the Houston game. So, and that was also in the fourth quarter. That play, Chris, like, just seemed like it was totally just reading to knowing the play beforehand. Because watching it back a little bit, like, it might have looked easy in the moment watching at the stadium or on TV, but it's because he seemed to be 2 steps ahead of Tua on that one.
Yeah, and you know, Tua did not zip it in there either. And this is where Tua falls victim to interceptions. He has 5 now in 3 games. So that's a problem, and I think it'll always be a problem. And then you have to give credit to the rush on that. I can't remember if it was Daquan Jones or Deion Walker.
It was Walker.
Yeah, that got the hands in the face. You know, if Tua, once he was committed to that decision, the rush forced him to make that decision. And we have to remember, Deion Walker's 6'7", 331 pounds. Tua's 5'11", so he had to loft the ball just to get it over him. So all of that works together to make it maybe a more interceptable pass than, you know, being able to fire it on a line to your intended receivers. So it all goes into the mix there in terms of making a game-changing play.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline, recapping Bills-Dolphins and the win for the Bills to go to 3-0. You know, the Jackson Hawes breakout continues. A touchdown reception here. They've gone to him at least once in every game so far, and he's on the field quite a bit as they clearly, Chris, have an identity here of wanting to just mash their opponents, and Hawes has helped them do that.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of crunched the numbers going into this game, guys, and on over 35% of their plays through 2 games, you know, they had either 12, 13, 21, or 22 personnel on the field. So at least one fullback and at least one tight end on over 35% of their plays, which, you know, is power football, formation-wise, personnel grouping-wise. So I think they're going to continue to lean into that because I think they feel they're just scratching the surface. And it may not be super exciting football all the time, but I think they realize that there are still some kinks to work out on the defensive side of the ball, whether it's getting their secondary fully healthy, namely Max Hairston coming back from injury, or some other issues. I think they feel that ball control and balancing their offense out a little bit between run and pass and controlling the clock is going to help their defense by having them on the field for fewer plays. I think it's a concerted effort to do that, and those power formations are a step in that direction.
And it leads to, there's crazy facts all the time. Field Yates just tweeted one out. They're the first team in NFL history with 30 points in 3 straight games without a turnover to start a season. And Chris, really, it's just those formations, them running the ball. Allen last night, he only threw the ball more than 10 yards down the field one time. They're very good at playing the game that you don't make mistakes and you don't get negative plays. And if you just get 1 or 2 from the opponent, that's how you can win the game.
Right. And I would say the amazing thing is if you told anybody that's going to be your offensive philosophy, I don't think there's anyone on the planet that would expect you to be scoring 30 or more points a game routinely because it doesn't seem to make sense. But the Bills are highly efficient in operating and functioning that way, and it's your bigger plays are coming from your featured running back more than anything else. I mean, that guy was inches away from snapping off 2 huge runs for touchdowns. I mean, a shoestring tackle prevents a 65-yard touchdown run by Cook, who was almost out the gate again a couple of times. So I think as long as they keep putting 30 burgers on the board, why are they going to change that? Because, again, they're rolling up so many plays on these long, sustained drives. They're controlling clock and winning time of possession. It was more even last night, and they were in a tight one. So in the end, it works out because of their efficiency and because of their ability to take care of the ball, which I can't tell you how many times Sean McDermott mentions that. He said the ball is the most important thing. That is the mantra. You heard Terrell Bernard repeat it last night in the press conference, and I think one other player mentioned it too. They get it drilled into their head. The ball is the most important thing.
Chris, on James Cook, one thing I found today, he's got 76% of their carries, which is a big uptick from last year. And we're only 3 games in, so, things could change. But at the current rate, he's on pace for 300 carries. After last year being, I think it was 207 is the number. Do you think it keeps up, that maybe it lands between 207 and 300, but do you feel like they feel it's not about the contract, it's about the back that he has kind of evolved into and the dangerousness of every time he touches the ball? Do you think this uptick for Cook is something they will stick with?
Yeah, it's a curious thing to ponder here. Steve actually on the show yesterday added in, his receptions thus far, so I think he's on pace for 360 total touches. So can he handle that workload, I think, is the big question here, right? Because he's only a 190-pound back. But we had Thurman on the show yesterday, and he even said it, and I think he's bang on with this. James Cook doesn't take monster hits. He always finds a way to slide under the surging linebacker He knows where the backside guy looking like clean as clock is coming from, and he gets down. LaShawn McCoy was very good at that, too, avoiding the monster hits. And I think James is excellent at that, and it's probably a byproduct of him knowing I'm not a masher. I'm 190 pounds, and look, I'll drive my legs and fight for extra yardage, but it's usually when he already has a guy hanging on him, and he'll get an extra yard or two. So I just think he's very smart in the way he plays the position to reduce the monster hits that usually take their toll on a back and can sometimes compromise their explosiveness and their effectiveness, come week 17, 18, or the playoffs. He's very, very good at that. So this might be sustainable.
Chris, how big to you was the Zach Sealer penalty yesterday, roughing the punter? Because it wasn't just keeping the Bills' drive alive. Man, that must have killed so much momentum for Miami. They'd stopped the Bills 2 drives in a row before that, and to do it a third time and then have that taken away, I just have to think took a lot of wind out of their sails.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, too. I mean, Zach Sealer is probably one of their 2 best players on defense. They've got him on special teams. He runs over Reed Ferguson, the long snapper, and I understand why it's a tantalizing opportunity and you want to lay out for that, but you better 100% know you're getting the ball if you're doing that. It's a costly penalty, and in the end, it looks dumb. And it's a bad time for that. To me, I don't understand the aggressiveness because it's a tie game and you're getting the ball back, right? It was a tie game, I believe.
Yes. Yep.
So, I mean, you're getting the ball back. Why are you laying out there and trying to block a punt? Your offense has not had trouble moving the ball. So to me, I respect the effort, but I think the timing is stupid. It's just a dumb play at that point in the game, and it cost them. It cost them big.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline after Bills-Dolphins. 31-21 the final score. Chris, for the defense, third down defense will be something here, right, that we key in on again. Bernard makes the play, but we've kind of had Ravens tough, Jets, they were great on third down. In this game, not so much, and feels like calls we're getting, people are ready for the reinforcements to come, to see what this defense kind of morphs into once they get healthy, once they get all their pieces back.
Yeah, I think it will look better. So in a way, they're kind of triaging it right now, right? And look, if you look at the first 3 weeks, what's the difference? The pass rush was fierce against the Jets, and they were getting home, and they were getting sacks, and they were getting hits on the quarterback. And against the Ravens and against the Dolphins, not so much. So I think, I'm not saying it's all pass rush, but we hear Coach McDermott all the time saying you got to marry the two up. And Joey Bosa was playing his rear end off, and he was getting close a lot of times, but he was not getting home, and it makes a difference. And I think also you do have to tip your hat to the Dolphins' offensive game plan. I thought Mike McDaniel called a very, very smart game, and I think the wrinkle that really threw the Bills for a loop for a while was putting Tua on the move. I think Mike McDaniel saw and went back to some film last year and saw how effective Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford were on rollouts. And look, that's not Tua's forte, but they did it a handful of times on plays they had to have, and the Bills were not prepared for Tua to be making plays outside the pocket, and they had to adjust. And they did. They hemmed him in better, I thought, in the second half of that game, but it really kept them in position to win the game. So you got to tip your hat to the opponent when they come up with something different that you're not expecting. And to Tua's credit, he even made a couple of second reaction throws, guys.
Yeah, I
mean, Tua is not a second reaction play quarterback, and he made a few of those plays last night. So, I know he's going to come under fire because he throws the killer pick at the end, but I thought he played one of his more effective games against the Bills. But then you look at the Bills' defensive approach and the end of the game, he's got 146 yards passing.
Right.
I mean, they were doubling, Waddle and Hill most of the game, rolling safety help over the top. They're like, throw it to Achane all day. I don't care. We'll give you those 5 to 10 yard, plays. but we're not giving you 20 and 30 and 40-yard plays. And in the end, the only deep pass Tua throws is the one to Hill that was incomplete. So end of the game, you got what you wanted. So I guess that's really all that matters. But they've got some stuff they're going to work on and have to fix here because better quarterbacks, might be more effective in victimizing them.
Chris Brown. Chris, enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, you too, guys.
All right. Chris Brown on the Western Hotline as part of Football Friday. His appearance brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. Jeremy and Joe, Football Friday.
Kevin Kolik's Unexpected Points just tweeted out the chart of the win probability by play. The Dolphins on the roughing the punter penalty by Zach Sealer lost 17.7% win probability.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Even though the Dolphins were backed up at the 2, if that's a touchback, right. I bet that's the number's 35.
Yeah, right.
Because 20 more yards. Because
the only play that was any larger in the game on win probability was the Tua pick.
Right.
So it was the second most impactful play of the game.
2 big mistakes. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. Last year, the Dolphins here, down the field, score a touchdown, tie it. Bills have to drive for a field goal, Poyer penalty, in-range, kick, score. This time, back and forth, Dolphins look like they're going to drive down for a game-winning score. They don't because of the pick instead, but just felt a lot like last year's game. One big penalty is what kills you against a team that beats you all the time. And the Dolphins beat themselves a lot. 31-21. We'll keep rolling here on a Football Friday. Joe, we'll get to your call next. If you want to call in, we have some open phone lines. You can jump on. Jeremy and Joe here on Football Friday on WGR. Sal Capaccio joining us. Sal, let's get to the defense and how they performed. Third down defense, it was great against the Jets. I think a big part of that was how they got them into third and very long in that game. But the third down defense kind of rears its ugly head or whatever. Gets back to the problem it was last year. They could not get off the field consistently to finding Jalen Waddle, to finding scrambles. What do you make of the defensive performance overall, and specifically as we dig into third down, which we know has been a focal point for McDermott and for Brendan Bean this offseason?
Third down defense wasn't good. And what's troubling about what you just said is right, because they also had third and longs here, and they couldn't get them off the field. Miami converted several third and longs. But overall, 10 for 15. When you hold the team 0 for 11, that's amazing. But 10 for 15 is just unacceptable. You can't have that. That being said, I think the reasons for that were mostly the fact that the Bills did not finish their pass rush. They did not finish sacks. They got around Tua, but they didn't get to Tua. And uncharacteristically, we don't see this a lot from Tua, he was able to get out of the pocket, and he was able to scramble, and then he was able to make some throws down the field. So I think, to me, that was a reason why. They blitzed, too. And when you blitz and you don't get home, you guys know what happens. You leave holes, right? And I think that was part of an issue. So third down defense was an issue. But I think the biggest issue on third down was they just didn't get to the quarterback. You have to get to the quarterback. When it's third and long and you're going to send pressure, like, you got to get home. Because if not, you're going to have too many opportunities for spaces down the field to make a play. And what's a double-edged sword? You say, well, they don't blitz. That's fine, but then you're going to give him more time in the pocket. Uncharacteristically, though, I say, because he's just not known to be a scrambler. He scrambled. He got out of the pocket. He threw the ball on target a couple of those times. And he even ran for one himself. So the Bills will have to clean that up. They'll go back and figure out and see. But more of the biggest issue to me wasn't the overall numbers on third down. Yes, that looks bad. It was the fact that they just could not. They only had 5 total quarterback hurries, by the way, in this game, credited with. 5 quarterback hurries, 0 sacks, 5 quarterback hurries. They needed more out of the defensive ends. Joey Bosa, to me, was fine. But he got close. He didn't finish the play. You got to finish.
Planning a home improvement project? For a safe and code-compliant electrical setup, call Empire Electric. Whether it's a new room or new fixture, Empire Electric will make your home renovation easy. Call Empire Electric at 716-634-0330.
So Monday Night Football this week is Lions and Ravens. For every Josh Allen stat, there's a Lamar stat. Lamar, in his last 9 Monday night games, 22 touchdowns, no picks. Not bad.
Yeah.
They'll be playing the Lions. Jeremy and Joe, it is Football Friday. Bills win to go to 3-0.
Did you see? So Micah Hyde was at the game yesterday. They showed him chatting it up with Jordan Poyer and Allen before the game. So was he in the stands? Or did they put him in a suite? Because he, on Instagram, posted a picture. The Bills gave him like a first game certificate like they give to kids.
Oh, that's funny.
And then he signed it. So I don't know if he was in the stands or not, but Hyde was there taking in the game.
I have information on the rivalry jerseys.
Okay.
That, we'd like the Dawkins in the... Yes. There's the game and there's the limited.
Yes.
And I just like to refer to them as the higher one and the lower one because I forget which one is which. The higher one that Joe Kelly yesterday...
I don't even know which one is the higher one.
I think that's the...
That's the game
one?
That's
the limited.
That's the limited.
I think that's the limited.
That's weird.
I think the names are
higher and lower.
Anyway, Nike made these jerseys. Joe Kelly wore it yesterday. The sparkly, hard plastic buffalo on the arm, which is the major difference between the two.
Yeah.
That's the higher version. Don't expect Dawkins till next year.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
So, if you want to make a decision and say, you know what, I want to wait, I'll go get Khalil Shakir, or Milano, or Allen, or Cook. So, or you can wait a year. I think it'll be next year for
Cook
Dawkins.
the third.
That's right.
You got the 3 Roman numerals on there now.
I'm trying to think of a nickname we could go with that. We don't have one. If you're on hold,
JC3.
Right, JC3.
Although he wears number 4, so that doesn't work. It'd be confusing.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, we'll get a break in. Wide open on the other side. Joe, Paul, Mike, whoever else wants to jump on. We'll roll through your phone calls. The Bills win, and it's Football Friday. Football Friday, Victory Friday, wide open weekend, beautiful weather. It might rain Sunday. I heard water.
What?
Not like a lot, but you may see water falling from the sky and think, what is this?
Yeah.
Because it hasn't happened in a month.
All right, everyone practice right now for what we're all going to say Sunday morning at 9:30. We need this rain.
I don't think it's going to be hard enough to say that. This is a little drizzle.
Okay.
I don't know. Ask a weather guy. Call Hammer. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10. We've got another hour with you here on Football Friday. Sal Capaccio. All right, Sal. To the game itself, we saw, I don't say like breakout performances, but this is how the Bills kind of want to do things as a team, whether it's Jackson Hawes or Dalton Kincaid. Is that Kincaid's best game with the Bills, right? He kind of showcases a lot of what he's able to do. The touchdown, he nearly had a second one. Allen looks for him on another play as well. Like we really got a good full boat of Kincaid and the tight ends as a group and where they function as a function of this offense.
This was everybody eats. That's what it was. 10 people had targets. 9 guys had receptions. 5, 6 players had 2 or more receptions. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players had double-digit yardage or higher. The highest being Dalton Kincaid at 66. He was really good. Both Chris Brown this week, I'll give him credit, and I said on the pregame show that the tight ends should probably factor into this game because the Dolphins just didn't have good coverage from their linebackers. They're not great at the second level at covering. And the Bills took advantage of that early on. They attacked it. And Dalton Kincaid was targeted early and often. I would agree this could be considered maybe his best game in a Bills uniform. And what's really great to see about Dalton Kincaid is he is blocking really well. And there are plays every game, including this game, where he is making a block. I think there was one on Shakir's.
The touchdown.
Yeah. Was it Shakir? Yeah, because I know Tyrell Shavers might have had one on that one too. I'm not sure, but he's making blocks too. He's doing his job in the run game. And then when you add Jackson Hawes in there, I talked to the tight ends, not Dalton. I talked to Dawson and Jackson Hawes in the locker room about this, about what it does to a defense when you could put 13 personnel on the field and you're not just pounding the ball at them, because that's what you think about 13 personnel. And they just both like lit up and said that's the dream, right? Where you put 3 tight ends on the field and teams just still don't know what you're going to do. And the Bills have really leaned into that and they've used that. So this was everybody eats. This is exactly the way that the Bills envision it with how they want to operate their offense.
How many carries for Cook in this game? I'm just pulling up the box score right now.
He ended up with 19 carries for 108 yards.
And Ray Davis and Ty Johnson did what?
3 for Ty Johnson and none for Ray Davis.
How many games in before we talk bell cow? He's getting bell cow numbers.
Yeah, these are high percentages.
19 to 3 and 0?
Yeah.
Ray Davis.
Right.
Did Ray Davis retire?
I saw him on the field a couple times only because Ian Hartitz pointed out that he does the same Ashton Genty stand up.
Yeah.
But did he play 3 plays in this game? I couldn't tell you. He didn't do anything on the field once I saw him.
They are definitely leaning into Cook. Oh, it's only 3 games. But any sort of idea about load management, make sure you protect this player. I mean, I'm now nervous when he goes to the ground. He gets tackled around the ankles. I get nervous, but
he took a hit to the back of the knees yesterday.
Yes, he did.
I thought ooh.
Yes,
but
he did.
He got up.
He
did go to the medical tent.
Miami is Achane 12, Ali Gordon 9. Like that's committee.
Yep,
that's a pretty even split. 19 for Cook, 3 for Ty Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this is a shift. We thought when he signed that extension he would not see an uptick in carries. We thought. They love the mix they've got right now. They're just going to keep that rolling. And Ty Johnson and Ray Davis are not a part of this offense right now. Not really. I mean, Johnson got a couple of catches, I guess, or a couple of targets. He had 1 catch for 8 yards. Ray Davis, no catches, no yards, 1 target. So your production at running back outside of Cook, for Ty Johnson, he had 21 yards, and James Cook ends up with 108 plus 118.
Yep.
118 for Cook. And 21 for Ty Johnson. Like you have a clear bell cow 3 games in.
The uptick has been real, for sure.
Yeah.
Third downs, I guess, is really the only place he's not playing. Like, they're not rotating him off the field in any other situation. All right, third and long, I should even say. Like, that's it. Like, Ty Johnson, I'm watching a 3rd and 7 from last night where they took Cook off and put Ty Johnson on, but that was not many of those plays. Like, Cook is playing, and they need him right now. Right? Like,
he's their explosive play.
Bills win over the Dolphins 31-21, sending Miami to 0-3 while improving to 3-0 on the season. The James Cook performance, 100 yards, over 100 yards, and a touchdown for Cook. Also, Josh Allen threw for 3 touchdowns, became the fastest player to 300 offensive touchdowns in NFL history, beating out Patrick Mahomes by 1 game. Threw touchdowns to Dalton Kincaid, Jackson Hawes, and Khalil Shakir on the night. The Miami Dolphins report on, by Ian Rapport on Mike McDaniel, that owner Stephen Ross does not want to fire McDaniel unless fans stop showing up to the stadium or the team quits on McDaniel, so he appears safe for at least this week. Bills and Saints next up, next Sunday at 1 o'clock at Highmark Stadium. Elsewhere around the NFL, Brock Purdy trending towards returning on Sunday. He got a practice in yesterday for the 49ers. The Sabres were on the ice for practice yesterday, the first of training camp, and Alex Tuck had some comments. You can find that and Paul's thoughts on our website, WGR550.com. Anze Kopitar, longtime Kings center, is going to retire at the end of this season. It'll be his 20th year in the league. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, it's honestly something that we have seen on tape. It's a common route around the league. But, I want to give a shout-out to Al Holcomb, the linebackers coach. He put it on tape a few times. We've worked that play. Our offense runs that play. And, he basically told me, like, if I see it, go.
Terrell Bernard on the interception of Tua. Shades of Kavika Mitchell against the Giants.
Wow.
You like it? Do you like it or what?
How about, I got one.
Same yard line? Is it?
Yeah.
It's neighborhood.
Similar. How about Nick Barnett against the Eagles in 2011?
All right.
Huge pick.
Wait, Kavika Mitchell, was that not he was former Giant. Was that against the Chargers? Who was that against?
He was a former Giant.
So it might have been against the Chargers, not against the Giants. Kavika Mitchell pick over the middle.
All right.
Same end of the stadium.
Biggest linebacker picks in Bills history.
Let's do it.
Is that the top 3? Bernard, Barnett, and
Kiko Alonso
Mitchell
against somebody. Bernard has had a bunch of those.
Carlton Bailey, of course, in the AFC Championship game in the 90s, in a game that was like 10-7 or something.
team to beat in the AFC. They're putting it up on Get Up, Bills, Ravens, and 2 picks for the Chargers.
2 picks for the Chargers. I like the Chargers just fine.
Mike
Mike
Tannenbaum earlier today said the Chargers are the most complete team in the AFC.
Part of me just wants to say, are we all falling for it again? I fall for it all the time. I always want to buy in that the Chargers are finally going to be actually great.
What would count?
Every year they fall on their face.
What would count? Winning a playoff game?
Yes.
Okay, that's it?
And winning that or winning the division. You got to do one of those 2 things.
You might have to do both. You
both to be great.
You have to do both to be real.
Right, because if they win the division and they lose to Kansas City in the first round, who's going to care?
Why are the Bills real? Because they win their division and playoff games.
Okay.
You have to win
so
your
do
division
both.
and a playoff game to be real. All right, well.
Or don't win your division and go to the AFC Championship game.
Fair.
You know what? What is real? Do what we always yell at the Bills for not doing in the playoffs. Beat Kansas City or I guess for them it would be Baltimore.
Beat a good quarterback?
Yeah. Go to the playoffs.
Bills beat Baltimore, so that counts.
Right, but they didn't beat Cincinnati. So for them it would be go beat Kansas City or go beat the Ravens or the Bills in a playoff game and I'll take you seriously.
Before we get to calls here, if we saw a Bills-Chargers matchup, start watching the Chargers, folks. Honestly, I know we all watch the Chiefs. They are not that impressive. They play on Sunday night this week against the Giants.
Yep.
Get yourself the Chargers-Broncos. The Broncos are a team that should be 2-0.
They would be other than a penalty on a 60-yard field.
That's right. They took a terrible penalty. Otherwise, it's 2 2-0 teams meeting in one of the late games this weekend. But get your eyes to the Chargers. Start scouting because they're getting some love. And in a matchup of Bills-Chargers, let's just say I'd be worried about the secondary. Bills. I'd be really worried about
in that matchup.
They caught Ladd and Keenan Allen and Quentin Johnston. I'd be a little worried.
The one thing I will say though is the Chargers cannot run the ball right now.
Well, that's not troublesome for the Bills. Stopping the run? That kind of plays well to the Bills. You know how when another team has a shutdown corner and congratulations, we don't have a number 1 receiver. If you say you don't run the ball well, it's congratulations. We don't want to stop that anyway. We want to stop the pass.
But if that's the type of game the Bills want to drag an opponent into,
I don't think they could drag the Chargers into it. The Chargers are over-expected. Whatever. Let's get to Bills and Dolphins. Yeah. Anyway, 803-0550 to join us. And 1-888-550-2550. James Cook on pace for 300 carries and a 1,500-yard rushing season. If I gave
and more than
15, 16 touchdowns?
I think more than that.
If I gave you his last year yards per carry, just with the uptick in carries, you're talking 1,500-yard season.
And then are we saying he's a bargain in a year? Someone going to say that in a year?
Joe in Lancaster. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Congrats to the Bills for, they overcame injuries and Joe Brady's offensive play calling, which is awesome. I think I have wrote out this whole list because I wanted to be so thoughtful and not waste your time. So I'm going to get rid of my analogy to the Bills play calling and golf. We always know it's going to be a driver, maybe a 3-wood, maybe a 2-iron, but usually driver, right? So you said that Cook has 70% of the carries, and he's looking at going to be 300 carries. So I'm thinking that's 210 plays that are going to be between the guard-center gap. I've watched these Bills play for many years, and the repetitive theme here is that we want to load up the middle of the field on the first play of each series, exactly where the defense knows we're going to go. It's like we've telegraphed this in steel, like we've burned it in, and it's so frustrating. My swear jar is so full right now. I'm going to be able to go down to Consumer Beverages and have a blast. I just don't know why we can't get Josh Allen either making the play calls, since he's so good at reading defenses. He already makes awesome audible calls. Why can't we get Joe Brady out of the way so we can actually make this offense dynamic and utilize the talents that Josh has? Can somebody at that state, at you guys, somebody else, help me make sense of this, Joe and Jeremy?
Well, the easy way to make sense of it is they're winning a ton. If you want the offense to be different, it would need to lose. And they win all the time, and they don't turn the ball over. I do think that zooming out, what you're talking about, Joe, is the first 3 quarters of the Ravens game, people talked like this. And in the first half of this game, people talked like this, which is, you have Josh Allen. When did you become this dink-dunk team? I had somebody send me a gif of it. Is it Marlon Brando? Look what they did to my boy. Like, look what they did. The passing chart for Allen, it is, it's driving a Ferrari 4 miles an hour around a track. Mm-hmm. It's very, very safe. What they run is safe,
and having everyone else crash in the race and you're the only one to finish.
Yeah. But I think that they do that in part because, A, it works, and the other part is when we need to pin the needle at 190 miles an hour, he can do that. But we just don't need him to do it all the time because that's a lot of wear on the engine and the tires and maybe you wreck and maybe. So the Baltimore second half was a little bit of maybe we can do this. Now, does that get them into trouble? It's very possible. There's I had a bunch of texts last night again before the game is locked up. Like, are we about to have another conversation about receivers? And the answer to that question for me is always, we're never going to stop talking about it because whatever, however you want to get to it, their offense is great.
Yeah,
they definitely can win the Super Bowl. When post-draft Bean came on and we kind of went at it about the receiver investments, that was not a discussion about you can't be good unless you have. It was just, I feel like you should invest in some other pieces to help, keep this thing moving in the right direction. And the wide receiver point, I mean, they got one catch out of Palmer, a healthy scratch out of Samuel, and Elijah Moore will touch the ball twice, and we're like, all right. Like, they are a team that kind of wins without him. And if you want the Bills to wing the ball all over the field, I just don't think you're going to get that until they feel like they absolutely have to. And when they have to, in a really important game, we'll see. They're either going to get the job done or they're not.
Yeah.
And I think there's reason to be concerned about Coleman doing that long term, Palmer doing that, but that doesn't mean they can't. So if you're looking for Allen to be the 2020 Josh Allen, I think that's just gone for a while. They like what they have here. I think he's bought in. They have total buy-in, and it works.
All right, you want to look at their first downs through 3 games? They've run 98 first down plays through 3 games so far. They have thrown the ball 39 times. They have 52 rush attempts. And if your concern is they're running it too much, what I will tell you is that James Cook on first down this year, 28 carries for 150 yards. It's 5.4 yards per carry.
They're doing great.
So they're doing fine.
They're doing great.
I'm not saying they're all great. There are a couple of runs that, like yesterday, maybe why they get stifled in the middle there is they go to James Cook on that first drive after the second half touchdown, and he gets 1 yard. And then it's incomplete, and then you're 3rd and long, and you're punting. So that happened once yesterday, maybe even twice, but so far throughout the year, like, it's not been a big problem, unless you want to count Ray Davis, who's 2.2 carries. But I pointed out earlier, a lot of that's Jets time when you're up by 30. So I think they're doing fine. I mean, you want Allen on first down? 26 of 39, 266 yards and a touchdown. But it's not like that's not also working.
Is this game script neutralized? Or
nope,
is it,
this is everything.
Well,
that's the Ravens game?
The Baltimore game's going to have a ton of throwing.
Yeah, that's right.
They started throwing the ball, and they started doing a lot better. Anyway, 803-0550, our phone number. Thanks for the call. I think they've got a really good formula. It's tough to win all the games. It's tough to be the last team standing. Can they? I mean, I'll pull it up here. Ben Baldwin stats of like pass rate over expected. Okay? There's only one spot where they pass over expected in the entire down and distance breakdown. Okay? Mm-hmm. And that is 2nd and 8 or more. You get them in 2nd and 8, they're going to throw the ball. So let's break this down by every down and distance. The website that does this, rbsdm.com. You can look up millions of things like real deep analytics about what your team does, tendencies. He has all plays. 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 or 2, 2nd and 3 or 7, 3rd and 8 or more, 3rd and 1 or 2, 3rd and 3 or more, after you pass for a first down, after you run for a first down. There's really only one spot where it comes down to 2nd down. One spot where they pass it more than you would think. And that is
2nd and long?
Sorry.
It's not 2nd and short. We know it's not 2nd and short.
I'm just making sure I'm reading the chart right. They pass it. No, it's 2nd and 8, right. 2nd and 8, they are passing it more than most teams. Second and short, they are running it more than most teams. Minus 16% pass frequency. And everywhere else, they're a neutral team. Like, they are a run team. And that wins them a lot of games. They're super efficient. Not a criticism, just a reality. That's what they are. Sometimes you want to, I feel this, sometimes you want to see, hey, hold on, ready? Let's press the button. Let's order the code red, where we decide, today we're going to see if we can throw for 405 touchdowns. And then they do it. And you think, all right, it's in the bag. I got that club in the bag. When I need it, I can use it. This game, if you want to be troubled by anything, I mean, Miami didn't even have a starting secondary period. Never mind good players. These guys are just all backups, and nobody down the field is available in spots they like it, or Josh just wants to play it safe. Like,
I guess that's where my surprise is, though, that they didn't decide. It's why they're arguably the best team in football. It's because they can hit almost any club and still win the game. You know, it's Tiger in his prime. Have him hit a 7-iron and you hit your driver. He's still probably going to win. But it was weird to me that they didn't decide this was the game.
To throw it.
Because that team was ready to get taken out back. And a big reason why is it's been called the worst secondary in the NFL in 25 years.
They've given up a higher percentage of drives to scores than any other team in like the last 20 years.
So if there ever was a game where you would think, all right, this is the day where they pull that club out and they just start ripping it all over the place on that defense, this would have been the opponent to do that, and they decided, no, we don't need it.
Right. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. I had something else I was going to mention there, but I forget what it was, so I'm sure it'll come back. Mike in Lakeview. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hi, guys. I have one question. On Miami's first drive, they had a 3rd down and 4. Hill caught a pass and bobbled it. It seemed that he had only 1 foot in. Whose fault or responsibility it is to let McDermott throw a challenge flag? Thanks.
Yeah. They must not have got the call down fast enough to challenge it.
John Perry works in their booth, right? They have
the
others,
Dolphins went kind of quick.
They went quick.
Kind of quick.
Actually, I think they ran the play clock close to. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. I thought it was not. I didn't think it was a hurry up. I just thought that they were. All right. Let's.
Yeah. Don't quote me on that. So it would be 2. It would be the Bills' operation for not calling down the challenge, and I also think Sky Judge absolutely needs to call down and say, hey, like that's one of those. That's an obvious miss. Like they had in the second half where Miami was short of the sticks, and they go after replay assistant, it's first down. And that took 4 seconds, and now we got the call right. This was a play where you would think, hey, the guy upstairs can call down to the ref and just say, within 10 seconds, that was not a catch. And then the ref announces, actually, that wasn't a catch, and they're punting.
Yep.
That should have happened. So that's a miss. That's a miss by them. And they miss sometimes, not as often as the regular refs.
It's a great example, though, of the iniquity of the Sky Judge. It used to be it's on the coach to challenge it. Now it's more of a, we'll catch it when we can. They catch a first down that they got wrong and move that. They didn't catch this one. So like, oh, okay. Now I'm just kind of signing up for the randomness of which the Sky Judge does see and which doesn't.
Which really, like, the point I always like to make on that, though, is that's not any different from how we've always done things. The only difference is the guy upstairs now is inconsistent versus the guy that's on the field. And the inconsistency upstairs isn't the same. So it really isn't different. It's just the guy, because refs get calls wrong all the time. This is a ref. He's just sitting up in a booth. And he got the call wrong. So that happens too, I guess.
Paul on the west side. Hey, Paul.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Great win last night. Go Bills. But I'll get straight to my guillotine question. I can't decide on my second flex spot. I got Steph Diggs versus Pittsburgh, Hollywood Brown at the Giants, Romeo Doubs at Cleveland, and Juwan Johnson at Seattle.
I mean, it's hard not to start Juwan Johnson right now, so. He is like the number 1 pass-catching option in New Orleans.
Okay.
So
is Hollywood Brown healthy?
No, he's banged up. I mean, he's going to play, but yeah, he's banged up. He could guillotine. That's not the type of player you like to play in guillotine where he already has an injury and he leaves games early all the time because he could leave the game in the first quarter and you get a 0 and your season's over.
Right.
So I would not start Hollywood Brown.
The others were Dobbs
and Johnson. I'd start Johnson. I'll pick the tight end, I guess.
Okay.
I'm in a tight end mood today. The Bills beating me into it with the not even 12 personnel, 13 personnel.
Up next, John. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning. You guys really got me going with the Kawika Mitchell linebacker.
Did we ever figure out which game it was or what the opponent was? We think it was the Chargers?
I'm looking at it right now. It was Chargers 07. Do you remember it was actually a game?
The power outage game, yeah.
Power outage game, yeah.
Okay.
Vividly remember that game, and also wanted to throw out a John McCargo big interception here against Romo that heart-wrenching Monday nighter.
Okay.
Same side of the field, too. It was a huge interception in that fourth quarter. I think we picked Romo off 4 or 5 times in the game, and Trent Edwards just couldn't move the
did
ball.
Giorgio get one of those picks?
Yes, he did, because the call.
It's not delivery, it's DeGiorgio.
Yeah, Tirico, I think, made that.
That's right.
I'm sorry, it was DeGiorgio,
Yes.
not John McCargo.
Yes, beautiful.
Sorry. I deeply apologize for that. No, just wanted to mention, if you look back and Tua is dropping back to pass, and you can see it in his eyes and his body language. It's just he looks like he takes a snap and just can't wait to throw a check down. It just seems like this is kind of what he does, and it's just a much different offense than what it was in years ago, where they could sort of sling it down the field. His body language, everything about him, just kind of seems like he doesn't want to take a hit. There was some times he was able to move around a little bit and throw it a little bit downfield, but that alarming stat they threw up where his completion, his average completion, something, it could be getting this wrong, was minus half a yard backwards. And it's just this is, I don't know anything about X's and O's, never played football in my life, but I feel like I can sense what Miami's offense is doing. It's let's just have Tyreek Hill and Waddle run as far as they can downfield, and then just leave Achane or Malik Washington alone in the flat and just dump it to them. It's it seems as simple as that every time we play them, and they don't do anything different. But
yeah, I did see Jeremy Fowler tweet out last night that he said that from talking to people with the Bills, he said the Bills felt the Dolphins' offensive game plan was a departure from previous matchups, more of a ball control offense, keep Josh Allen off the field. I didn't really get that sense during the game. Their only real long drive, it felt was the end of the half one, which sure, there you did a good job of keeping Allen off the field at the end of a half, but was that their entire game plan?
Their first drive was the same. I mean, they got a return to near midfield, but after the return, it was a long 9-play drive to go half the field.
Yeah. So
sometimes I feel like we overstate whether or not that was the goal or just what happened. If they could have scored in 2 plays because they broke a tackle, they would have loved to. I don't know. Thanks for the phone call. Kawika Mitchell, the pass was intercepted at the 9-yard line against the Chargers in 2008.
It's pretty big.
They were already up 9 points. I think I saw they were already up 9
when he picked it off. That's not that big.
No.
2-score game?
Wait. They're up 6.
Very different.
They're up 6. Kawika Mitchell, interception at the 9, and then they go on to win 23-14. That was Trent Edwards' last stand, that game.
Yeah. Bernard is tweeted this last night. He is completely the bizarro Tremaine Edmonds.
Splash plays?
No consistency, but splash plays. Versus Edmonds, who was giving you only consistency and 0 splash plays. Total opposite.
Get a break in 803-0550. More of your phone calls. If you can hang with us, we can get to you. It's Jeremy and Joe on Football Friday here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. We got a Buffalo Bills free Sunday. So your Sunday slate, you can jump in with FanDuel. And Bet5, get $300 in bonus bets with FanDuel when you jump into as a new customer. Bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if you win. So pick a bet $5. If it wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you. Sal Capaccio joining us. Sal, let's get to the defense and how they performed. Third down defense, it was great against the Jets. I think a big part of that was how they got them into third and very long in that game. But the third down defense kind of rears its ugly head or whatever. Gets back to the problem it was last year. They could not get off the field consistently. Tua finding Jalen Waddle, Tua finding scrambles. What do you make of the defensive performance overall, and specifically as we dig into third down, which we know has been a focal point for McDermott and for Brendan Beane this offseason?
Third down defense wasn't good, and what's troubling about what you just said is right, because they also had third and longs here, and they couldn't get them off the field. Miami converted several third and longs. But overall, 10 for 15, when you hold the team 0 for 11, that's amazing. But 10 for 15 is just unacceptable. You can't have that. That being said, I think the reasons for that were mostly the fact that the Bills did not finish their pass rush. They did not finish sacks. They got around Tua, but they didn't get to Tua. And uncharacteristically, we don't see this a lot from Tua, he was able to get out of the pocket, and he was able to scramble, and then he was able to make some throws down the field. So I think, to me, that was a reason why. They blitz, too. And when you blitz and you don't get home, you guys know what happens. You leave holes, right? And I think that was part of an issue. So third down defense was an issue. But I think the biggest issue on third down was they just didn't get to the quarterback. You have to get to the quarterback. When it's third and long and you're going to send pressure, you got to get home. Because if not, you're going to have too many opportunities for spaces down the field to make a play. And what's a double-edged sword? You say, well, they don't blitz. That's fine, but then you're going to give him more time in the pocket. Uncharacteristically, though, I say, because he's just not known to be a scrambler. He scrambled. He got out of the pocket. He threw the ball on target a couple of those times, and he even ran for one himself. So the Bills will have to clean that up. They'll go back and figure out and see. But more of the biggest issue to me wasn't the overall numbers on third down. Yes, that looks bad. It was the fact that they just could not. They only had 5 total quarterback hurries, by the way, in this game, credited with. 5 quarterback hurries, 0 sacks, 5 quarterback hurries. They needed more out of the defensive ends. Joey Bosa, to me, was fine. But he got close. He didn't finish the play. You got to finish.
Facts to back up his opinions. Just his pants on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Mr. Paul Hamilton going to join us here. We'll get his thoughts on last night's game, and then a very quick check-in as the Sabres have a preseason game on Monday. They've been practicing, and no one got hurt in the first practice, unlike last year.
That's a
the vibes
that's
are
a win.
The vibes are better. Paul, good morning.
Good morning. Although Lukanen and Tuck got hurt before practice started.
Technicality, Paul. Paul, how'd you enjoy last night's game before we get to a quick check-in on the Sabres?
Well, the Bills made it interesting, and I'm sure you guys have already spoken about it. The third down defense was extremely concerning when I'm sitting there at halftime and seeing, well, the Bills were 3 for 4, which is good, but the Dolphins were 8 for 10 on third down defense. Now, there are guys who are missing from the Bills lineup. You could arguably say they're missing their 2 best defensive players in Oliver and Milano. They got a couple of guys who are midway through their suspensions, which you would think are going to help the defense when they are back. And so, yeah, they are short, but they had a good game against the Jets. They did not have a good game in the games 1 and 3. And but I don't know if I want to sit there and say it's concerning just from the fact there are a lot of guys who aren't there who are going to be there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big part of it, And the Bills have now 10 days off until they get to the Saints game. And, Joe, how many times, Paul, will the Sabres play between now and then?
I think is it 4?
4
it's
games?
Definitely...
All right. We get most of the Sabres preseason just like in this little gap here. So, often running towards the October 9th opener against the Rangers.
We get it started tomorrow with a scrimmage. So
right.
They're already on the ice. They just finished. Now they're doing one-on-ohs, but they just finished doing some breakout work. Breakout and then into the offensive zone for some forechecking. So, here on gate 2, they're already into those types of things. And Lindy Russ spoke yesterday about, especially in the second period, remember how Buffalo gave up a lot of goals in the second period last year, and they would give them up in a hurry. And he said they really did a lot of analysis on that during the offseason and have changed some things in their defense, especially in the second period, to account for those changes. So you change at the right time. You don't leave the goaltenders hanging out with bad changes. And that's going to be part of their philosophy to try to make this team better defensively, is especially in the second period, what they were doing wrong and how they can do it better.
Paul, are we at a point yet where we're getting line combinations for the Sabres?
Yes, but the thing is, don't forget Tuck is not in this combination. So
right.
Benson was with Norris and Thompson. Quinn is with Kulik and Doan. Zucker is with McLeod and Danforth. And Gerksen is with Krebs and Mallenstein. The defense is just the way you would expect it to be. Byram and Dahlin, Samuelson and Timmins, Power, Kesselring, Jones, Bryson.
If you had to guess, would Tuck most likely go where Doan is right now? Okay.
Yes, and then I think Doan would might slip into where Danforth is. Don't forget Greenway is not in there either. They're expecting him maybe to be ready by the first game. He had to have a second surgery in July. He suffered a setback from the surgery that he had when we were still here with the team last year. So he is still recovering from that. He is skating. I mean, I saw him over at Harbor Center skating on his own when we were over there. But they're hoping to have him back by game 1, so he would be in that lineup too. So Doan and Danforth, I think Greenway would probably be where Danforth is with McLeod and Zucker. And then Tuck would be where Doan is with Kulik and Quinn. That would take Gertson out of the lineup and probably drop Doan there.
Okay, in terms of battles, Paul, what do we really have? We have maybe a spot at the bottom of the roster. There's the goaltending part of this, but the Lukanen injury complicates that. And then is there one in the top 6? You just mentioned Benson and Quinn there. Would you expect they're just going to ride into the regular season given those opportunities, or could Zucker take it from them or anybody else?
I was having a conversation with a fan on Twitter yesterday, and really there's a top 3. There's a top 3 and there's an energy line. And then there's Kulik, Doan, and Quinn, and then there's McLeod, Zucker, and Danforth. I could sit here and say, well, last year Zucker had 21 goals, McLeod had 20, so that's your, quote, second line. Or I could say Kulik really did well when he was playing with Thompson up on the top line. And, Quinn, through it all, still had 15 goals last year. I mean, I think a lot of people maybe forget that. So, you could make a case. Then we could sit here and make a case for them being the second line. So, I don't think they really. I think they have a top line. They have 2 lines, and then they have an energy line. Is I think the way to look at it right now, because in my mind, there's still spots available for top 6 forwards for this is the third off season now where they haven't been able to acquire a top 6 forward. Then they actually traded one away. Now they got good return and are going to be better defensively, which they have to be. You can't be 29th in goals against and be in the playoffs and be well. So they do have to be better defensively, but I still think there are holes there, and that's why I don't even know if I can call it a top 6 right now as we're in training camp.
Paul, on Quinn, is there a bit of a bet on him here, and is he in better shape? I'm seeing he scored his second goal last year on December 15th. Like, he did come along a little bit later, but it was a terrible start for him.
Yeah, Lindy Ruff was talking about he got a clip of him deadlifting, and I don't remember what the amount of weight he was doing. I won't.
4,000 pounds. Let's just guess.
But Lindy said he was like, wow. I mean, he said he really was doing what he was supposed to be doing, and they have a new strength and conditioning coach. Thompson came in and was with him for 2 months over the summer.
Mm-hmm.
He had him at the World Championship, and he was here July and August working with this guy. So the players seem to be taking to this guy. And according to Lindy Ruff, Jack Quinn took the offseason very, very seriously. And I'm not trying to say he didn't before. I wasn't with him. I don't know. But I know he did this past offseason. So if he's stronger, I mean, he's way too easy to knock off the puck. We all know that. So if he's stronger and is better in front of the net where he's not as easy to move out of there, he has an elite shot. As I said, he still wound up with 15 goals as poorly as I thought he played last year.
And then Benson, Paul, like if he's with Norris and Thompson, you mentioned like it's a top line and then maybe like a middle 6. That's a big opportunity for him, and he does a lot of things well. I guess that would be a big opportunity for him to not only just play well, but score, right? Because he hasn't put the points up yet.
When you have a conversation on Twitter, you can't really explain yourself, and people were misunderstanding what I was meaning with Benson when I was saying it wouldn't kill him to go down to Rochester. And what I'm trying to say with that is if you have Benson in your top 6, you need more than 28 points. You need double that. And that's where I think he could really blossom is in his offense. I have no problem with Benson as a player. I mean, his forecheck, the tenacity he has, the way he wins battles. But the way he plays makes him a bottom 6 guy. He has scored and had points in every league that he's ever played in, and that's where I was thinking a little time in Rochester might give him some offensive confidence and help him maybe on the pro level see the puck go in the net a few times and then maybe be able to carry that into the NHL, because I certainly think he could be a scorer in the National Hockey League, but he's been in the NHL since he was 18. So that's what I mean. I don't mean that he's an AHL player or he's a bad player or it should be a penalty to him or anything like that. I'm just thinking from a development standpoint, maybe he could develop his offense a little better if he spent a little time down there.
Thank you, Paul. We'll check in Monday for sure, right? Preseason game number 1. We'll start to talk with you regularly, which means I'll just text you at 7
Paul's
o'clock.
Like, oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, I've missed you guys. I mean, it's been a little while. So we talked when Levi signed, and that was basically the only time we've talked. So I've missed you guys.
I've never done it, but I've always been tempted to text out a screenshot of our conversations, because it really is just like 7 a.m. okay, 7 a.m. okay, 7 okay, 8 okay, 7:30 sure. Like, Joe, look at this. I'll show the chat on the screen. Like, it's just that's the whole conversation.
I do like that Paul threw a sure in there. Yeah, just not the
sometimes
the
it's
same
so
thing every time.
Occasionally there's an anything is good. There's a yes. There's an okay.
Yeah.
Or I get the one at 5:50 and I'm not up.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're like, all right, if you're awake at 8, could we do 8? And then I tell you guys, well, call me. I mean, because when you say let's do 8, I set my alarm.
I know.
So what's the difference if I set my alarm
versus we call,
or you guys call me, which would be like my alarm too? So I just say, if it's you decide you want me at 8, you forgot to tell me, just give me a call. I don't need much time. All I need is enough time to turn the equipment on, and I'm ready to go.
Paul, there's a lot of ways that I don't live up to Howard's legacy, but the number one thing I don't do is remember to text you and Sal at night. I sit down in this chair, and I'll be like, oh, God, how's 7? Like, it's every day. Thank you, Paul.
All right, take care.
Every day. I'm just like, Owen will text me, like, what's Sal on today? When's Paul? I'm like,
At some point. Yeah.
We'll figure it out. All right, Extendo Sports. We got time here. Rob in Connecticut first. Oh, you got something?
No, go ahead.
Okay,
I was saying Extendo, we could do like a very fast, super great American football frenzy.
Love it. Rob, what's up?
Hey, Jeremy and Joe. I was telling Joe that I was thinking about you guys. You know, when we have games like we did last night, I was saying to myself, I love the fact that you have a great job, but I don't envy the fact that you have to wake up the next morning and listen to some of the complaining. You know, as a fan last night, I think what it was for me last night was I think I expected too much from coming off last week as far as the defense. I knew we were going to be all right. And, you know, of course I want to be satisfied. I just don't want to have that rich people's mentality, like, spoiled with them. And, you know, I expected too much from the defense. I was hoping that we would get that sack. I just couldn't understand why we didn't create more pressure against Tua. And that was my only complaint. Other than that, I mean, we're going to be fine. And I just don't envy you guys in the morning. I mean, I told Joe, do you guys, your ears bleed?
No, I think it is justified. Thanks, Rob. I think it is totally normal, acceptable, justified. We're talking Super Bowl. We're not talking, you know, happy to win, happy to be here. This is great. It's wonderful. We all lived through the drought. Mm-hmm. Now we don't live there anymore. Now we don't talk moral victories as much. Now it's real honest to goodness. What'd you think? My ears don't bleed. When do my ears bleed?
Rules analyst conversations.
Those. I mean, maybe like put Josh Allen back there to bat down a Hail Mary.
Oh, those are always good.
Those ones are tough.
I mean, that's not the worst thing.
Even then, I think if you are upset with something that happened in a game that you won, you are the same as the players. It's the point I always want to make. What do you think the Bills do for the next 24 hours? Talk about what could have gone better. You want to watch every single television show that says, this team and this community are so tightly wound and so tightly connected. That's right, so much so that after they win, we're like, all right, what could have been better? It's normal. I don't have any problem with it if anybody doesn't, even if I think you go too far or if you think I go too far or not far enough. Like I think it's normal.
Just so you know, if a team's throwing a Hail Mary in the Super Bowl and with a second to go on the clock, Josh Allen will be on that field to knock it down.
What?
He absolutely will be.
Is that a bet board?
Yeah, 100%.
Why will he be out there?
Packers, Bills, Super Bowl. The Bills are up by 5. Packers are at the 50. There's 1 second on the clock.
What?
I will bet you anything you want. Josh Allen is marching onto that field to go stand at the goal line and knock it down.
Because they won't be able to stop him?
He and Keon Coleman, like, they're tall. Hey, their tallest, most athletic offensive players will go out there, and he's on that list.
All I want you
He's going out there. You guarantee he's going out there. Totally.
You know why?
He'll knock it down, too.
You know why Keon Coleman will be out there?
Well, because he's just going to jump super high and he's going to
get a rim shot. You know why Keon Coleman will be out there?
Why?
Because the defender will be all over him. It's a separation joke. It's fine. I think Keon's doing just fine.
We're doing separation jokes.
It's fine. I think Keon Coleman's doing just fine. One thing on him very quickly before we extend on sports. He went for 8 for 112 and a touchdown in the opener. And it was, whoa, is this the new? No, I don't think it is. I think if you know what Coleman is supposed to be, you won't be mad about it. Same kind of thing where after that game, like, what's he going to go for 1,700 yards? If he does, that's great.
Right, but he won't.
I definitely don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's a usage thing. I think that, they're going to put him in position to win the way that he wins. Same with Jackson Hawes. Same with a lot of players that they have. They know what they're doing over there. We might not always agree with how they're approaching what they should do, but they're pretty good at knowing what they're doing. 803-0550. That's the phone number. All right. A very fast, super great American Football Friday frenzy in Extendo Sports. And then we hand it off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio. All right, Sal. To the game itself, we saw, I don't say like breakout performances, but this is how the Bills kind of want to do things as a team, whether it's Jackson Hawes or Dalton Kincaid. Is that Kincaid's best game with the Bills, right? He kind of showcases a lot of what he's able to do. The touchdown, he nearly had a second one. Allen looks for him on another play as well. Like we really got a good full boat of Kincaid and the tight ends as a group and where they
function as a function of this offense.
This was everybody eats. That's what it was. 10 people had targets. 9 guys had receptions. 5, 6 players had 2 or more receptions. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players had double-digit yardage or higher. The highest being Dalton Kincaid at 66. He was really good. Both Chris Brown this week, I'll give him credit, and I said on the pregame show that the tight ends should probably factor into this game because the Dolphins just didn't have good coverage from their linebackers. They're not great at the second level at covering, and the Bills took advantage of that early on. They attacked it, and Dalton Kincaid was targeted early and often. I would agree this could be considered maybe his best game in a Bills uniform. And what's really great to see about Dalton Kincaid is he is blocking really well. And there are plays every game, including this game, where he is making a block. I think there was one on Shakir's.
The touchdown.
Yeah. Was it Shakir?
Yep.
Yeah, because I know Tyrell Shavers might have had one on that one too. I'm not sure, but he's making blocks too. He's doing his job in the run game. And then when you add Jackson Hawes in there, I talked to the tight ends, not Dalton. I talked to Dawson and Jackson Hawes in the locker room about this, about what it does to a defense when you could put 13 personnel on the field and you're not just pounding the ball at them, because that's what you think about 13 personnel. And they just both lit up and said that's the dream, right? Where you put 3 tight ends on the field and teams just still don't know what you're going to do. And the Bills have really leaned into that and they've used that. So this was everybody eats. This is exactly the way that the Bills envision it with how they want to operate their offense.
Sal Capaccio joining us. Sal, let's get to the defense and how they performed. Third down defense, it was great against the Jets. I think a big part of that was how they got them into third and very long in that game. But the third down defense kind of rears its ugly head or whatever. Gets back to the problem it was last year. They could not get off the field consistently to finding Jalen Waddle, to finding scrambles. What do you make of the defensive performance overall, and specifically as we dig into third down, which we know has been a focal point for McDermott and for Brendan Beane this offseason?
Third down defense wasn't good, and what's troubling about what you just said is right, because they also had third and longs here, and they couldn't get them off the field. Miami converted several third and longs. But overall, 10 for 15, when you hold the team 0 for 11, that's amazing. But 10 for 15 is just unacceptable. You can't have that. That being said, I think the reasons for that were mostly the fact that the Bills did not finish their pass rush. They did not finish sacks. They got around Tua, but they didn't get to Tua. And uncharacteristically, we don't see this a lot from Tua, he was able to get out of the pocket, and he was able to scramble, and then he was able to make some throws down the field. So I think, to me, that was a reason why. They blitz, too. And when you blitz and you don't get home, you guys know what happens. You leave holes, right? And I think that was part of an issue. So third down defense was an issue. But I think the biggest issue on third down was they just didn't get to the quarterback. You have to get to the quarterback. When it's third and long and you're going to send pressure, you got to get home. Because if not, you're going to have too many opportunities for spaces down the field to make a play. And what's a double-edged sword? You say, well, they don't blitz. That's fine, but then you're going to give him more time in the pocket. Uncharacteristically, though, I say, because he's just not known to be a scrambler. He scrambled. He got out of the pocket. He threw the ball on target a couple of those times, and he even ran for one himself. So the Bills will have to clean that up. They'll go back and figure out and see. But more of the biggest issue to me wasn't the overall numbers on third down. Yes, that looks bad. It was the fact that they just could not. They only had 5 total quarterback hurries, by the way, in this game, credited with. 5 quarterback hurries, 0 sacks, 5 quarterback hurries. They needed more out of the defensive ends. Joey Bosa, to me, was fine. But he got close. He didn't finish the play. You got to finish.
football.
Super great American football Friday frenzy.
Don't blink. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off.
Love that. That's the message, Mike Tomlin. Don't blink.
If you blink, cut your eyelids off.
What is it? The best of all time. It's a Thursday game, so Football Friday Frenzy gets shortened to about a minute. Ready, set, go. Okay.
The Panthers-Falcons game is blowing my mind during the break because the lines moved 6 points without a quarterback injury. Carolina opened a 1.5 favorite. They're now a 5.5-point underdog. Everyone hates the Panthers, I guess.
Cincinnati, Minnesota, Jake Browning, Carson Wentz. No thanks. Pittsburgh at New England.
Low scoring.
That's a good one. If New England wins, remember, I think they play the Panthers next week. New England could come here in 2 weeks, a game back.
Yep.
I kind of want to root for that.
Yep.
I really kind of do. Houston at Jacksonville, Indy, Tennessee, Denver and the Chargers, I think, is the Bills fan game to watch this week.
I really like, for non-Bills rooting interest part, I love Rams-Eagles this week. That was a close game in the divisional round. That's in Philadelphia, so I'm into that one.
I'm going to go with Rams to take that one in Philly. Give me the Rams.
Yeah.
Jets at Tampa, creamsicle uniforms for Baker and the Bucks.
Yep.
Green Bay at Cleveland, Vegas at Washington, Atlanta, Carolina, Dallas at Chicago. Most of the country gets to see the Bears.
Yep.
I don't know if that's going to be good for you all out there. Arizona, San Francisco in the late window. And then the primetime games, Sunday Night Football is Giants-Chiefs. And then Monday Night Football is Lions-Ravens.
Go Lions.
Yes.
Lions and Giants. If you could get the Giants and the Lions to win this weekend, everyone's going to be on cloud nine on Monday.
You might want the Chargers to lose even more.
Yeah, maybe.
The number one game you should want is Denver over LA. You want the AFC West to kind of get muddled up.
Yep.
All right, we're gone, and the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way. Thanks to everybody who texted, called, listened, everything. We had a good time today. Enjoy your weekend off. I feel like I'm giving everybody the weekend off, right? No Bills game.
Yeah.
Where the teacher's saying, all right, you know what? No homework. We'll see you Monday. Victory Friday.
Although you have Arsenal and City come on Sunday, so you've got.
I do.
It's a different class.
Does Liverpool play and annoy the entire world?
They'll beat Everton tomorrow in the 93rd minute, and I can't wait to put it in the group chat when you all wake up to it.
So excited for that! It'll be great. I'm sure Everton will be down to 9 men, and you'll need like 17 minutes stoppage time. It's fine. It's fine. It's great.
First place.
See you Monday.
shoulder. Looks like he reached the goal line, and he did, as he is in for a 2. Hand off to Cook. Going to cut it back to the left side through a hole. Out to the 50. Trying to get away from the defender. Shakes another tackle. And he's into Miami territory at the 44-yard line. Back to pass. Looking left. And stretching and reaching for it is Kincaid. And he stumbles into the end zone for the touchdown. A 20-yard touchdown hookup. Allen to Kincaid. And the Bills are an extra point away from tying it up early. Looking downfield, now goes back to the flat, and buried at the 38-yard line is Devon Achane. Shaq Thompson lowered the boom.
Another round of highlights from Chris Brown on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network after the Bills beat the Dolphins 31-21 yesterday at Highmark Stadium. Late last night at Highmark Stadium, I should say. Sal Capaccio here with you on a Buffalo Football Friday reaction extra point show here today. And of course, our Football Friday is brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Well, it's a Thursday night victory. It's a Friday morning, extra point show. And I am here at Studio Capaccio. Yes, so if you see me, because you can watch on YouTube, hello, this is Studio Capaccio, where I do the podcast. It's always game day in Buffalo. My buddy Matt Bove. We're here today. I mean, hey, Studio Capaccio is good for times like this because I think I got to bed last night about 2:45 a.m. Back up this morning, ready to rock and roll with Jeremy and Joe, and ready to talk to you. So things are going quick, and the power of technology today, we're able to stay in Studio Capaccio and do this show and take all of your calls as we would normally on a Monday. Bullpen, what's going on? Just want to give a shout out to you guys. I know you're in there right now, and you can chat with us. You can go to Studio Capaccio and watch, Studio Capaccio and WGR Sports Radio 550 on the YouTube page. That is WGR 550 on YouTube, and you can chat right there. All right, I won't be able to respond to a lot of your chats because I'll be doing the show, but you can talk with each other, what you liked, what you didn't like about the game, and, of course, heading forward with the Buffalo Bills. And we also are going to take your calls because that's what we do on a reaction show. We take your calls, and whether it's a Monday or a Friday. And I have to be honest, I got up today, and I grabbed the Victory Monday T-shirt, and I'm like, no, it's not a Monday. I mean, is that a faux pas? I mean, what do you think? I'll ask. In fact, you know what? Let's start this off. Let's get the bullpen involved right away. Bullpen, answer this question for me. Would it have been weird if I wore a Victory Monday shirt today, like I do after the Bills win on a Sunday? Would it be weird? Because I thought I still wear it next Monday because I'm still going to do the show on Monday. Would it be weird if I wore it today? Because I'm going to wear it Monday anyway. So maybe that would have been weird. Wear it on a Friday and a Monday would have been okay. You would have been acceptable of it, right? So thank you. Sal, you can still wear it. Thank you. Does anyone have a Victory Friday shirt? We got to get on that one. There you go. Wear the shirt. No, I don't have it. I do have a buffalo here on my shirt though, with some snarly looking face. And I think a lot of you are a little snarly today after the Bills win 31-21. What's up with that? A little snarly after the victory. I get it. They didn't play their cleanest game. They didn't play a perfect game. There's a lot of things that didn't look great, that went a little awry. And you're feeling like, man, you got to clean that up. No doubt. I get it. No doubt. But, folks, I think, honestly, I got to be honest, I think that some of the expectations are getting a little unrealistic here. You can't just walk into division games against an 0-2 team and just, run them out of the building by 30 points. I know that'd be great. And you look at the Dolphins and their situation, you think that could happen, but it was still 31-21. The Bills won by 10 points. Now, I'm not here to sit here and tell you everything was rainbows and, unicorns and all that everything was great. But, man, they still won 3-0, and it feels like to a lot of people just way more to you went wrong than right. I don't agree with that. I think there were definitely things that went wrong, and we could talk about that, the things they have to clean up. I say it all the time. I'll say it now. Every game has its own DNA. What does that mean? What does it mean every game had its own DNA? It means that every game is different, obviously. Every game plan is different. When someone says to me, well, you can't do that against the Ravens or you'll lose. My response is, well, they didn't play the Ravens, so you don't play them the same way. you play the Dolphins and you have a game plan for the Dolphins. They have a much different team than the Ravens or the Chiefs or the Bengals or the Eagles or whoever. And you construct a game plan to go against the opponent you're playing, not against an opponent you're going to play later down the road because, well, we can't play like that against them. No, it doesn't matter. You're not trying to beat the Chiefs right now. You're trying to beat the Dolphins. The Bills were their own worst enemy yesterday in a lot of ways. They were the better team, and they started to stall out a little bit on offense, and they still wound up scoring 31 points. It's crazy to think about the fact that the Bills didn't have their fastball. They didn't have their best offensive output, mostly in the second half, and yet they still scored 31 points and won by 10 points over a division rival. And I just think that's a great sign. But there's certainly some things to clean up and things we want to talk about, and I want to talk about all of that with you at 803-0550 here on the Football Friday Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR Sports Radio 550. We are going to hear from a lot of people today, okay? So we're going to take your calls, but I also want, because this was a late night and a lot of you haven't heard from Sean McDermott yet, we'll hear from him. We'll hear from Josh Allen. We'll hear from Terrell Bernard. We got locker room sound. So we'll hear all of that, and we'll take your phone calls, and I welcome them at 803-0550, whatever you liked or didn't like. And, of course, what I like and what I don't like is always at WGR550.com after every game. It is called Arrow Up, Arrow Down, and I'll run through that as well because the arrows down. Now, after games, I say to you a lot of times, I put out there on social media, on X, at Sal Sports, I say, give me suggestions for arrow up, arrow down. And last night, there were a lot of suggestions for arrow down. Quite a few for arrow up, too. But way more, I think, for arrow down. And that's where I got to, man, it feels like if you didn't know the score of the game, if you didn't know the result of the game, and you saw the replies after I asked that, you'd think the Bills really got beat and people are really upset. They didn't get beat. They also didn't play quite up to their standard in a lot of ways, and that's okay to recognize, but you also want to make sure you know and I recognize that they did win a game, and they moved to 3-0, and they're the first team in the clubhouse with 3 wins here early on in the NFL season. So if you go over to WGR550.com, arrow up, arrow down, we start with the ups for the third straight week because I start with an up when the Bills win. I start with a down when they lose. And I think there's some encouraging things that we've seen early on in this season that really did show up very well last night. And I'm going to start with Dalton Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid is turning into, I think, the player that the Bills told you they needed him to be in 2025. He has gotten bigger. I've stood next to him. You can tell. And it's not like massively bigger, but it's bigger, it's thicker, he's stronger, and it's showing up in his game. He's becoming a better blocker. When he's on the field, he can block and he can obviously catch passes. And he did in this one. 5 catches, 66 yards, and the score. And I think it's just a great sign for the Bills, not only Dalton Kincaid, but really the entire tight end group. And this is kind of where the offense is right now, folks. The offense is at a spot where they can play a little more conservative, and it doesn't look great to you, and it doesn't sound great, and you want them to throw the ball. And I did too. Like, I thought they should be more aggressive last night. But their philosophy right now is we can just kind of beat you playing a game where we're not going to make mistakes. And if it comes time where we have to kind of put the foot on the gas, we'll do that like we did against the Ravens. I don't love that because I think you could get into a trap and you could wind up getting into a situation where maybe, you fall behind and then you make a mistake and you can't catch up. Could have happened to the Ravens. It almost happened last night. But at the same time, I also love the fact that this team just doesn't give the ball away and they can still move the ball down the field in a number of different ways. They can lead on the running game. They can use 3 tight ends, 13 personnel. Normally, when you have 13 personnel on the field, the defense thinks it's big boy football, physical. They're going to come right at you. Teams can't do that against the Bills because the Bills have Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox, and Jackson Hawes, who gets his first NFL touchdown. Jackson Hawes said with those 3 and Reggie Gilliam, he called it a 4-headed snake, actually, is what he called it. And yes, that's a formula to win. It's also, though, concerning when you don't see the Bills throw the ball down the field and get some explosive plays because they're going to need that. I had some people tell me, and I know I've heard you, and maybe we'll get some calls on this, say, and read you say that, you don't like Joe Brady's play calling because he's not throwing the ball down the field or allowing Josh Allen. Look, I don't think anything about not allowing Josh Allen. There were several times last night that I'm on the field watching, And I don't know if you could tell from your TV broadcast or if you were there, Josh did look downfield, and then he checked it down. Sure, there are going to be a lot of plays designed to go underneath, short passes. There were plenty of plays where Josh Allen looked downfield to throw, and he didn't throw it. And what you have to look at is, did the Dolphins in this case keep everything in front of them and not allow the Bills to do that? So there's a lot of just nuances in how these things go, right? James Cook with an excellent performance. We'll get to him as well. But, man, this guy's off to a great start this year. 108 yards, 5.7 yards a carry. He gets into the end zone for the 7th straight regular season game, tying a franchise record. Guy gets paid, and he's still just on an ascension basically here. And he's just been really, really good so far for the Buffalo Bills. Third down defense was an issue. Definitely we can get to that. We'll get a lot more on we'll get into a lot more of what you want to as well. 803-0550 here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Before we get to calls, though, how about Terrell Bernard? I'm so mad. I'm mad at myself. I am mad at myself. Joe Cali, I'm mad at myself. I mean, he's on the phone, I think, taking a phone call. I got to tell you why I'm mad. Because the game was in the fourth quarter, and Chris and Eric are doing the game up top. And I thought to myself, I said, we had a report coming from me, like they were going to come down to me. And Joe, I'm mad at myself because I said, I'm going to say on the air, boy, guys, I really think I really smell a Terrell Bernard, like, turnover coming. And I never did it. I didn't say it, and then it happened. I would have looked like the soothsayer, Nostradamus. So it didn't happen, though.
No, that would have been awesome, though, I will say.
I know. I thought it. And no, you don't have to believe me, folks. I'm sitting here and like, yeah, whatever, Sal. You didn't. I was going to say on the air, guys, I smell a Terrell Bernard turnover. The guy just has a knack to make plays, to make turnovers, to be around the ball. And you know what's great about last night? Man, again, this is the nuance of football that you kind of have to just step back and think and see what's happening and digest it all before you make these rash judgments. Because I saw a lot of people saying he took a risk, and if he gets beat, it's a big play down the field. That's not the case, folks. Terrell Bernard, after the game, said he saw this on film, and he kind of figured what was coming. So I asked him, like, when did you see it, and take me through kind of the process of that. He said, well, the Jets actually ran the same concept and had some success on a play or two. So they knew it might come from the Dolphins, and they saw the Dolphins do the same thing. So he gave a shout-out to Al Holcomb, his linebackers coach, who said, look, they're going to run this and be ready for it. He said earlier in the game, they ran the exact same formation. He saw it develop, but they didn't throw it there. And then, late in the game, the interception play, Terrell Bernard said, I saw it, I knew they were going to throw it there, and I was going to jump it. And he said, even if I got beat, like I said, hey, it's a risk, right? He said, well, they were in zone defense. This was the key for me. He said, we were in zone. If he risks and he doesn't get there, it's okay. Someone's going to make the tackle. Yeah, you might give up some yards, but it's not like you're giving up a big play down the field. Folks, that was a calculated risk based on study. That's why Terrell Bernard is who he is and a team captain and making those plays. So just wanted to throw that out there. 803-0550 is the number to call. We'll get to a lot of your sound from the locker room after McDermott, Allen, Bernard, and more here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Lots of your phone calls coming in, though. Let's start it off with Clover in Texas. Hi, Clover. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. How are you?
You got it. I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Well, I'm happy about the win. Like Miami, they know us so well. They know how to attack Sean McDermott's defense. I mean, they have some good players. I mean, Waddle, he really went off. There was some throws that Tua missed to Hill that really could have hurt us, so we got lucky there. But I mean, we can't forget, like, Skylar Thompson came up and really gave us a hard time during a playoff game a couple of years ago. So I mean, I think people should really be happy with this win. And then, just made the mistakes, right, with the interception and the bad penalty. So that kind of leads me to the reason why I called. I wanted to know what you thought about the special teams play this season under the new coach. I noticed it's kind of like not a story. The coverage and the punts and kickoffs seem really good. And then I was wondering with the shank on the field goal from Prater, I was wondering if that had something to do with the new punter coming in. And
I have to tell you, Clover, I haven't looked at that yet, so I can't tell you. I don't know if the hold was bad or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he had that same guy last week, and he was 6 for 6 on kicks.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
You know, so I can't. I think 6 for 6, maybe 5 for 5. So I can't tell you for sure if that had anything to do with it. I think overall special teams have been good for the Bills, but the opening kickoff was not good coverage last night, and then Brandon Codrington also muffed a punt, so not a good night for special teams. They missed a field goal. That was out of the 3 games they played, though. That's the first time I would say that about the new about special teams right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess in the years past we've had some things that have cost us games, right? Like the 12 men on the field for the one game, I think it was Denver.
Yep.
So at least there's not that. Like, yeah, you're right. There was some mistakes last night. I've heard people ripping on Codrington, but
oh well, whatever. He muffed a punt. He muffed a punt. He's very good at his job and what he does. So I wouldn't agree with that. But he did muff a punt. And he's got to be better than that, and he knows that. But thanks a lot, Clover. I got to run. Always appreciate you giving a call. Yeah, you got it. Let's go. By the way, how about this? We got back from the Lone Star State, Steve in Texas. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Sal. I just kind of wanted to echo your point a little bit about, super short week, division matchup. That's totally a survive and advance, especially given some of the injuries we've had. And Miami is just so fast and has, 3 home run hitters on offense, regardless of people's opinion of, what Tua is going to do at quarterback. But the biggest thing I noticed from that game was that series of plays leading up to Prater missing the field goal. It seemed like, very low risk. We're going to get points here, and we're going to be in the driver's seat for the rest of the game. And then when he missed that field goal, it kind of seemed like, not that offense or Joe Brady in particular tightened up, but it seemed like it got really protective, and the style of their offense really changed for a quarter and a half or 2 quarters after that. It just it seemed like they really got out of their comfort zone when they missed that field goal, and they were. Yeah,
it's a good point. I gave that entire sequence an arrow down. I agree with you. I thought the complexion of the game completely changed on that series, and then Miami comes down and they tie the game. You're talking about a swing, Steve. Could have been 17-7, maybe even 21-7. And the Bills get nothing out of it, and then Miami scores. But you're right. If you go back to there, the Bills actually got the ball down to the Miami 16-yard line. From there, they ran for 2 yards, ran for no gain, and then got sacked and then missed that field goal. I agree. And I don't know if the offense, like the philosophy of the offense changed after that, but after that series, it was not as easy for the Bills because the first 2 series, they were just moving the ball at will down on the Miami Dolphins. You know what I mean? And then that could change the complexion of the game. But I agree with you on that. I appreciate it. Let's go to Neil in North Carolina. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call. And if you would have made that call, we could have called you Saladamas, I would guess.
Saladamas. There you go. See, I know. I'm telling you, you might not believe me. I said it. I even said it to those guys in a break. I'm like, guys, I'm so mad at myself. I smelled the Terrell Bernard turnover. But you know why, Neil? It's because that guy just seems to make plays. And listen.
He does.
Tremaine Edmonds did a lot of nice things in a Bills uniform. But Terrell Bernard's kind of the antithesis of Tremaine Edmonds. Tremaine Edmonds would have, he'd fill up a stat sheet with tackles, but you were always missing that splash play, especially in a critical moment. Whereas Terrell, maybe he doesn't fill up the stat sheet all the time. He does, and then he makes a critical play at a critical moment.
Yep, absolutely. The thing I was going to say is, like you were saying, a lot of people are upset. They didn't pass the ball. They didn't throw it enough. And it seemed like he went in there, Brady, with an idea of, okay, let's see if we can run the 2 and the 3 tight end offense. They were able to run. And the other thing was they moved quick, Miami. So the best thing we can do is to run the clock. And when you have a running back like him, it reminds me of the 90s. The reason that team was as great as it was, yeah, they had a quarterback. Yeah, they had receivers. They also had Thurman Thomas, who can change the game rushing. And it also can open up in other types of games, the passing. So I actually thought the game plan wasn't that bad. Did I expect that? No. But I actually thought it wasn't that bad. But that the point of that missed field goal absolutely started to change. And luckily, they were able to play the way they're playing. It's just enjoyable to watch these guys. I mean, they're really playing great. And like you said, things they need to fix, absolutely. But you walk away with a Miami team that came in there hungry to beat us because they were 0-2. and we were able to hold them off, and we're now 3-0. So I definitely give him kudos for that, but I'm enjoying watching the run. I mean, he's amazing, Cook. And when they put that 3 tight end, it seems like he's getting anywhere from 5 to 10 to 12 yards every time.
Yeah, you got it. I appreciate that. And listen, it's so funny, Neil. Like, you're like, yeah, conservative, this and that, and then they score 31 points. That's what's wild about this team, right? Like last week, Josh Allen. Josh Allen doesn't account for a single point, and they score 30. And it's like, how do they do that? And I think that's just a sign of a good team, even though it could be kind of boring, quote unquote, right? I mean, I think that's how you have to look at it. Andrew in Utica. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, good morning, Sal.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wanted to share with you some reflections I had after sleeping, because a lot of the fan base last night, including myself, was super stressed. Like, this is some bad team. We scored 31 points without a turnover, and a lot of fans are talking like we lost the game, myself included last night. But after sleeping on it, we really got to enjoy these moments of having one of the best offenses in the league. And a forward-looking statement on the defense, we're down about 5 key contributors with Oliver, Milano, Okunjobi, Hoyt, and Hairston. So I think that situational defense will improve moving forward. And also looking at the box score, Tua passed for 146 yards on 36 attempts. So just brief reflection on the game and forward-looking statement on the defense. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you got it. Listen, the yards per play for the Dolphins was less than 5, like 4.6. The only issue with the Bills' defense I really had was third down defense. A lot of that stemmed from not getting much of a pass rush. You know what I mean? So I think that is a area where they have to be better. But at the same time, I think that they did a very nice job overall defensively. 803-0550. Here's the number to call on WGR Sports Radio 550. And if you want to give a call and you want to jump on board, we can do that. We'd be like Mike in Lancaster here. We'll take one more call before a timeout, and we'll get to Mike. What's up, Mike?
Sal, good morning. So glad they won. So glad they're 3-0. I do have a couple things, and I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but I got a couple questions for you. First drive, which is obviously a very important drive in the game because Miami goes down and gets that touchdown, right? They kind of set the tone for the game, I thought. They came out and played with some attitude, and, hats off to them, but glad we pulled it off. But how is that not being called down? Tyreek Hill bobbled the ball before he went out of bounds. The announcer on TV made it known. I seen it. And they
we did
said,
too.
Hey,
we did too. I don't know, and we haven't. I think Sean McDermott speaks today. Maybe he'll get asked about that. Like he maybe should have been able to. Maybe should have challenged that. I would also tell you. I think if it was clear, they could have overturned it on the replay assist, like they do sometimes. They can do that. They didn't do that. I agree with you. I mean, yeah, sure, it's a nitpicky thing, but it's probably right. They probably should have challenged that, but they didn't. Maybe he didn't. Maybe they just didn't feel it was close enough. He didn't want to lose a challenge that early in the game. You know what I mean? In a timeout. I don't know.
And that brings me to my second point. And we pay that guy upstairs, that official that's we hired him last year, and I haven't seen great things from that guy. I thought we would have been a lot better with the challenges, but I don't know why he's not seeing that. And second, saving the timeouts. We're calling timeouts before the end of the half, kind of with Miami driving, having the momentum, and I understand he wants to get the ball back, right? But we're getting the ball after the half. I understand if we weren't getting the ball after the half using the timeouts, but I just thought it was the wrong decision to start using timeouts and helping Miami on that final drive there.
Well,
that's
fine, but you just said, but you didn't. Wait. That to me, that you're looking for something then there to nitpick because you just said you understand it, and he's trying to get Josh Allen the ball to double dip.
No, I understand it if we were not getting the ball back after half. I would understand that.
I know that, but I'm saying they wanted to double dip. They wanted to get the ball, score, and get the ball back at the end of the half. So, I mean, you have Josh Allen as your quarterback, right? I mean, that's
right.
I get it.
I disagree with hardly any timeouts, and you're letting Miami drive. I don't know. I just didn't feel it. I thought it was the wrong decision.
Okay, that's cool. You can feel that way, but I mean, you have Josh Allen, and the coach obviously wanted to be aggressive. And we get calls all the time that he's not aggressive enough, Mike.
Well, if you want to say that, Sal, what do we have, one pass over 10 yards last night?
Correct.
The whole game?
That is correct. That is correct. Now, I'll point that out, and I agree with you on that, and I wrote about that. I would also tell you that's not just on coaching. Josh Allen looked downfield and decided to check it down several times.
Right. But
that's on the quarterback, too.
It would be nice. if Josh would at least throw something down, even if it's a busted play, wasted play, just to try to open some things up for him. I would like to see that. You hate to nitpick things, but when they're good, you got to find something to nitpick on, right?
Is there anything you liked about the game, Mike?
Yeah, I like that they won.
Okay, there you go, buddy. I love it. I love it. Thanks a lot. We'll take a time out here. I appreciate that. Just wanted to end on a good note here on the first segment. We'll take a time out here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR Sports Radio 550. We are going to hear from Sean McDermott, who spoke post-game, Josh Allen, Terrell Bernard. We'll try to do all that, but you guys got calls coming in, so we'll take that as well here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capaccio with you on a Buffalo Football Friday on WGR.
It's a screen pass to Shakir. Has a blocker in front, racing to the end zone, and he's in. It's a 15-yard screen pass for a touchdown as Shakir got great blocking downfield, got up the sideline and into the end zone. And the Bills have the lead back again.
That is Chris Brown of the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. By the way, thanks to Chris, who texted to me and said the hold was good on the missed field goal attempt. Laces might have been not exactly where you want them to be, but they were good enough, and hold was good. So, yeah, we had a caller earlier who wondered about that, Clover, who said, was the hold poor from Cameron Johnston on Prater's kick? No, just he just missed it. So, and that happens, and that's his first miss in a Bills uniform. Okay, so we had a caller a little while ago, and he was upset, or at least, criticizing, I guess, the timeouts being used by Sean McDermott at the end of the first half. And I've seen that too. I went back and looked at the play-by-play because I want to just kind of go through it. In my mind, I also was a bit surprised the Bills were doing it, but I understood. He said he understood. But here's why. So the Bills used their second timeout after a first down play. The biggest thing I was curious about, and really, I guess you'd say, like, surprised, right? I was surprised that it wasn't just the Bills used a timeout. It was after it was a 5-yard gain. So it's already second and 5 now. And they're like, okay. Because I thought, all right, the chances of them getting a first down, you're giving them more time here, which I think is what the caller might be alluding to. But then on the second play, they go negative 2 yards. Now you call timeout. It's your third timeout because there's only, at that time, 47 seconds left. Folks, I mean, if Miami throws an incomplete pass, okay, on third down and 7, the Bills are getting the ball back with 40 seconds left. That's not what happened. They actually ran a little bit of time, but that's what they got a first down. But the reason why Sean McDermott calls timeout at the end of the half there is he calls timeout twice, and they already used one, so that's the third timeout. And the reason is because you're in a 3rd and 7. If Miami has an incomplete pass, the Bills are getting the ball with 40 seconds left pretty much with Josh Allen to score and then score again. So, I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, man, coach is too conservative. And then when he does that, be upset about it because that's being aggressive to allow Josh Allen to get the ball. I was surprised. I just totally get it. Like, that's what they did, and it didn't work out, but I get it. Let's go to Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal, listen, when I call into talk shows, I really call in to disagree or argue, but I don't know what it is with you, Sal. Me and you just think too much alike. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. Listen, if the fan base thinks that we're going to go out and beat teams 48-7 every week, think again. I mean, these are the kind of games I want. I want these games all year long. Yeah, I'd like a blowout here and there, but this will get us ready for the playoffs. I think when you go to championship games and World Series and lose, and you come back the next year, I just think that your mind is still on getting back to the playoffs. I know you got to play the regular season, but this game today. First of all, Miami catches the break with us. They don't have to come up here in December or January in the cold weather. They finally get a nice day to play us. I know they're 0-2, but they're a professional football team. And for this game, if Miami had won this game, I wouldn't have been surprised. I wouldn't have said, okay, 12.5-point underdogs, how do we lose? We're going to have these games all year. Teams are coming at us. The only way we blow somebody out is if we lose a tough game, and then we're really into that next game. But listen, stop complaining. We won this game. We're 3-0. Get healthy and just keep this season going. And in my estimation, it's on to the Super Bowl this year. That's all I got, Sal.
All right, yeah, thank you, Billy. Listen, there's always room to say this didn't go right, that didn't go right. You have to improve there because that's what coaches are doing. That's what players are doing. There's no doubt. But I agree with you that I think the expectations are getting a bit unrealistic for a lot of people. Oh, my gosh. Like, folks, winning in the NFL by 10 points, it's just like you don't do that much in this league. There's not a lot of games every week that are decided by double digits. There's just not. And the Bills have now done it 2 weeks in a row and in 2 division games in a 4-day span. Like, that's really good. Really good. And even if and doing it when you don't even play that well. Here are the point totals from last week in games where they're decided. There was a 9-point game on Thursday night. This is last week. And then there was a blowout, Ravens and Browns. And then let's see, Bengals won by 4, Cowboys won by 3, Lions won in a blowout, Patriots won by 6, 49ers won by 5, Cardinals won by 5, Colts won by 1, Bucks won by 1, Eagles won by 3. There's about, 4 or 5 games maybe with double digits point spreads here. I mean, there's 16 games in the league pretty much every week. The expectations, the talk all week. I was concerned this week because all the talk was this week about Mike McDaniel getting fired and how they're just going to roll over and go home. And I got caught up in that too. But man, that's a team. Those are professional athletes. They have pride. They're trying to win, and it's a division game. So the Bills didn't play their best football, which happens sometimes on Thursdays, by the way, and they still scored 31 points and won. And that's a good thing, and they have things to work on. We can keep it all in that kind of not overreacting either way space. Shane in North Carolina. Hi, Shane.
Good morning, Sal. Happy Victory Friday. I just want to talk about Jimbo for a second. I know it's only 3 games, but is it too early to start talking about him being an Offensive Player of the Year candidate? I mean, this guy, he leads the league with 284 rushing. He's got currently 5.4 yards a carry. If my math is correct, he's roughly on pace for 1,600 rushing, 600 receiving, 22 touchdowns. And I know those numbers will probably die down a little bit, but that's what he's on pace for. And I just think this guy, he's a total game changer. I've been pounding my fist on the table for Bean to get one for a while now, and it seems to me we truly have one, aside from Allen.
It's a great call. It's a great point. I'm looking at his stats now. He's at 5.36 yards, so you're close on that. But the only running backs who are averaging more so far through 2 games only for the others are Travis Etienne, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Derrick Henry, Rashad White, and Jonathan Taylor and Kenneth Walker. They're all up there too. Jahmyr Gibbs. So he's 8th, 9th in yards per carry. He's leading the league in total yards rushing, but he has played 1 extra game. But the other part is he's finding the end zone again, Shane, and that's how you do it too, right? I mean, you're scoring those points and helping your team. I think that's a good point. I mean, could the Bills actually have an MVP candidate and an Offensive Player of the Year candidate separately on the same team? Yeah, at this point they do. Let's go to JD in Hamburg. Hi, JD.
Hey, Sal, good morning. I just want to say that, I've seen a lot of good Bills teams, but the last couple of years I've seen a Bills team that gets lucky. And I do believe luck is the residue of design. And I'll take luck, bad penalties, a key interception. The stats don't tell us the when. Like what Bernard did last night, it's the when, making plays at the exact right time. So you got to win ugly. This is a divisional game, and Miami's going to come ready, just like the Jets and the Pats are going to come ready. So I'll take lucky every time. Then I just want to say something about James Cook. I've said this before. I said this before the season. People weren't so sure. When he is as productive as Josh Allen, they will win a title. And when the coaches give him the ball as much as they've been giving them the ball, the Bills are going to be almost unstoppable. And I'm telling you, I think this team can win a title when Elway didn't win until he had Davis. Marino never won because he didn't have a running game. They've got something here now, and I think Cook can deliver a title if the coaches really keep ramping up his percentages and touches.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks, JD. Good call. And, luck, the residue of design. I like that because it's not luck when you do things right and through a 60-minute game, something happens to go your way because you keep doing things right. A ball could bounce one way or the other. We know that can be luck sometimes. Look, Sealer running into the punter. I mean, you can't do that if you're the Dolphins. That's what bad teams do. They make plays like that. They make mistakes like that. And that's what he did on that play. And sorry, that really helped the Bills, obviously, in that moment. Coach Ronald says the Bills are averaging 34 points a game. Come on, relax. The fish came to play. They played tough. It's how you learn and grow. And that's getting connected with our fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. That's right. I just looked it up. Baltimore leading the league at 40.5 points a game. The Bills are second at 34 points a game. That's through 3 games. Baltimore's already played 2. And by the way, Baltimore plays Detroit on Monday night. Detroit's averaging 32.5. That could be a high-scoring game there. Let's go to CJ in West Seneca. What's going on, CJ?
Hey, Sal, morning, man. So just the two bright spots for me on defense last night. I thought Deion Walker's best game as a pro was last night. He only had 2 tackles, but the one play was either like a pitch play or like a throw to the flat, and he got to the boundary and made a tackle. And then if you look at the replay of Bernard's interception, I think Walker either got a piece of it or he at least got his hands up into his face enough, I think, to maybe make that throw be a little bit off. And then Trey White looks like he's back to his old, Trey White self as much as he can be. He had a couple of nice pass breakups last night. But the one that I'm concerned about, we're almost 20% of the way through the season, and Greg Rousseau's been on a milk carton the first 3 weeks. He's been nowhere to be found anywhere. So I was just wondering if you can see stuff when you're on the sideline. Are teams scheming against him and they're able to kind of, neutralize him, or has it just been bad luck the first few weeks?
Yeah, so a couple of things. I'll touch on all 3 of your players and points here. Deion Walker actually said it to us in the locker room too, CJ. He said, tell Terrell he owes me a thank you because it was my pressure. That's what he said. He did not say he got his hand on it, so I don't think he did, but you're right, it was close and we couldn't tell, right? But he did say he got the pressure there, and he did for sure. Deion Walker had a really nice game. I agree with you. It's interesting you say that about Trey White. I got and I gave Trey White an arrow down because I thought that he got beat a little too much on the outside, him and Christian Benford. And I do agree with you, though. He made some nice plays. He was involved in the run game. But a lot of people are really down on Trey White after yesterday's game. I will say I think it was circumstantial, which is, there was long yardage situations. He'd given him a cushion, and the pass rush didn't get home. So you're going to get beat a lot in those situations when you're a corner because you have guys that you're trying to respect the speed of, and that can happen. I thought it was an interesting game for Trey like that because you could look at it one of 2 ways. So thank you. And then the final one. Okay, so Greg Rousseau. Yeah, not productive right now. Him and A.J. Epinesa combined for 2 total tackles. I do think not having Ed Oliver hurts Greg Rousseau, but at the same time, that's going to happen. He's got to win his one-on-ones, and I'm not seeing that enough right now from him. And I don't know if they're necessarily scheming against him specifically, because Joey Bosa's on the other side. You should be a little better than that and be a little more productive than what he has been. But we know that he's been productive in the past, and hopefully that'll change. So hopefully that answers all your questions, CJ.
No, I did, and like you said, I figured bringing Bosa in, maybe Greg would be getting a little bit more one-on-one with the tackle, but it doesn't seem to be working out just on the stat sheet the first 3 weeks or so.
Yeah, I wonder, like I said, when Ed Oliver comes back, if that would help out. And again, it wasn't like he was great against, Baltimore, but I do think that'll help having some more, somebody in the interior that'll take up a little bit of attention there. Okay, we'll take a timeout. Thank you so much for all the calls. Keep them coming. I plan on playing some sound, but we don't have to today because we can just keep taking the calls. And then Sean McDermott's going to speak anyway in an hour to the media, and the coordinators will talk after that today as well. And we're going to keep talking about this game. Bills win 31-21. They are at 3-0, first in the clubhouse with 3 wins in the 2025 NFL season. Back after this timeout on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We got a call coming all the way from Indonesia, I believe. John, are you in Indonesia?
Yes, Sal. I'm traveling, and I am in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Wow, I love that. Okay.
Yeah, I was able to watch the game this morning. I'm all good. We won. However, I have a question, 2 questions. First is regarding the running back rotation and rotating 3 running backs. Want your opinion on that when we have a guy, James Cook, who has proven I think he is a 3-down back, and he can take it to the house on any given play. So
they didn't rotate 3 running backs that much last night, though. James Cook played. James Cook's snap count is so far through 3 games way higher than it has been so far. He was on the field for 67% of the snaps. Ray Davis didn't even get a handoff yesterday.
That's fine with me. I mean, but yeah, I don't know. I think. I don't know how
James Cook had 19 carries. Hold on. James Cook had 19 carries. Ty Johnson had 3. Ray Davis had 0. And then Elijah Moore on a jet sweep. So I don't think there's anything to complain about. If that's what you're looking for, you got it.
Okay. All right. The more we get James Cook the ball, the happier I am, I guess.
And then you should be happy because that's what they did last night.
Okay. My second point is I love Terrell Bernard, and I've been waiting for him. I was waiting for him to make the splash play when he finally did. But oftentimes I see him get 5 yards downfield, I think, getting soaked up by linemen and not being able to come downhill. I want your assessment on our linebacker play overall.
Well, they're a little bit lighter and smaller. They're a little bit lighter and smaller by design to be more athletic, which allows them to make plays in the passing game. And when linemen get on them, that can be a problem. So the way it has to work is you hope your defensive linemen don't allow that to happen so they can make plays. You could go with bigger linebackers then who are not going to make those splash plays in the passing game or be more athletic and go sideline to sideline. It's just how you want to build it. I have 0 issue with Terrell Bernard. I think Terrell Bernard's been a very, very good football player for the Bills. That play he made yesterday was excellent in film study, but no doubt he wasn't filling up the stat sheet yesterday, and you'd like to see a little more of that, but I have 0 issue with Terrell Bernard. And the way the Bills design their linebackers, they're a little bit lighter and they're more athletic because they want to be able to make plays in space. That's how it is. And you can't, if you don't want that, then you're not going to get the plays in space if you want more of a downhill guy and a thumper. That make sense? He hung up from Indonesia. I mean, he calls up and says, man, I don't like the running back rotation. There was no rotation last night. James Cook got the ball 19 times. Ty Johnson got it 3. Ray Davis didn't get it. James Cook was on the field for 67% of the snaps last night. That's like a really big number for him. Ty Johnson was on the field for how many? 25. James Cook, 40 to 15. Ray Davis, 4. I mean, if you're looking, you got exactly what you wanted. So I really don't know what the issue would be, but thanks for the call. 803-0550 here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Stick with me. We'll get to your phone calls. Also get to some sound from Postgame yesterday here on a Buffalo Football Friday.
Back to pass, looking left, and stretching and reaching for it is Kincaid, and he stumbles into the end zone for the touchdown. A 20-yard touchdown hookup. Allen to Kincaid, and the Bills are an extra point away from tying it up early. Allen going to roll left, looking for someone in the end zone, and now shovel passes it, complete to Jackson Hawes for his first career touchdown from 5 yards out. Josh Allen looking like Magic Johnson on the fast break and shovels it to Hawes for the score.
It looked like Josh Allen was going to take that one in with his legs. Instead, just flips it sideways to Hawes. Hawes on the play, started in motion, faked like he was going to block. They run hard play action to Cook, who's had.
Allen has to step up in the pocket, fires. It's complete over the middle to Elijah Moore. 50, 45, 40, and down to the 35-yard line. There's the catch and yards after by Elijah Moore for 30 big ones.
Some of the sounds from last night's 31-21 Buffalo Bills victory over the Miami Dolphins. Chris Brown on the Buffalo Bills radio network. You heard Eric Wood in there as well. Nice night inside the stadium last night. It was a beautiful night for football, and the Bills get to 3-0 for the second straight season. Welcome back to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on a Buffalo Football Friday. It is a Victory Friday, brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. You look at the schedule coming for the Bills. I mean, we know they have 10 days off before they take on the New Orleans Saints coming here to town on September 28th. And then it's another home game at night. That's the rivalry jerseys against the Patriots, the white jerseys they unveiled a couple weeks ago. That's going to be on October 5th. And then it's a Monday night game in Atlanta, October 13th. I mean, the Bills have a real look at, getting to 6-0 before the bye. That can be really ambitious, though. It's a lot to ask. It's the NFL, folks. I know that they should be favored in every game. They will be. But, man, even last night we saw, right? Anything can happen in the NFL. So even if they're 5-1, let's say, they drop one somehow, you hope it wouldn't be the Patriots, I guess, in the division. But either way, let's say that happens. You get to 5-1 at the bye. It's a pretty good, darn good start to the season. You get Carolina after that, and then it starts to get a little interesting with the Chiefs, the Dolphins, the Bucks, the Texans, the Steelers, the Bengals. That run, that stretch in the middle of the season. That's why you want to keep winning now, stacking these wins, as they say, keeping some distance between you and the rest of the field, because then if something does happen, you drop a game or two, you might have that cushion. And right now the Bills have a cushion. They're 3-0. They're the first team to 3-0 in the AFC. They have the head-to-head over Baltimore. Nobody else in the AFC East has more than one win. And you just got to keep plugging along. 803-0550. The number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We'll get connected with our fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. Josh in Clarence has been holding for a while. Thank you, Josh. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Sal. Happy Friday.
You too.
Yeah, thanks. I just had two things. First off, Elijah Moore. I was kind of unsure about him in the preseason, but I really like how the Bills have been using him these last couple weeks with those jet sweeps. And then he's had some big catches for first downs, especially the one to kind of close out that game last night. Mm-hmm. And it kind of brings me to my second point. So the Bills are going to have to make some roster decisions in the coming weeks with the suspended players and Max Harrison potentially coming back from injury. Just looking at this roster, it's so well put together. I just don't see who's going to be out when these guys come back in. But one player that does come to mind is Curtis Samuel, because it seems like Elijah Moore has been doing what they maybe wanted Samuel to do. And I don't know, I just kind of wanted your thoughts on, who could the Bills move on from when these guys potentially come back?
It's a great question. I've kind of avoided it because we're not there yet, and injuries could play a part in that. You hope that's not the case. You hope everybody's healthy, and you do have to make tough decisions, Josh, no doubt. They are a couple weeks from that. Let's just remember how this works. Max Harrison is allowed to start practicing after 4 weeks if they feel that he can practice and he's healthy enough. Then they still have 3 more weeks to even activate him. So we're still talking, another month away before they maybe have to make that decision, Josh. But I do think, to your point, to not avoid it here, I do think Curtis Samuel would have to be on the table considering he's been a healthy scratch right at this point. And maybe that's a guy you look at. Jamarcus Ingram was a healthy scratch last night at corner. And if you're going to bring Max Harrison back, how many corners do you need, right? So Jamarcus Ingram could be a guy there. What do you got at linebacker? Shaq Thompson, Joe Andreessen. I mean, Andreessen's the direct backup to Bernard, but Shaq Thompson's played well in multiple roles here. So there's just a lot of guys. When Ogunjobi comes back, do you even do that? Here's a question, Josh, that I don't know. Is Ogunjobi even guaranteed a spot when he comes back? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where you fit him in, to be quite honest with you.
Right, yeah. Sometimes, like you said, sometimes those injuries kind of even everything out. But, yeah, just kind of curious, like, where, what kind of maneuvering they can do. But it's a good problem to have, I guess.
No doubt about it. And I think that your point about Samuel's probably right because, he's been a healthy scratch, but I mean, the Bills have been reluctant to do that because I think they like a lot of the things he does, which Elijah Moore's doing now. And they pretty much already paid him, right? But certainly that could be on the table. Let's go to Walter. Hi, Walter. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. I know it's a victory Friday, so we have a lot of callers. I just want to make a couple of points if you can ask you a question. You can tell the linebackers, Bernard and the coaches have did their homework because he ran to that interception. The ball didn't come to him. He ran to him. Like he jumped it. It kind of reminded me of Malcolm Butler. We don't like talking Patriots, but remember how he jumped that throw to win the Super Bowl in Seattle? That was so reminiscent. Also, I love the way our offense is shaping up. I love the three tight end set. I mean, Cook is 2-3 yards into the backfield before anybody touches him on the other team. And that's because of a great blocking. So, and I like the Vic and Duck they're doing. They're becoming such an efficient offense. I do want to see Allen send it downfield a little bit more. I think yesterday was something once. Yeah, I got to keep the defense honest. But quick question for Allen. It's not a criticism of coaching, but I don't know if I would have taken that field goal shot there to go up 10. I might have just tried to run up the clock, maybe hit him in deep. I mean, why risk getting it blocked? Why risk a run back for a TD? Because, sadly, over the years, that's been a very...
Well, a couple things here. It's a good question. I wondered what they would do too, Alter. So if you don't kick the field goal there, what do you do? What would you do? Do you go for it? Because if you go for it and get stopped, you give the Miami Dolphins the ball near midfield down 7.
Yeah, but they need a touchdown, not a field goal. How about punting it and try to pin them back? Like, I know it's not a difficult punt. He's got to get some good.
Well, you could do that too. You could do that too, but how much space are you really giving up? It's maybe it's a 15-yard difference, and again, they get the ball down 7. I think here's what I think at the end of the day, and it's a really good question. I thought about it too, what they would do. But you know what? This comes down to just having faith in having faith in your players to execute. And they're like, hey, we're going to kick the field goal and go up 10. If it gets blocked, then we're all, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. But then why didn't they do their job right? I think that comes down to they trusted the fact they could make the play. And if you give them the ball back, you're down 7. By kicking a field goal, you're up 10, and the game's over.
We missed one, and we almost had a block against Baltimore.
But they didn't. But they didn't. But they haven't since then, right?
Almost. Yeah, well,
but they didn't since then.
I would have just run the clock. I mean, they had no more timeouts, Miami. I mean, how many plays? If you pin them back, even inside their own 20, how far downfield are they going to be able to go? Well,
it depends. I don't know. You could also get a pass interference downfield.
Yeah, I suppose. I just would have gone with that.
Yeah, I listen. I mean, I hear you, but I'm telling you, like they said we can make a field goal, and they did. And if you give them the ball near midfield, down 7, then you're giving Miami a chance to score and tie the game. And I get it. Like, sure, there's a lot of ways. Hey, there's a lot of ways you could always wash. You should have done this, should have done that. If you want to say don't judge it on results, that's fine. But they kicked the field goal and they went up 10 and they won the game. So, almost got the field goal blocked against Baltimore. You know what's happened since then? Not that, because they fixed that problem. So, yeah, you're right. It could have been blocked, and then we'd all be ruining it and saying, oh, my God, I can't believe they did that. But they had faith that they would make the field goal, and even after they missed one earlier. So, yeah, I don't agree they should have gone for it. I'll say that, because if you miss on 4th and, 6 or 7 at the time, let me look at the play-by-play here. The Bills had the ball. They kicked the field goal here. 4th and 5 from the 30. Well, not near midfield then. So if you go for it and miss, you're going to give them the ball down 7. They could throw the ball deep, get a pass interference, anything can happen. They said, let's go up 10. It's a 48-yard field goal. We know our guy can make it. Little risky. Didn't turn out that risky. They made it, and you should be happy. 31-21, they win the game. Let's hear from Sean McDermott after the game. This is post-game. Sean McDermott after the Bills beat the Dolphins 31-21.
First of all, good to get a win. Never easy. That was a heck of a game. High level competition. Dolphins played a real good game, and our guys made a couple more plays. And I thought the grit, the mental toughness of our football team was on display throughout the game, in particular in the fourth quarter there. Deion getting his hands up, Deion Walker, and TB making that play, and then being able to seal the game. Good to see in a 4-minute offense there. Get the yards we needed to put the game away with Matt and Reed and Cam going out there. That's a key situation to be able to put it away right there. And crowd was phenomenal, as it always is. Great to play at home in front of our fans. They're unique, and we love them. Couple firsts. So we've got Jimbo tying the franchise record for consecutive rushing touchdowns. Jackson Hall's in his first NFL touchdown. Great to see the smile on his face. And I already mentioned TB and Matt with the kick there. So a lot to work on. Kind of hit a little bit of a gap there in terms of scoring. Thought we were off to a great start, and then we shot ourselves in the foot a little bit there with the third or fourth drive, and I thought it should have been 17-7 at a minimum. We missed the field goal, and they went down and scored. So 14-14 at half, but our guys didn't blink. They were resilient. Coaches did a great job on all 3 phases and continued to adjust and make the adjustments we had to make. So with that, time is yours.
Coach, do you feel like you guys effectively started hemming Tua in because they rolled him out maybe more than we're used to seeing, making some plays out on the perimeter, and it seemed like you were able to hem him in a little bit more effectively in the second half?
I thought Bobby and the defensive staff made some adjustments. Still too many third down conversions where he was extending the play more than I would have liked to have seen, and so we got to look at that a little bit more, and same with the red zone. But overall, making a big play like that, I thought defensively we felt like we were playing well. Other than the first drive, I thought at halftime we were playing well. It was the third downs before the half, and then the third downs really after the half. It continued. But I thought first and second down, by and large, was pretty good. And it's a good offense, right? Explosive, and but I thought we gave our offense the ball. Getting the ball to the offense, we just couldn't find a rhythm other than the first drive of the second half of an offense. So, but give Joe and those guys credit. I mean, you score 31 points, and you seal the game in 4 minutes for the most part. So that's hard to do.
Sean, you mentioned Deion Walker on the interception play. Think about how far he's come since the draft and the work that he did on his body in the offseason, and then to make a play in crunch time like that. I mean, what does that say about him?
Yeah, that's huge. We always talk about rush and coverage working together, and that won't show up necessarily in the stat sheet, perhaps, but that could have been as big of a play, even more so than TVs. I don't want to kind of grade them against each other, but if he doesn't do that, does the ball, is the ball thrown a little bit, a little bit more one direction than the other? So great read by TB, great rushing coverage example for our players to learn from.
Terrell said that Al Holcomb showed him something like that during the week, and that how important is that about kind of keeping that in the back of your head, because you never know in the course of a game when you're going to need that?
Well, there's a certain thing we look for, in that style of coverage, and TV saw it, and which is growth. Last week we had 2 examples of a similar type of indicator, and we didn't see it. So that's growth and development. And that's what coaches are here for, and players have done a phenomenal job of being coachable, like TB in particular.
Any health reports at this point, Coach?
Don't have anything for you. No.
Is there anything that Jackson Hawes allows you guys to do offensively
being that he's such a good blocker in the run game, and we've seen him make a couple good catches now.
Yeah, it's great when these young players can come in and contribute and earn their spots and their roles. And he's very humble and comes to work every day, extremely tough, hard worker. And it's good to see him contributing in both the run and the pass. So, we'll see where it goes from here.
Sean, you had Dalton make a big block on a play, and then you got Hawes making a big catch. So isn't that that's messing up the narrative there of what these guys are, right?
Yeah. Well, we got to go back and look at that then. We don't want to be too balanced.
John, you mentioned the third downs and needing to still look at them from a defensive standpoint, but was there anything to the third and long that was particularly working for the Dolphins and why they were able to convert?
Well, again, what I remember from the game was the quarterback extending some of the plays a little bit longer than he should be able to, and then finding an open receiver, which is going to happen the longer receivers have time to move around. So I think that's something that, again, that we have to look at and continue to kind of tweak to figure out. It's past my bedtime to see you guys. Continue to figure out, especially with Ed not being available. So we'll see where that goes in the next week. But we miss Ed inside, and TJ's in there, Joey's out there, Greg's out there, Daquan's out there, and they're getting the quarterback to move. But the rushing coverage just have to time up a little bit better. So, but again, I tip my cap to the defense. They played their hearts out, played hard against a really good offense, and to say, hey, to really be able to kind of shine the light on probably the biggest problem area being that was third down. I mean, last year we only got them in 8 third downs in the second game. I think tonight we had 15 third downs. We had 10 at halftime. So it's closing a team out, closing a drive out, and cashing in those situations. We've got to look at that.
It's an interesting comment right there by Sean McDermott, isn't it? And he said, the third downs, obviously 10 of 15, not a good percentage, but you forced him into 15 third downs. That's really good football on defense, but you got to finish it. And I think it's an interesting way to look at it. So he actually liked the way his defense played overall, but third down was an issue, but really that was the only issue. The Dolphins averaged 4.6 yards a play. That is very low in the NFL. The only thing the Bills, defensively, I had an issue with yesterday that could be better was third down defense, and that started because they just didn't get to Tua. And they did some nice things to move him, but he never finished them. That's it. Otherwise, the defense actually played a good game yesterday. 4.6 yards a play is not much in the National Football League. 803-0550 number to call. Sal Capaccio here. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show in Adams and Silver Creek. Hi, Adam.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call. Just kind of, just going based off the eye test last night, seemed like when we blitzed, just the inability to get to Tua. We know his mobility is very, average, I'd say, at best. I guess how concerning would this be to you that, even when we do bring extra pressure, we fail to get to the quarterback, especially given the talent that we do have up front, even minus Ed Oliver. I think we're still very talented in the front four. And then also with the tight end position, I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing out of Jackson Hawes, yeah. Just where do you kind of see him fitting into the offense? I personally see him getting ahead of Dawson Knox in terms of, priority and on the depth chart. Given Knox has a history of drops, and, we saw that last week, especially on a critical third down. So I'm just going to hang up and listen to your comments, and thanks for taking my call.
You got it. Number one, yeah, it's concerning, but listen, they didn't finish Tua. They did get to him enough where he had to move. That was one of the things that he did, which was like, wow, I can't believe this is Tua. He moved. He got out of the pocket. He ran. And you don't account for that when you're going against Tua. You're not trying to have him in. He's not Lamar Jackson. Against Lamar, you're like, let's keep him in the pocket. Second half, they did a much better job of that, keeping him in the pocket. And they said, okay, if he's going to run, we're going to have to keep him in the pocket here. I didn't like the fact they couldn't finish Tua. I don't think it's as egregious, though, as the stats look. I agree with you. They should have been better in the pass rush, but they were getting close, and he was getting out of it. And I do think Ed Oliver will help. So am I concerned? Sure. But I think there are that was a game where you didn't expect him to be able to move out of the pocket, and you weren't planning on that to keep him in the pass rush. Yeah, I mean, there was one play, Tre'Davious White just took a terrible angle at the very end of a nice blitz. Good, great time blitz, well called, Bobby Babich. Tre'Davious White's got him in his sights, and he spins away from him, right? Trey gets to him and goes for the back shoulder instead of the front. You're probably talking about a sack right there and a big loss, right? So those are the little differences that wound up mattering. I don't know why. I love Jackson Hawes too and what he's bringing, and I get this a lot. And I heard somebody call yesterday and say he could take over for Dalton Kincaid. I mean, you don't have to be so quick to rush to get somebody off the field when a lot of things are working with them on the field. And I know that's not what you're saying on the call. You said that, maybe he takes over Dawson Knox in the depth chart. I don't know. Not right now. I think Jackson Hawes is in a good role. He's a blocking tight end. And yes, Dawson has had some drops. He's also, been available for Josh Allen and made some catches, and he's able to kind of offer you a little bit of the blocking, a little bit of the catching. He's not the pass catcher Dalton Kincaid is. He's not the blocker Jackson Hawes is, but he's in between. And the Bills can run 13 personnel out there. The Bills like what they have there. I don't see Jackson Hawes taking over Dawson Knox snap count usage anytime soon. But I do think that as he goes on, that's a conversation for another day. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. We're going to hear from Josh Allen post-game. Before we do that, though, I want to direct your attention to something the Buffalo Sabres just put out. An incredibly powerful letter written by Rasmus Dahlin about a situation that happened this offseason with his wife, his fiance, Carolina. And I encourage you to read this. This is on their social media pages, Instagram as well as Twitter. It's at sabres.com as well. And just to let you know, while they were on vacation in France, Rasmus Dahlin's fiance began to feel sick, he writes. It turned into an experience that she had her experiencing major heart failure. She received CPR on multiple occasions and up to a couple hours at a time to keep her alive, which ultimately saved her life. He writes, without her receiving life-saving CPR, the result would have been unimaginable. It is hard to even think about the worst-case scenario. She was transferred to a hospital where she remained on life support for weeks before she was a beneficiary of a heart transplant while in France. She's recovering now. She'll be rehabbing now, and it's a very powerful emotional letter written by Rasmus Dahlin, captain of the Buffalo Sabres. You can find it at sabres.com, on the Sabres social media pages, Instagram, X. I've retweeted it as well. And wow, we're really glad that she's doing okay, that she's better, and cannot imagine that situation. And when you read it, you'll understand a little bit more in depth on what happened here. So go check that out. All right, after the game yesterday, Josh Allen spoke to the media. Bills win 31-21. Here's Visor Josh.
Late in the second quarter, you're going down and make it 21-7. That moment seemed to turn this game. When the second and 8 play failed, the sack, the missed field goal. Did that kind of get things going in the wrong direction there?
Yeah, I think so. Just understand I can't take a sack there and move us backwards. You know, there's a threshold where you're close enough, sacks don't really matter, but kind of in that mid range, moving it back, really puts our special teams in a tougher situation, and that's on me.
So Josh, you better talk about. It seemed like the offense today was a little hot, cold. Just trying to maintain that rhythm. Was it due to the short work week, or what do you go into?
I mean, they had a good plan today. I thought their offense did a good job of sustaining drives and really limiting our opportunities. I thought we had opportunities on the offensive side, and we didn't take advantage of some of them. But at the end of the day, we got the win.
Jackson Haas said that he's already learned early on to always expect the ball with you. What happened on that play when you're rolling out there?
Yeah, just extending the play, a little naked action. He did a good job of just staying in concert with me, and just got the corner there. I think it was Rasul to just kind of commit one way, and he stayed alive for me and made a play.
After the TV interception, you got into that penalty situation. How big was the play to Moore, though? Because that enabled you to run it out, really.
No, that was unbelievable. Smart play, finding a window in zone, giving me good body language. He made some good plays for us tonight. It was awesome to see.
Josh, what have you seen different in James Cook?
I mean, to me, it's the same James Cook. The guy just attacks every time he touches the ball. He looks like he's been shot out of a cannon every time he touches it. He's so fun to play with. Wants the ball, ultimate competitor. There's times where I toss it to him or hand it off to him, and I'm just already put my hands up because I feel like he's about to crib it. And there's two that were real close tonight, real close, and he'll tell you that too. But he's been such a catalyst for our offense. Special player.
It seemed like you wanted to get Dalton involved early. Was that part of the plan based on what they do? Because he was your guy early on there.
Yeah, I mean, we'd love to get everybody involved early. There's just some opportunities for him, and he made the most of them. So yeah.
Josh, you seem to have a comfort zone more so this year than previous years. Is that your growth into the sport itself, just taking what the defense is giving you?
100%. I think there's obviously times throughout games where the situation dictates you to maybe put the pedal down a little bit more. And there's sometimes where it's like, hey, just take it easy, relax. I wouldn't say play the long game, but just understanding where you're at, within the situation of the game and not trying to force anything. We saw that tonight, just kind of staying as calm as possible, and just being prepared for any situation that we were going to be in. It was going to be either a 2-minute at the end there or 4-minute, and Terrell Bernard makes a fantastic play, and we can be in a 4-minute drill there.
Josh, what did you learn about this team in particular in the first 3 weeks of the season?
We're obviously doing our job, going 1-0 each week. Still a lot to learn from, a lot to grow, a lot of room for growth in this group. A lot of young guys, but guys are stepping up. There's been some guys down with injuries, and guys are stepping up and making some big-time plays for us, especially on the defensive side of the ball. It's a close unit that's gelling together really well right now, and got to keep finding ways to win football games.
Khalil looked like, first couple of weeks working back from that ankle injury, and now today gets his first touchdown of the year. Just how nice is it to get him back in rhythm with the offense?
It's awesome. Khalil does everything the right way, constantly following the ball, constantly being in the right spots. He makes some unbelievable plays for us. And that was a great play, finding a way to get in the end zone there, and we're going to need more of that going forward.
Were you aware that was your 200th career touchdown pass?
I was not. It's pretty cool. It's my parents' anniversary tonight too, so it's pretty cool. Yeah.
How'd you get Fitz to take his shirt off?
It was the fans. Yeah. He's a showman. Let's not. Come on now. He knew he was going to do it. He wanted to play hard to get a little bit, but he knew he was going to do it at the end of the night.
I didn't know if that was an anniversary present to your parents.
You know what? Yeah, happy anniversary, Mom and Dad. Here's Ryan Fitzpatrick without his shirt on.
All right, Josh Allen after the game last night. We're going to hear from Sean McDermott live down at One Bills Drive, hopefully after this timeout, because you never know if he is actually there at the exact time, but we'll plan on that. So we'll take a timeout here, and we'll get you ready for Sean McDermott down at One Bills Drive. Hey, NFL Sunday is coming. You've got your crew. You got your Not sure we'll be able to bring you Sean McDermott live from One Bills Drive because we're still waiting on that. And so we want to make sure that we get out of here on time, of course, for Sabres Live coming up next here after this. And just in case you didn't hear me earlier, please go to the Sabres social media account, read the letter from Rasmus Dahlin about the really scary situation with his fiancée, Carolina, who went into heart failure and CPR while they were on vacation in France. He wrote about it. She's recovering now, which is really good news, obviously. But please go read that. That's at the Sabres social media pages as well as sabres.com. All right. In the meantime, we're going to get you into the locker room after the game and hear from Jackson Hawes. He caught his first ever NFL touchdown last night against the Miami Dolphins. Jackson Hawes.
Kind of blanked a little bit because it was a short week, and we just kind of installed a whole bunch of new plays, and we called the timeout, and then went back out there, slipped a little bit, felt good though, and Josh just being Josh and getting the ball.
Most people play it out in their head what they're going to do when they score their first touchdown in the NFL. Did you envision it, and did it go your way afterwards? What'd you do?
I knew I had that play in, so I was kind of planning something, but in the moment, everything just my mind was just, I don't even know where I was. It was just, this is amazing, and I just thought to go with the spike. So, yeah.
It looked like you walked your guy to the ground on that play, too, before you got out there.
I did give him a good little pop. Yeah, give him a good little pop.
When Josh is running toward you, do you know that the ball's coming to you? I mean, it looked like he may have had a lane to run, and then he flips it at the last kind of second there.
I mean, he's the MVP, man. He's the greatest player in the world. So anything can happen with him. You just got to be ready.
As a young player, what's the process like of learning how to play with a guy like Josh who extends plays and throws shovel passes for touchdowns? How do you learn how to be prepared like that?
I think it's just little things like that. We go through these walkthroughs where we're kind of, they're slower, a little bit slow paced, but he'll be messing around and give you a little no looker every now and then with the ball. And so really it's just kind of getting you ready for the games. Yeah.
Two touchdowns by tight ends tonight. How much stress does it put on a defense to know that you guys can bring three really at them?
Yeah, I mean, us three and Reggie at fullback, we're a legitimate four-headed snake. I mean, we have got a lot of guys that do a lot of good stuff, and we're coached well and get the job done.
Congratulations to Jackson Hawes. He recorded his first ever NFL touchdown. He got an arrow up from me yesterday. You can read that at WGR550.com. Arrow up, arrow down after the Bills win 31-21. A guy that had a front row seat to the interception by his defensive teammate, Terrell Bernard, was Taron Johnson. He spoke to the media after the game as well.
Taron, the big play by Terrell, what did you see in front of you on that play? He said, I think at the podium, that he saw it on film.
Like he had said he saw it early in the game as well. And he was low-key waiting for that play, you know what I'm saying? And they did it, and he was right there ready to make it.
What about third downs tonight? I mean, you guys made plays at the end when you needed it, but what was going on those third downs?
Man, it was tough. Some of them he was getting out. Some of them we weren't plastering well. I mean, we got to be better at the end of the day. But we will. We'll figure it out. I'm just happy we got the dub.
It's a division opponent on 4 days. NFL's never easy, but how much is it good to get this win and then know you have 10 days to the next one?
It's great. You know what I'm saying? It's a great feeling, us being able to go home with a win. And we don't take it for granted, and we just want to keep going.
Dwayne Carter said last year, no matter what the team is, you always have to play your best. Did you feel like you guys were prepared no matter what you were looking at with Miami ahead?
Yeah, I think we were prepared. Obviously, them third downs, we could have done better, but I feel like we were prepared.
All right, Bills cornerback Taron Johnson right there. Folks, it's a Friday, and you can kick up your feet and watch the rest of the NFL action, knowing the Bills are 3-0 in the clubhouse, the first 3-0 team this season, the first team to 3 wins at all in the National Football League. The rest of the Sunday slate, the rest of the, NFL slate starts on Sunday, 1 o'clock. You got Falcons at Panthers, 2 teams the Bills will play this year if you want to watch that. 2 teams actually not too far off on the schedule. You got to play these teams. Packers are at the Browns. Browns looking for their first win of the season. Packers 2-0. Texans are 0-2. They take down the Jaguars, a key AFC South matchup there. Bengals at the Vikings, the battle of the backup quarterbacks here with Joe Burrow and J.J. McCarthy both out, obviously. Steelers are at the Patriots. Big game for both teams here. Neither wants to drop to 1-2 in the AFC. Steelers at Patriots at 1 o'clock. Rams are at the Eagles, both 2-0. Rematch of last year's playoff game. Jets are at the Bucks. Jets looking for their first win. Colts are at the Titans. Titans looking for their first win. Colts are 2-0. Raiders are at the Commanders. No Jaden Daniels, it looks like. Broncos at the Chargers. This is 4:05 p.m. In the AFC West, big matchup there. Saints are at the Seahawks. Saints are the Bills' next opponent. Cowboys at the Bears on Sunday at 4:25. Also Cardinals at Saints at 4:25. Your late game Sunday Night Football, Chiefs at Giants. Be great if the Giants and Brian Daboll could get that win, right, against the Chiefs. I don't know if I see that happening, but man, if they can score like they did against the Cowboys, you never know. Lions at the Ravens Monday night. That is a great game offensively. I think should be a lot of points and fireworks score in that game. That's the Lions at the Ravens. Joe, just want to make sure it is Sabres Live today, right? I know there was a Bills game yesterday, so it is Sabres Live coming up next, right? Just want to make sure with everybody.
We're undefined on that, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. So, hey, could be one Bills Live for all we know. Keep it tuned here, though. We're going to have Sabres and Bills and everything else going forward today. I do know this. Bills Live will be on, whether that's right now or right after, and then Show Up in the Bulldog at 3 o'clock here on WGR. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, folks. The Bills are 3-0, 31-21 over the Miami Dolphins. Check out Arrow Up, Arrow Down, and a whole bunch more at WGR550.com.